Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, to Kakao. Hey, kid, don't be so ungrateful. A seated officer position isn't good enough for you? You're still a student at Shino Academy and already getting this kind of offer. Talk about divine luck. At the bar table, Shin was half drunk, eyes glazed over as he tried hard to focus on the buxom blonde woman seated across from him. The izakaya buzzed with chatter. The tables were close enough that you could hear snippets from the next group. But their table drew particular attention, not because of Shin, but the woman across from him. A seated officer, huh? Which seat was it again? Shin slurred. 23rd seat. Rinjaku Matsumoto replied. 3rd seat, huh? Shin muttered, misunderstanding. Well then, since Miss Rinjaku's being so generous, I guess I can't turn her down. Rinjaku gave him a funny look. Are you really drunk, or just faking it? Then her lips curled into a smile. You want the seat? Fine. Just beat our current 23rd seat in combat. If you do that, I'll handle the rest. Shin instantly shook his head like a rattle. I hate fighting and killing the most. Rinjaku grabbed her chopsticks and bonged him on the head, a mix of amusement and mild irritation in her eyes. Don't forget, it was me who recommended you to Shino Academy in the first place. But Shin wasn't mad. Likely because, as she leaned in to scold him, he caught a generous glimpse down her cleavage. He propped his cheek on his hand and stared at her lazily, grinning like an idiot. Of course I remember how good you've been to me, Miss Rinjaku. You're so beautiful. Rinjaku arched a perfectly shaped brow, eyes gleaming with mischief. Join my squad, and you'll be seeing a lot more of me. Shin waved his hand vaguely, barely coherent. Can't, got class. I even skipped sword art class today to come out. I just hope Shuai covered for me. Listening to him ramble off topic, Rinjaku narrowed her eyes. Is he really drunk? She wondered. I heard you're a bit of a celebrity at the academy now. She said. Skipping class is one thing, but sword art? You think your teacher didn't notice? Takakawa Shin, currently a 4th year at Shino Academy. Rinjaku had met him years ago in Rakongai and noticed his unusual spiritual pressure. She'd recommended him for the Shinigami path. And just as she expected, he'd quickly distinguished himself at the academy, especially in swordsmanship. Rumor had it he once defeated his sword art instructor during class. Talent like that had to be recruited into her own 10th division. Especially since her lazy captain always left all the work to her. Namita-sensei. Shin mumbled. He never shuts up. Just talks and talks. Before he could finish, his elbow slipped off the table, and he slumped face first onto the wood. Rinjaku crossed her arms and let out a soft sigh. How many times is this now? Does he already have his eye on another division? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Did Vice Captain Shiba talk to you? Is he trying to poach you for the 13th? No reply. Just the steady rhythm of sleeping breath. Rinjaku pouted. What a heartless little bastard. She got up to pay the bill, but before leaving, couldn't resist giving him a light kick under the table. After a while, Shin groggily lifted his head, rubbing his face, now stiff from the alcohol. Damn, that woman can drink. Rinjaku Matsumoto affection level, 63 +1 spiritual pressure rank +1% Zanpakuto unlock progress per 10 points full home run reward unlocks at 90 affection Shinigami bond available upon unlocking, grants a 3rd tier reward. Staring at the system interface through his hazy thoughts, Shin grimaced. He was a lightweight, good thing he didn't say anything too dumb. Affection had dropped 2 points since last time. Must have pissed her off. Shino Academy dorms Hisagi Shuai returned to his dorm room and found that his truant roommate was already sprawled on the bed like a corpse. When did you get back? He asked. Couple hours ago. Then why didn't you go back to class? Shuai frowned, then added, Namita-sensei was really pissed today. You better watch yourself. Shin clicked his tongue. Guys still holding grudges over a skipped class? He'd been way too out of it earlier. Trying to sit through a lecture would have been suicide. A nap was a better bet. Shuai ignored his nonsense. You saw Matsumoto-san again, didn't you? Shin, still lying down, crossed his legs and stared at the ceiling as if pondering the cosmos. Shuai's mind flashed to that unforgettable silhouette. What did she want this time? She invited me to join the 10th Division. Said I'd get a seated officer position if I did. Shuai tensed. Which seat? 23rd. A beat of silence. Then Shuai's face grew unreadable. He just stared at Shin, motionless. Shin noticed and chuckled. What? Shuai exhaled slowly. The final exams are coming up in a month. Namita-sensei asked me and Connie to gather a list for him to screen. Shino Academy was a 6-year program, but those who completed all coursework in 4 could graduate early. Not easy, but doable. Such students usually went on to become top members in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Kido Corps, or on Mitsukido. Still, early graduation wasn't that rare. I'm not planning to graduate this year. Shin said calmly. Shuai blinked. But I thought you and Matsumoto-san were already. I never said I agreed. Shuai's voice cracked. You turned her down? Unfazed, Shin replied, I want to stay here another 2 years. But she already promised you a seated officer spot. Shuai's tone rose. 23rd seat. Useless and flashy. Shin stared out the window, eyes soft. Outside, cherry blossoms fluttered like pink snow, blanketing the winding paths. Students in white uniforms strolled or hurried along, each moment like a brushstroke in a living painting. School life is good. Being a student is good. Don't you think so, Shuai? Shuai couldn't answer. He never could read this guy. Shin always wore a carefree smile, but behind those long lashes, he seemed to hide more than anyone else. He had to admit, Shin was good-looking. No wonder everyone liked him. Shuai sat down on his own bed, following Shin's gaze out the window. After a moment of silence, he muttered, I'm not graduating either. Shin glanced over, grinning. Oh? Shuai folded his arms. I just think I need to shore up my fundamentals. You are pretty weak. The mood shattered instantly. Shuai nearly choked. Watching Shin laugh like a jackass, he clenched his fists in frustration. Shuai was normally a serious, brooding guy. But Shin, having spent years with him, knew better. He was just a repressed little closet perv. The first time Rangeka came looking for Shin, Shuai happened to be there. His eyes kept wandering, and Shin never let him live it down. Good thing Shuai couldn't beat him in a fight. Takakawa Shin spiritual pressure level, LV13 spiritual power reserves, 20% Zanpakuto unlock progress, 6% Shinigami bond, not formed Quincy bond, not formed hollow bond, not formed. Shin's smile faded slightly as he looked over at Shuai. Shuai. I'm going to do something over the next 2 years. I want your help. Chapter 2, A Genius and a Genius class had just ended. The elderly, white-haired instructor hobbled slowly out of the lecture hall. Shin yawned and slumped onto his desk, barely settling in before a familiar voice called out. Takakawa-kun. He glanced sideways. A petite girl with chestnut shoulder-length hair was standing by his seat. She wore the red and white uniform of Shino Academy, her delicate features marred by an overly stern expression. You still haven't submitted your graduation exam application. Isn't that optional? Shin muttered, not even lifting his head. I doubt I'm the only one who didn't turn it in. Beside him, Hisagi Shuai was sorting through his notes. He looked over but didn't say anything. Connie saw his brows furrowed. What do you mean by that? As one of Class A's 2 student reps, Connie took her duties seriously, sometimes to the point of seeming cold. She didn't have many friends. In fact, these 2 were probably the only people she spoke to regularly. Shin tilted his head lazily to look at her. I just don't think I've mastered the material well enough. I don't want to overestimate myself and fail. Connie blinked, surprised. She glanced at Hisagi, who only responded with a helpless shrug. You're not planning to graduate this year? I'd rather take some extra time to improve. Connie pulled out a roster and skimmed through it. Many students had already applied for graduation exams, though the final list would be reviewed by their homeroom teacher, Namita-sensei, who'd weed out the obviously unqualified. Hisagi passed over his own list. Can you give this to Namita-sensei too? He was the other class rep, sharing the same responsibilities as Connie. Connie took both rosters, frowning again. Why isn't your name on here either? Same reason as that guy. Hisagi replied. Connie went silent, tucking the forms away. Hisagi stood and nudged Shin's leg with his foot. Next class is Gido. We have to switch rooms. Don't sleep. Takakawa Shin was a genius. Their teacher, Namita Hidezawa, believed this wholeheartedly, and was equally infuriated by his lazy attitude. In Namita's view, Shin was wasting his talent. This is what he said? Namita asked after Connie explained the situation. She nodded. Hisagi said the same. Namita frowned. What are those 2 up to? Connie said, Takakawa has been skipping a lot of classes lately, not just sword art yesterday. He missed Keto theory the day before. Maybe he's aware of his weaknesses and wants to stay longer to work on them. She pictured Shin dozing at his desk, and realized even she didn't believe her own words. Namita flipped through the student list. He knew his class well. Very few were truly ready to graduate, and the one with the best shot didn't even apply. The graduation exam was grueling for a fourth year. And after that came entrance exams for the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, the Kido Corps, or the Onmitsu Kido. Fail those, and you were sent right back to the academy. Namita sighed. If they're genuinely that self-aware, maybe that's not so bad. He looked at Connie. And you? Same reason? She pressed her lips together and nodded silently. The Kido practical class was held outdoors. By fourth year, students had nearly completed the full curriculum. The fifth and sixth years were mostly practical, soul burials in the human world, internal patrols, and other groundwork for becoming full-fledged Shinigami. This wasn't the student's first Kido practical. By now, it came down to how skillfully one could perform. Officially, Shino taught all Kido below number 70. In reality, students mostly practiced up to number 50. Only in important assessments would no's 51 to 70 be included, and even then, the number assigned depended on one's spiritual pressure. Perfect execution wasn't required. High-level Kido demanded high-level spiritual power. Most students weren't there yet. Once they became Shinigami, they could train those techniques further. Shin's Kido skill ranked near the top of his class, not just because of his system, but due to innate talent. His spiritual power level was already at LV13, far beyond the norm. He guessed Hisagi was around LV7. Yo, good afternoon, everyone. They arrived at the training grounds to find their usual instructor replaced by a handsome man in a black Shyakusho. Everyone recognized him, Shiba Keian, vice captain of Squad 13. He often guest lectured at the academy. It was common for Senior 13 Division of Imperial Guards, Kido Corps, or Onmitsu Kido officers to teach at Shino, sometimes even captains. Keian was friendly, beloved by the students. But every time he came, he used it as a recruiting mission for Squad 13. Been a while, huh? Keian grinned. Today I'm your substitute teacher. His eyes scanned the group, and when they landed on Shin, he gave a little wink. He's definitely here for you. Hisagi muttered. While plenty of students graduated each year, only a handful were truly outstanding. Fourth years could apply to graduate early, which explained Keian's timing. Shin sighed. What can I say? A genius attracts attention. Hisagi. Recalling last night, Hisagi whispered, did you turn down Matsumoto-san because you want to join Squad 13? Shin shook his head. No. Keian chatted with a few students before raising his voice. Let's get started. First exercise, Hado number 63, Raikoo. First group, Takakawa Shin, Ashika. He began calling names. Shin walked up with a tall, long-faced boy named Ashika. 20 meters ahead stood a set of targets. These weren't the wooden dummies used by juniors, but targets crafted from killing or a stone. Anything below Hado 50 wouldn't even leave a mark. Keian looked at Shin and smiled. We'll start with Hado 63 today. The class groaned. Raikoo was notoriously difficult. Keian chuckled. Come on now. Your finals will cover everything up to Hado 70. If you don't master this range, you'll lose points. When things quieted down, Shin calmly raised his hand, focused on the white stone target, Hado number 63, Raikoo. Golden lightning burst from his palm, lashing into the air with snapping arcs and trailing sparks, slamming dead center into the target. Keian arched a brow. TCH. Form-wise, it was textbook. The killing aura stone concealed the full impact, but Keian had felt the spiritual pressure, he could guess its power. This kid. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the students. Keian's grin widened. He turned to Ashika. Ashika, flustered, cursed inwardly. Why'd he skip the incantation? He considered copying it for style points, but knew he couldn't. So he chanted the full spell. Hado number 63, Raikoo. Golden lightning surged forward, spreading into a net of crackling arcs. But his control faltered, his spiritual power was too unstable. He tried to stabilize it, but it was too late. Suddenly, the world spun. When he came to, he was 2 meters back from where he'd started. Breathless, he gasped, thank you, Vice Captain Shiba. Keian chuckled. Glad you're alright. Shin and Ashika returned to their seats. Ashika still looked shaken. Glancing at the serene expression on Shin's face only deepened his frustration. Why'd I get paired with him? Keian skimmed the roster again. Ashika's grades were decent for the class. Next up, let's try Hado 54. Many students sighed with relief. You really can't help showing off, can you? Hisagi muttered. I was born like this. Practice continued. Aside from Hisagi and Connie, most students had trouble, some couldn't cast the spell at all. Keian pointed out each person's errors, then led them through another round of mid-tier Hado and Bakudo drills. Near the end, students broke into small groups to review Kido or just chat. Keian was soon surrounded, regaling them with Squad 13 tales. Shin lay alone on the wooden floor, eyes half closed, gazing at the azure sky. A shadow fell across him. Connie-san. Something you need? She sat beside him, studying his delicate features before speaking. With scores like yours, the graduation exam should be no issue. I'm bad at Kaido. Shin replied. Connie didn't buy that for a second. Compared to Ashika's top Kaido scores, maybe, but Shin wasn't bad. The exam tested overall skill, but those with exceptional ability in one area could still graduate. With Shin's sword dart alone, he more than qualified. Connie fell silent, then said softly, I didn't apply for the exam either. Is that so? Shin said, unmoved. The way he brushed it off left her momentarily speechless. She recalled crossing her name off the roster herself. She stood and left. All 3 top-ranked students in class had refused to graduate early. Namita-sensei was going to lose his mind. Only after she'd walked away did Shin shut his eyes again. The bell rang, signaling the end of morning classes. 4th years had 3 classes per day, 2 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. There was plenty of free time. Fewer field trips happened during graduation season. As students filtered out, Shin was just about to get up when Keian reappeared beside him, grinning. Come on. Lunch is on me. Shino Academy cafeteria. Why am I paying? Shin stared blankly. I forgot my wallet. Keian said cheerfully. Shin sighed. They were seated by a window. Keian's black Shyakusho caught many students' eyes. Man, I miss this food. Keian devoured his tray, smiling all the while. You were only here a year. Shin remarked. Keian had graduated in 1 year and entered Squad 13 as 3rd seat. It had caused a huge stir. If Shin was a genius, then Keian was genius among geniuses, plus, his surname carried weight. Captain Yukitik of Squad 13 was chronically ill, so Keian handled all administrative duties. He had strength, charisma, and an impeccable reputation. A man bound for greatness. Let's not dwell on the past. You know why I'm here, don't you? Keian asked mid-bite. You want me in your squad? Keian gave a smart boy smile. I know Matsumoto's probably already approached you. Sure, my uncle leads the 10th, but he's a total flake. No future there. Join me. Once I'm captain, I might even make you my lieutenant. He slandered his own uncle without shame and dangled the ultimate bait. Lieutenant? Shin chuckled softly. If all went well, Keian probably would make captain. If all went well. I'm not graduating this year. Or next. Shin said flatly. Keian's smile slipped. Why? He truly believed Shin was more than ready. Shin didn't give a reason. I'll consider Squad 13 when I do graduate. But in the meantime, I want to do something, and I need your help. Keian's eyes lit up. I'm listening. I want to create an official student organization here at Shino. As a normal student, I can't do that. But you, vice captain of Squad 13 and next head of the Shiba clan, you can make it happen. Keian's grin slowly faded. His gaze turned sharp. You're from Rakongai, right? Shin smiled. Yep. Zaraki district. Got a problem with that? Keian smirked faintly, eyes unreadable. Big ambition for a street kid. Chapter 3, 3rd seat. The so-called official organization among students was none other than a student council, designed as a bridge between the students and Shino Academy itself. As Shiba Keian listened to Shin's proposal, he immediately grasped its potential, what it meant now, and what kind of weight it could carry in the future. An organization to manage and support students? Currently, most Shinigami in Soul Society came directly through the academy. The top talents ended up as core members of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. If a student council could be formed, and began gathering elite talent even before graduation, it could serve as a powerful nexus, an early foundation of camaraderie, trust, and influence that would ripple into the Imperial Guards ranks. As Shin laid out the concept, Keian's mind ran wild, weighing pros and cons in rapid succession. But the core question was, would Soul Society allow such a thing to exist? After all, the real rulers of Soul Society were the noble clans. Though Keian himself was a noble, the Shiba family's political weight had long since fallen from grace. In Soul Society, the divide between nobles and commoners was so vast it bordered on biological separation. The academy was essentially the only way for commoners to become Shinigami. Nobles, meanwhile, often had their own private methods of training, even becoming Shinigami without ever setting foot in Shino. How would the great families view this student council? Would it push them to send their own heirs into the academy just to keep up? Or would they stamp it out before it began? The cafeteria buzzed around him, but all sound dulled to white noise as Keian stared at the boy in front of him, eyes flickering with thought. I need time to seriously consider this. Keian finally said. Shin kept smiling. No rush. I'm patient. Keian gave a dry smile. You really do surprise me, kid. Shin said lazily, you might be overthinking it, Vice Captain. It's just a student-run body. It still reports to the academy. Keian didn't comment. Instead, he asked, and in 2 years, when you graduate, will some random low-ranking seat in the 13 court guard squad still satisfy you? You think I'm that greedy? Shin chuckled. I know my own limits. Keian didn't respond. He didn't finish his food either. Soon, he stood and left. A moment later, Hisagi Shu arrived with his tray, sitting opposite Shin. You told him? He's the only one who can help. Shin said, digging into his lunch. Hisagi frowned. I still think you're oversimplifying this. We're just students. You're right. Which is why it should be simple, for us. Let someone else handle the politics. That afternoon was sword art class. Namita Hidezawa, their instructor, had arrived early. He watched the students enter one by one until his eyes locked onto the boy walking beside Hisagi, handsome, sharp-featured, and impossibly laid back. Shin felt a chill down his spine. Why do I feel like something's coming? Hisagi gave him a silent look that said, you're on your own. What did you tell him yesterday? The truth. Vice Captain Matsumoto wanted to see you. Hisagi, you, before they could even sit, Namita's cold voice echoed through the room. Takakawa-kun, care to explain why you skipped class yesterday? The rest of the students were already kneeling in formation, heads turning eagerly to watch the drama unfold. Shin stepped forward with perfect humility and bowed. I'm sorry, Namita-sensei. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have wasted valuable class time. It won't happen again. Namita sneered. And how many times have I heard that exact line? Shin had been obedient his first year. But since his second? Frequent absences. He'd only avoided expulsion because of his talent. This time I really mean it. Namita wasn't buying it. His gaze swept the class. Today's lesson is Shinai sparring drills. Every one of you will face off against Takakawa Shin. Beat him, and I'll add extra points to your end-of-year scores. No limit on how many times you can challenge him. Silence fell like a hammer. Shin suddenly felt 20 pairs of eyes burn holes into his back. This isn't fair. Someone protested. I think it's perfectly fair. Came another voice, Kanisawa, already on her feet, black Shinai in hand. Been a while since we sparred, Takakawa-kun. She said coolly. A Shinai flew his way, tossed by Hisagi, who looked a little too gleeful about it. Shin caught the weapon, exhaled, and resigned himself. All right. Just let a couple of them land hits and throw the match. But then Namita added casually, oh, and Takakawa, if you lose, I'll be deducting marks from your final evaluations. Given how much class you've missed this year, you might just fail. Shin's grip on his Shinai tightened. Son of a. Fine, come on. He stepped into the center of the dojo, ready to fight them all. Namita stood calmly at the edge. The fourth-year curriculum was already done, this wouldn't disrupt anything. And if Shin's level could push the others harder, all the better. But he'd underestimated him. In just over 30 minutes, every single student was flat on the floor. Even Kani and Hisagi hadn't lasted a full minute. Not my fault, Shin thought, sheathing his Shinai. I'd love for you all to get bonus points, but I'm not about to repeat a year. Is the gap really this wide? Namita murmured, staring at the boy in the center of the dojo, his uniform pristine, not a hair out of place. I passed today's lesson, right? Shin smiled. Namita scowled. And you call that a classmate? You didn't hold back at all. I did use the back of the blade. Nobody's bleeding. You dare talk back? Fine. From now on, you run sparring drills for the class. A collective groan erupted from the floor. Come on, sensei. He's the one who messed up, why are we being punished? This is favoritism. After class, Shin was summoned to Namita's office. Everyone in the faculty knew him, Namita's problem child, but also his secret pride. Namita didn't mention the earlier chaos. Why don't you want to graduate this year? Shin paused. Didn't Kani explain? Namita adjusted his glasses. Realizing your weaknesses and wanting more time to grow is admirable. But will one extra year really change your attitude? I'll work hard. I swear. Namita narrowed his eyes. Hisagi and Kani aren't applying either. That's your influence, isn't it? Shin smiled. Sensei, even if they took the exam, what are their chances of passing? Namita fell silent. The graduation exam was brutal. Hisagi and Kani had solid marks, but not a guarantee. And after that came the squad entrance trials. He cared about his students' success. It was why he pushed Shin so hard. Don't blame everything on me, Shin said, relaxed. Each of us can only do what we're capable of. They have their freedom to apply or not. And I have mine. I want to stay in the academy a bit longer, learn more from you. That's not so bad, right? Namita looked through some files, then added, several squads from the Imperial Guards have approached me about you. You're clearly ready. You'll be valued anywhere you go. Every year, top graduates were courted by captains. Shin had even beaten Namita in a sword duel once. His future was all but assured. Shiba Keian talked to you today at lunch. He wants you for Squad 13, doesn't he? Shin nodded. Matsumoto from 10th also offered me a spot, 23rd seat. That sounded about right. Namita asked, so? Which will you choose? Shin grinned. I'd rather stay your student. Namita chuckled, then straightened. Playing hard to get won't serve you. You've got it all wrong. I meant it. Namita stared into his eyes for a long time. He still couldn't read this kid. The graduation exam's optional for 4th years anyway. If that's your decision, then stay. See? You do understand me. 2 days later Shiba Keian returned to Shino and found Shin just after classes ended. You've made up your mind, Vice Captain? I want to hear more. Structure, duties, member roles, have you really thought it through? Shin handed over a file. Keian raised a brow. He took it, didn't open it immediately. When did this idea come to you? A year ago. Shin said. I saw how hard the teachers worked managing us. Figured I'd try and help. Keian smirked. And yet you skip classes? Hey, I had real reasons. My health isn't great, I need extra rest. Keian cut off the back and forth and started flipping through the documents. Detailed breakdowns of roles, chains of command, departmental duties. It was all there. It wasn't some childish pipe dream. It was a complete infrastructure. He actually prepared everything. Keian looked up. He'd seen many geniuses pass through this place, including himself. He'd graduated in a single year and become 3rd seat. Decades ago, Ekamaru Jin had done the same. Compared to them, Shin was merely excellent. What did that title really mean? It guaranteed a head start, a faster rise after becoming a Shinigami. But this student council. What could it give him, if it worked? Keian didn't dare think too far. He'd need to talk to his captain. And to his uncle. He asked one last question. Which squad do you plan to join after graduation? Shin answered slowly, Captain Yukitik's health has always been frail. But Vice Captain Shiba. It'll probably be a long time before you take his place, right? Keian didn't flinch. Shin was right. His own uncle led the 10th. Soul Society wouldn't approve of 2 Shiba captains at the same time. The Central 46 would block it. Even if Keian was more capable, the politics made it nearly impossible. He knew that. He was content with his role, for now. Shin's words said a lot. Squad 13's vice captain slot was full. 3rd seat was his fiancée. At best, Shin could hope for 4th. No wonder he turned down Matsumoto's offer for 23rd. Keian finally spoke. 3rd seat of Squad 10. He looked Shin dead in the eye. Would you accept it? Chapter 4, Rinjaku's test Squad 10 barracks. Captain, you're slacking off again. As Matsumoto Rinjaku stepped into the captain's office, the thick scent of sake hung in the air. Documents lay scattered across the desk, alongside a few untouched snacks and an open bottle of liquor. Squad 10's current captain, Shiba Ishin, was sprawled out snoring beneath the desk. With a sigh, Rinjaku stepped forward and gave his infuriatingly carefree face a few good stops. Ishin groggily opened his eyes to find his stunningly beautiful lieutenant glaring down at him. Rinjaku. Captain, did you finish yesterday's work? Ishin scratched his head as he sat up. Work? What work? Captain. He scrambled to his feet, apologizing as he went, claiming he'd take care of it immediately. Rinjaku heaved another sigh and began cleaning the mess on the desk. She suddenly noticed a stack of unfamiliar documents. What's this? Student council? Ishin shot up and snatched the papers from her hands. Nothing important. Rinjaku narrowed her eyes. Captain, is there something in Squad 10 that your lieutenant isn't allowed to know about? He laughed awkwardly. I told you, it's nothing. Just a small matter. Rinjaku crossed her arms under her ample chest. Whatever. Just get back to your damn paperwork. But instead of filing the papers away, Ishin tucked them into his robes. Something crossed his mind. Hey, what was the name of that student you said you wanted to bring into the squad? Takakawa Shin. Captain, could you please start taking squad affairs more seriously? If all the talent gets recruited by other divisions, no one's going to be left to help me with the workload. Do you plan on working me to death? Takakawa Shin. Ishin repeated the name aloud. Seeing his sudden interest, Rinjaku elaborated, he's from Zaraki district, Rakongai's 80th. I met him during a mission. His spiritual pressure was above average for a civilian, so I recommended him to Shino. Zaraki, huh? Ishin clicked his tongue. He knew exactly what kind of place that was. Rakongai was divided into 80 districts circling Syriite AI. District 1, closest to the center, had good order, livable conditions, and food security. District 80, furthest out, was a land of starvation and bloodshed, where killing was as common as breathing. What kind of person is he? Rinjaku thought a moment. A genius. He's a 4th year now. He scored top marks in all 4 core arts, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido. In his 3rd year, he even defeated his sword art instructor in class. But he's also a slippery one. I offered him a spot in Squad 10, even guaranteed him 23rd seat, and he turned me down. He turned you down? Ishin was stunned. He gave his lieutenant a sidelong glance, as if doubting whether this guy was even a real man. A vein pulsed on Rinjaku's forehead. She knew exactly what that look meant. 23rd seat. Ishin muttered. He suddenly remembered that seat had recently become vacant due to retirement. Too low, maybe? You said it yourself, he's a genius. You know how far geniuses tend to go. We should be offering him a high seat post. High seat officers, ranks 3 through 10, were considered the core operational pillars of any squad. Rinjaku blinked, surprised at Ishin's sudden seriousness. But we have no openings within the top 10 seats. And I checked his academy file, he hasn't even manifested his Zanpakuto yet. Ishin waved that off. The academy only teaches so much. Most Shinigami don't awaken their Zanpakuto until after joining a squad. And didn't you say he's crafty? Are you sure you even know all his cards? Rinjaku hesitated. The final decision was a captain's, after all. So. Which seat? Ishin smirked. Go talk to him again. See what he wants. The academy's on break, right? He should have plenty of free time. After final exams, Shino students who hadn't graduated received a substantial break. Since many came from far-flung Rakongai districts, the school still provided food and lodging for those who chose to stay. Most classrooms and training halls sat unused during this time, available for students to reserve. Any damage done during usage would be logged and billed to the student after graduation. Inside an empty sword art hall, the sound of wood clashing against wood echoed sharply. 2 silhouettes moved in swift tandem, their sparring more akin to a dance of flowing steel. Or at least, it would seem like that, until one looked closer. This wasn't a duel. It was a lesson. Too slow, way too slow, Hisagi. Do you realize how wide open you are? And you've got the nerve to say you stayed behind for my sake? Don't flatter yourself. Hisagi Shuai gritted his teeth, gripping his wooden sword tightly, swinging with all his might, trying, at the very least, to touch his opponent. But his every move was anticipated. Or maybe, the difference in speed and reflexes was just too wide. Every strike of his was intercepted or evaded with ridiculous ease. One more lunge. Missed again. The next instant, the opponent blurred to his side. With a desperate yell, Hisagi swung sideways. Shin didn't dodge. He simply raised his shinai. Clang. The wooden blade vibrated with a clean metallic note. Hisagi's weapon went flying. Pain seared through his hands as he fell back, breathing hard. He sat there, stunned, staring at the floor where his shinai now rested. Shin calmly walked over, picked up a water jug, and tossed it to him. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, Hisagi's breathing evened out. He looked up to see Shin casually spinning his shinai between his fingers. I regret staying here over the break. Hisagi muttered. Shin grinned. You're the one who asked me to train with you. What, can handle a little loss? Hisagi didn't respond. Losing to Shin wasn't shameful. He'd never once beaten him. What was shameful was the feeling that no matter how much he trained, he could never catch up. Not even close. He didn't even know where Shin's limits lay. Just how strong are you? Shin replied with a smile. Saying it out loud ruins the mystery. Figure it out yourself. If you ever push me to go all out, I'll be impressed, and I'll give you a genuine compliment. Just then, a slow clap echoed through the silent dojo. What a cool line. Neither of them had noticed the door open. A figure leaned lazily against the frame, bathed in warm sunlight. Her golden hair glimmered like silk, cascading down over broad shoulders and curves that could have been chiseled by a master sculptor. Her black shiakusho parted in a plunging V, revealing confidence and strength wrapped in undeniable beauty. Her face held a faint, knowing smirk. Matsumoto-san. Recognizing her, Hisagi bolted upright. Lieutenant Matsumoto. Since when was she standing there? Did she see me get wrecked like that? A storm of panicked thoughts filled his head. Then he suddenly realized something else. She's here for him, isn't she? Matsumoto stepped inside and removed her sandals. Her Division 10 Vice Captain's badge gleamed on her sleeve. A dark crimson sheathed Zanpakuto rested at her hip. What brings you to Shino today, Miss Rinjaku? Shin asked, surprised. It had been a month since they last saw each other. His past month had been peaceful. He passed his fourth-year exams without issue. And yet, who knew what wheels had been turning behind the scenes? Just wandering around. Rinjaku said, eyes gleaming as they locked on him. One hand slowly rested on the hilt of her sword. I saw you two sparring. Got me a little itchy to move myself. How about a round with me? Hisagi gulped audibly, stepping back instinctively. Does she want to test his real strength? Shin chuckled. You've got to be joking, Miss Rinjaku. You're Squad 10's lieutenant. I'm just a student. That's bullying. But Rinjaku didn't give him the chance to decline. Her sword flashed out, held reversed across her body. Just a friendly match. It's not every day you get to spar with a vice captain, Shin-kun. Don't waste the opportunity. Before he could respond, she vanished. Clang. Steel met steel. Hisagi hadn't even seen her move, only heard the collision of blades. He backed up, giving them space. Rinjaku smiled. Not bad. She flipped back lightly, landing 3 meters away, eyes fixed on Shin. Ready? Here I come. Shin sighed inwardly. There was no way out now. He raised his shine eye. It wasn't hard to guess what this was about. Keion had asked him if he'd accept Squad 10's third seat. Squad 10's captain was Shiba Ishin, Keion's uncle. Rinjaku was the vice captain. This was a test. No matter how brilliant someone's mind was, in the end, strength was the backbone of any Shinigami's worth. Shin's intellect might be hard to measure. But his power? That could be confirmed in moments. His blade shimmered, white light flashing as it met Rinjaku's thrust dead on, without him moving an inch. Rinjaku's gaze sharpened. Fast reflexes. Her feet slid subtly across the floor as she repositioned, blades sweeping low with practiced force. Again, their swords clashed. Clang. It wasn't strange to have a strike blocked, but Rinjaku felt something was off. She was the vice captain of Squad 10. She'd been a Shinigami for decades. Her spiritual pressure, speed, and physical power should far surpass any academy student. Shin's only edge was technique. She didn't believe it. With a sharp pivot, she brought her blade down in a heavy arc. This time, Shin didn't block. He stepped back precisely 2 steps, just far enough. Rinjaku halted. She didn't pursue. Her eyes flickered. He's figured me out. Then she grinned. If you're really that skilled, why hold back? She'd sensed it. As a seasoned warrior, she knew when something was off. Her speed was higher, and yet he was always a beat ahead. He saw right through her. Shin smiled faintly. If you manage to make me fight seriously, Miss Rinjaku, I'll give you a sincere compliment. Her eyes narrowed. Arrogant. She struck again, faster this time, blade sweeping with deadly precision toward his chest. There was no way he could predict it. Not this time. Even if he somehow saw it coming, he shouldn't have the speed to react. He was just a student. She was a vice captain. And she'd even used a fraction of real power this time, frustrated from his previous rejections and her own stung pride. Yet. Clang. Her Zanpakuto met his again, her sight momentarily eclipsed by the narrow blade. On its mirrored surface, she saw her own surprised face. Behind it, the boy's mouth curled in a subtle smirk. His voice was slow, easygoing, unconcerned. I've read you, Miss Rinjaku. Chapter 5, The Slippery One. Matsumoto. Rinjaku's eyes narrowed in silence. She slashed again, blade flashing in a whirlwind of cuts, each arc fierce and deceptive, impossible to tell which were feints and which were real. Shin met every strike with perfect timing, intercepting each blow cleanly. Sparks danced between steel like fireworks in bloom. To anyone watching, it looked like Rinjaku had him on the defensive, but she knew better. Her relentless offense wasn't breaking through, and worse, she couldn't stop. She was being baited. He wasn't countering, but he was controlling the pace. Has he seen through every one of my strikes? But he's not fast enough to fight back, he can only defend. So what if I stop attacking? Gritting her teeth, Rinjaku suddenly withdrew. In that precise instant, a flash of silver split the space between them. A humble shine eye thrust forward, not with brute force, but with angle, its trajectory passing a hair's breadth from her cheek. Did he miss? Or did she just barely dodge it? Her breath caught. She stared at the blade, and the golden strand of hair now resting atop it. Swallowing hard, Rinjaku froze. Shin lowered his sword and took a step back. "Miss Rinjaku?" She didn't reply, still shaken from that final thrust. Hisagi Shuai had seen it all. To him, it looked like Rinjaku had been in control the entire time, until she suddenly lost. Did she lose? No way. Rinjaku exhaled long and slow, finally sheathing her Zanpakuto. "Was that how you beat your sword art instructor too?" she asked. Shin replied casually, "Namita-sensei's way weaker than you." That duel had used wooden swords. Shin had cleaved his teacher's weapon in half. Rinjaku let out a laugh, one that felt strange, even to her. It wasn't really amusement. It was confusion. She didn't know what other expression to make. "That's it? I lost? A vice captain? Defeated by a student who hadn't even graduated? No, not defeated. Just in swordsmanship. Let's call it that." Even telling herself that, Rinjaku struggled to accept it. She remembered the first time she saw him, in a shattered ruin in Zaraki district. A scrawny boy with a blade in hand, corpses at his feet. She'd forgotten that moment. "He's not just slippery. I came here for a reason." Rinjaku finally got back to the point. She glanced sideways at Hisagi. "I'll get going," he said quickly. "You two talk." The dojo fell silent again. Shin took a long drink from the water jug. Rinjaku took a breath, then asked, "Did Vice Captain Shiba from Squad 13 invite you too?" "Yeah." "How high did he offer?" Shin tilted his head. "Miss Rinjaku, you flatter me too much. Squad 13 seated officer posts aren't exactly lying around like cabbages." Rinjaku thought, so the little brat does know his own worth. "So? Which squad are you aiming for?" Shin replied lazily, "Haven't decided. I've still got time before I graduate." "No rush." Rinjaku then said, "If you join Squad 10, you'll start as a seated officer. The exact rank depends on your capabilities." Shin gave her a boyish grin. "Miss Rinjaku, you're always so good to me. But that's still a long way off. I'll think about it after graduation." Rinjaku's jaw clenched. She'd come with a real offer, one with weight, and he'd brushed it aside like it was nothing. Does he really think he's some untouchable prodigy? Then again, after seeing that swordplay, Squad 10 handled patrols and policing. The job wasn't dangerous, but it was busy, and her captain was chronically lazy. Most of the squad's workload fell on her shoulders. She desperately needed someone reliable. Based on what she'd seen, Takakawa Shin could handle a high-seated position right out of the gate. Even if he started at 10th seat, with his talent, he'd rise fast. 3rd seat, right under her, wasn't far off. Thinking back to her captain's words, she sighed and relented. "Why don't you name your price? What seat would you accept?" Seeing how far she was willing to go, Shin felt he shouldn't keep pushing the line. "Miss Rinjaku," he said, "I'll give Squad 10 priority consideration after graduation. Vice Captain Shiba already asked me to, but I told him I won't be joining Squad 13. Rinjaku narrowed her eyes. "Seriously?" "Seriously." Shin nodded solemnly. Then smiled. "I want to see Miss Rinjaku every day, after all." Rinjaku rolled her eyes, sweeping a lock of hair behind her ear. She thought about that golden strand he'd sliced off earlier. Shame. I couldn't get him to show his true strength. She wasn't about to go all out against a student, not even one like him. After a bit more idle chatter, Rinjaku left the academy and returned to Squad 10 to report in. "That kid really is slippery," said Shiba Ishin, laughing heartily after hearing Rinjaku's report. "No wonder he came up with something like that. He's no pushover. But Rinjaku, if you're hoping he'll become your right hand and lighten your workload, don't hold your breath." Rinjaku pouted, ready to snap back, then paused. "Wait. I never said anything about him becoming 3rd seat. Captain, what idea are you talking about?" Ishin smirked. "What else? Aside from 3rd seat, what else could we offer him that'd be worth it? And honestly, he might not even want that." "Don't be ridiculous." Rinjaku scoffed. "He wouldn't be aiming for lieutenant, would he? No one graduates and becomes a vice captain right away. Even if they're strong enough, they don't know the first thing about handling squad affairs. Didn't your nephew start from 3rd seat too?" Ishin chuckled. Before Keian, no one expected anyone to become 3rd seat fresh out of the academy either. That's what makes a genius, they do the things normal people don't even dream of. Rinjaku frowned, falling silent. Ishin continued, "Anyway, leave it be for now. If Takakawa Shin wants to come to Squad 10, he will. If he doesn't, no point forcing it. Thanks for your effort, Rinjaku." But she wasn't convinced. "No, Captain. You're hiding something from me." Ishin gave her a casual shake of the head. "There's something I can't talk about yet." But you'll know soon enough. Rangeko left with more questions than answers. She had the nagging feeling something had already happened between her captain and Takakawa Shin, something she didn't know about. But when could they have met? That kid. Just what did he do? Chapter 6, the first student council president. The days of vacation were quiet, so quiet they bordered on suffocating. With nothing else to do, Shin trained. And trained. And trained. Hisagi sparred with him almost daily, only to lose each time. Though he often complained, saying he'd had enough, the number of rematches never seemed to drop. Spiritual pressure level, LV.14's unpacked awakening progress, 7% spiritual power reserves, 20%, self-training had become painfully slow. It had taken Shin half a year just to level up once. Still, if he could keep improving steadily every 6 months, he'd eventually reach the top. A few decades, he could wait. But he remembered, when he first began. He'd gained levels in days. Progress would only get harder. And then, as the dull vacation drew to its close, a summons finally arrived from the upper echelons of Shino Academy. It was Namita Hidezawa himself who came to fetch him, leading him all the way to the headmaster's office. Namita said little along the way, but there was something strange in his eyes. As if even he didn't know why this was happening, just that he'd been told to bring Shin. Go on. The headmaster is waiting. Knock. Knock. Enter. Came a voice, clear and commanding from within. Shin opened the door. And stopped. More than just the headmaster was present. He recognized them all. Headmaster Sakubai Jinjo, the stern, white-haired patriarch of Shino. Captain Shiba Ishin of Squad 10. Captain Yukitik Joshiro and Vice Captain Shiba Keian of Squad 13. And one other, an unfamiliar middle-aged man dressed in resplendent robes, neither Shyakusho nor Hori, face solemn and unreadable. A noble, clearly. This was no small audience. Shin's expression remained composed. He stepped in and bowed deeply. You're Takakawa Shin? Asked Shin first, his tone friendly, eyes scanning Shin with interest. Student Takakawa. Said Headmaster Jinjo, voice low but powerful. You must have some idea why we've called you here. Shin paused. Is it about the student council? Jinjo, dressed in flowing formal kimono, had a face carved by years of discipline. No warmth lingered there, only gravitas. When did this idea first occur to you? A year ago. And why? I noticed the teachers often handled too many small administrative burdens themselves. Class reps help, yes, but 1 or 2 students can only do so much. That's when the idea came to me. That's all. Jinjo pressed. From what I've seen, your student council proposal is remarkably thorough. It looks ready to be implemented immediately. Shin replied, if an idea's worth having, it's worth executing. I spent the past year refining it, so that if it were approved, it could start without delay. That's also in line with the whole point, lightening the burden on our instructors. He knew Jinjo's question had a deeper meaning, but that was all he could say. There was no denying the benefit of the student council. No matter how it might be viewed politically, its function was simple and vital, easing the load on staff. Students who served on the council would also graduate with real-world experience in leadership and administration. A system like that could only benefit both academy and students alike. The higher-ups had all reviewed his profile, a civilian from Zaraki district of Rakongai. Just surviving there was impressive. I paid that region no attention unless Hollows stirred up trouble. Otherwise, it was forgotten. You came prepared. Jinjo said. It was unclear whether he meant the proposal, or something more. Shin's academic scores already qualified him to graduate, yet he'd stayed behind. He'd never submitted his proposal through school channels. Instead, he'd gone to Shiba Keian, vice captain of Squad 13. Headmaster Jinjo had only heard of it through Captain Yukitek, and by then, it was already in discussion. He'd been summoned to a Central 46 meeting, called specifically to review Shin's proposal. The plan passed by majority vote. Jinjo, the headmaster of Shino, had been the last to know. He'd interrogated Namita afterward, only to be met with the same confusion. That was when Jinjo realized, Takakawa Shin wasn't ordinary. He understood how the higher tiers of Soul Society functioned. Of those present, Captain Shiba Ishin had volunteered to attend this meeting. The unfamiliar man was a current Central 46 counselor, from the noble Kasagori clan. Do you have any thoughts about how the student council should recruit members? That part hadn't been included in Shin's documents, nor had any bylaws or code of conduct. Shin said, selection from current students, based on interviews. Academic performance is secondary, what matters most is their administrative and organizational ability. No. The interruption was curt, and came from the nobleman. Grades are paramount. If a student cannot maintain basic performance, they won't succeed as a Shinigami. That should be the baseline. Shin chose not to argue. Jinjo interjected, the standards and bylaws will be determined by us. That includes the duties, the internal structure, and recruitment metrics. Now, one final question. Takakawa Shin, do you wish to become the first president of the student council? It was obvious. That had always been his aim. Jinjo knew it. He had taken the long way around, through Vice Captain Keian, then Captain Yukitik and Captain Ishin, all to bring this to the attention of Central 46. Had he gone through the school directly, the position would never have gone to him. But his records spoke for themselves. Skipping class aside, his performance and aptitude were flawless. Captain Yukitik, though not from noble blood, had held his position for centuries. He was taught by the captain commander himself. Captain Ishin was of the Shiba clan. Keian's talent was already well known. And this boy? Facing the varying gazes from the assembled, Shin did not waver. A confident smile played across his lips. I'm confident I can fulfill this role. Chapter 7, Use Titles While on Duty. Typically, only teachers and incoming first years were present at the event. But right now, Shin was standing among the faculty, right beside Namita Hidezawa. On stage, Headmaster Sakubai Jinjo addressed the crowd of wide-eyed new students. His speech was textbook, encouragement to study hard, grow in discipline, and strive toward becoming excellent Shinigami. Shin stood idly, eyes drifting, thoughts elsewhere. Namita gave him a discreet kick in the shin to keep him focused. The first years were brimming with excitement, eager for the future that awaited them at the academy. The headmaster's words clearly had their intended effect. And now, let's welcome our student representative, president of the student council, 5th year Takakawa Shin, to deliver a few words. Never before had Shino Academy invited a student to speak during an entrance ceremony. Hearing his name, Shin roused himself, casually smoothing out his lazy expression, and strode up to the podium. The ceremony hall was massive. Hundreds of new students stood below him, all whispering in curiosity about this so-called student council. And the one called Takakawa Shin. He had a prepared speech, of course, written by the faculty. It mostly welcomed new students and explained the role of the student council. Shin followed the script without any tricks or antics, delivered it properly, and then stepped down. After the ceremony, as he was about to return to his dorm, someone stopped him. And you are? The speaker was another student, dressed in the white uniform of upperclassmen, but Shin didn't recognize him. Kasagori Misagro. The boy said blandly. Shin thought for a moment, then smiled. Ah, it's you. First time we've met, huh? This was the one appointed from above as vice president of the student council, a 6th year from the Kasagori noble clan of Siriite Ai. It was his sudden appointment that had crushed Shin's original plan, to give Hisagi the VP role. I've heard a lot about you. Kasagori said. Shin scratched his chin. Am I that famous already? The Kasagori were a high-ranking noble house in Siriite Ai, just a step below the true greats like the Kuachiki or Shioin. But tradition had it that only women could lead the family, the men held less power within the household. Mitsugro frowned. I reviewed the appointments you made within the student council. You've stuffed the departments with your friends, haven't you? Shin shrugged. I wouldn't say stuffed. Just 2 of them. Per the official decision, the student council was divided into 7 departments. The Executive Council, Academic Affairs, Organizational Planning, Disciplinary Oversight, Arts and Culture, Public Relations, Finance. Shiba Keian had been assigned the role of honorary president. What Kasagori was referring to were the 2 major posts Shin had filled himself, Hisagi Shuai as head of organizational planning, and Kanisawa as head of disciplinary oversight. Both key positions. Mitsugro's frown deepened. Why didn't you consult me before making those decisions? Shin looked innocent. We're meeting for the first time today, aren't we? Before this, I had no idea where to find you. Besides, we started building the council half a month before the entrance ceremony. Didn't see you lifting a finger back then. He was clearly implying, you're the one who came out of nowhere. Mitsugro's face darkened. His family had suddenly informed him he'd be serving as vice president. Upon hearing the council president was Takakawa Shin, his confusion and disbelief had only grown. A guy from Zaraki, the worst district of Rakongai. Word around the academy was that he skipped class constantly. How could someone like that become president? And now he's supposed to be my superior? I believe your appointments were purely personal. I don't approve. Mitsugro said. Shin countered, do you know anything about the 2 of them? I'm a year above you. You should call me senpai. Shin grinned. We're discussing council operations, aren't we? When on duty, use the correct title. You should be calling me president. You. What surprised Shin was that Mitsugro held it in. President. Mitsugro finally said, forced calm in his voice. I believe we should revisit the appointments for organizational and disciplinary departments. As vice president, I have the right to participate in candidate selection. His shift in tone caught Shin off guard, and bored him. What happened to the whole snooty noble looks down on commoner act? If you feel my choices are inappropriate. Shin replied, you're welcome to assess them yourself before deciding if they're fit for the role. I will. Mitsugro said seriously. Just don't abuse your authority for personal gain. Shin waved him off and walked away, feeling a little less contempt for the guy than before. Abuse authority for personal gain? Huh? If he couldn't benefit the people closest to him, what was the point of being president? Besides, he had full confidence in Hisagi and Kanizawa's qualifications. All around campus, new faces moved about. The air they carried was different, fresh, energetic, curious about everything. He had been like that too, once. Cherry blossoms danced on the breeze, scenting the air with a soft floral fragrance. Shin savored the stillness of it all. If not for what he knew about the future, he might have been happy spending his whole life here. Just another student, forever. Before the new semester began, the student council had already recruited several members from the upperclassmen, forming a basic core. And to be honest, most of them weren't chosen by Shin. Besides Hisagi and Kanizawa, nearly every department head was a noble. That didn't bother him. To Shin, the council was just a tool. There was little else he could do at this point. Mitsugro, well, who knew what the council would become in the years to come? At the central plaza, announcement boards had been set up, drawing clusters of new students. They displayed information about the student council, seeking first years to join. Shin passed by with a glance, and then stopped cold. Rukia affection level, 7+1 to spiritual pressure level and Zunpato unlock progress for every 10 affection points. Full affection unlocks Grand Slam reward eligible for Shinigami Bond, unlocks third tier reward. Chapter 8, Rukia and Renji. Rukia, what are you looking at? A red-haired boy with a wild, eye-catching hairstyle shoved through the crowd and stepped beside his companion, also turning his eyes toward the bulletin board. They mentioned it during the ceremony. The student council. Beside him stood a petite, striking girl with short black hair that curled upward at the ends. Her deep violet eyes were fixed on the notice, her expression contemplative. Huh? You thinking about joining the student council? Renji asked. I haven't really thought about it. Just looking. Well, if you're joining, I'll join too. It's not that simple. They said there'd be a screening process. Renji just shrugged with confidence. Come on, we'll pass for sure. As the two chatted, a tall figure stepped in front of them. Are the two of you first years interested in joining the student council? The man was towering, with a remarkably long face and nearly shut squinty eyes. His odd appearance made an immediate impression. I'm Oka, 5th year. If you'd like to apply, I'll need your names. He was already flipping open a roster without waiting for consent. Renji grinned brightly. I'm Ibarai Renji. She's Rukia. Renji, you. Rukia wasn't ready. She didn't even know what the student council was. She'd only come over out of curiosity after seeing the crowd. Aoka jotted their names down and asked, which classes? I'm in Class A, she's Class B. At that, Aoka's pen paused for just a moment. Without a word, he scribbled lower tier beside Rukia's name and upper tier next to Renji's. Class A in every year was the elite section, students with the highest spiritual pressure upon admission. There were no grades yet, but that alone spoke volumes. The council selection criteria were already decided. Those with outstanding performance were given priority. That wasn't Shin's doing, it was a decision made at higher levels, along with all other regulations for the council. The written exam will be held in 3 days. If you pass, you move on to the interview. Clear that, and you'll be accepted. So much hassle. Renji grumbled. Excellence must be proven. Aoka replied with a smile. After they walked away from the crowd, Rukia immediately started scolding him. Idiot. I told you I wasn't sure yet. Why'd you sign me up? Renji scratched his head. Don't overthink it. If you're interested, just go for it. I saw tons of other first years already signed up. She muttered. The competition's gonna be brutal. I'll probably get cut early. They didn't seem all that impressive to me. We'll be fine. Rukia said nothing. Being placed in Class B meant her starting spiritual pressure and potential were lower than Renji's. She didn't even know how this council was going to evaluate anyone. Shino Academy had designated a spacious classroom as the official headquarters of the student council. They clearly took it seriously, every facility and condition was top tier. For example, the chair Shin was currently lounging in, and the expensive wooden desk in front of him. When Kasagori Mitsugro entered the room, his face darkened at the sight of President Takakawa Shin with his feet up on the desk like some delinquent. Yo, Mitsugro. Shin greeted him cheerfully, all smiles. Mitsugro's face remained stoic as he approached. Much of the furniture in this room had been sponsored by his noble family, including that desk, which he had personally selected. Barely restraining his anger, he said through gritted teeth, to Kakawa Shin, "You have no dignity as a president. You're utterly unrefined." Shin tilted his head and smirked. "Well, what can I say? I am the president. You." Mitsuguro's breath caught in his throat. Only then did Shin slowly lower his legs, grinning. "Man, the Kasagori really are rich. It's great having you as my vice president. I'll be counting on you to keep the council funded." Mitsuguro merely scoffed. The wealth Shin referred to was just the office furniture, but the Kasagori were an upper Siriite Ai noble clan, masters of weapon forging techniques, just beneath the four great houses. Shin could barely comprehend their influence. Mitsuguro placed a thick file down on the desk. "I just retrieved the application files of all the new first years." "That many?" Shin whistled. "Most of them signed up to join the council." Shin casually flipped through the pages. He noticed the files had been sorted, one pile set aside from the others. "These are all the Class A students. We'll only be selecting candidates from this group," Mitsuguro stated. Shin wordlessly removed the paperclip separating the piles, mixing all the files together. "What are you doing?" Mitsuguro frowned. Shin leaned back and asked, "You know what'll happen if all the first-year council members are from Class A? What's your point? If we do that, the council will become a privileged elite group, set above the rest of the students." Mitsuguro didn't answer. "There aren't that many in Class A to begin with. If most of them join, then what does Class A become? You're well aware of the council's recruitment standards." "I am. But who's to say which first years are truly the best yet? You know Class A sees the most reshuffling in second year. If you're set on this, I'll report it to the headmaster." Shin chuckled. "The headmaster's busy. No need to bother him with this. I've already decided. If the Class A kids are good enough, they'll pass the tests like anyone else." Mitsuguro didn't argue further. After a moment, he turned to leave. "Also, don't put your feet on the desk again. It's disgraceful." After he left, Shin continued flipping through the files. He knew, if Mitsuguro truly held deep bias, he wouldn't have brought files for the non-A students at all. Not a bad guy. And very rich. Besides Rukia and Ranji, whom Shin had already seen at the plaza, he also spotted two more familiar names among the first years. Hinamari Momo. Kira Izuru. Both were in Class A. Their profiles listed their origins in mid-ranking districts of Rakongai. Shin's eyes lingered on their files. His fingers lightly stroked the paper. Then the door opened. Hisagi Shuai and Kanisawa walked in. "You sure look relaxed." Hisagi eyed Shin's leg-stretching posture and instantly felt a pang of irritation. "Who said I'm relaxing? I'm working." Shin replied, gesturing at the mountain of files. The two approached the desk and saw the pile. Hisagi's eyes widened. "All these applied to the council?" "Yep. This'll take forever to interview." Kanisawa, "Ever come," said, "will eliminate 90% in the written exam." Hisagi gawked. "That much? Fierce competition." Shin said. "These kids are fresh off the boat. Everything excites them." He put down the file and stretched. Kanisawa, meanwhile, noticed the top file on the stack featured a girl's photo. Round cheeks, cute face, hair in a tidy bun. She glanced at Shin and said dryly, "She's kinda cute." Shin immediately nodded, stroking his chin. "Right? I thought so too. I happen to need an assistant." Hisagi gave him a blank stare. 3 days later, the written exam. Due to the sheer number of applicants, they used a large lecture hall for the test. Since the students had just entered, the test didn't cover advanced subjects. Instead, it focused on critical thinking and hypothetical scenarios. No right answers, just judgment calls. One question stood out: have you received any spiritual pressure training before enrollment? If yes, turn to page 2. If no, leave it blank. No penalty for blank. Wrong answers will result in deduction. Correct answers will not add points. After grading, over 90% of applicants were immediately cut. One of them was a Barai Renji. Hisagi had graded his exam. Q, you are placed into a squad different from your preferred choice. What do you do? Renji's answer: I'll apply to transfer squads. Q, you've remained an unseated officer for 10 years. Discuss your thoughts and course of action. Renji's answer: no way I'd go 10 years without getting seated. Q, a friend tells you your superior is taking bribes and abusing authority. What do you do? Renji's answer: report him. Chapter 9, Interviewing Hinamori. The results of the written exam were posted on a large board in the Shino Academy Plaza. Barely a few dozen names made the list. A sea of students crowded forward to check, some disappointed, some elated, others beating their chests in frustration. Petite as she was, Rukia couldn't push through the crowd. She had to shout toward Ranji, who was standing closer. Renji, What does it say? Rukia. Your name's on the list, you passed. Renji turned around with a wide, joyful grin. Rukia's heart instantly lightened. She smiled back in relief. And what about you? Renji didn't answer. He was still scanning the list top to bottom, his eyes wide, going over it again. And no way. He murmured, realization dawning. Once they'd moved away from the crowd, Rukia asked again, what about you? You passed too, right? Renji scratched his head. No. My name's not on it. Rukia blinked, her faint smile fading. She pressed her lips together. I see. She quickly tried to cheer him up. Renji, it's nothing to be discouraged about. The exam questions were weird, and besides, we're still students, learning to become Shinigami is the real focus here. You made it into class already, that alone says a lot. Renji shrugged like he didn't care, then grinned and gave her shoulders an encouraging squeeze. It's fine. What matters is you made it. You've got the interview next, go all out. Rukia hesitated. Actually, I'm not even sure I want to join the student council. What are you talking about? Renji cut in. They had tons of applicants, and only a handful made it past the first round. That means the student council's legit, they're looking for real talent. Rukia, don't throw away this chance. Rukia stared into his eyes. Sincere. Encouraging. She gave a small nod. The day after the results, the interviews began. With only a few dozen applicants left, the workload wasn't too heavy. Shin, Kasagori Misagro, and the heads of each department were all present. They had commandeered 2 adjacent classrooms, one for conducting interviews, the other as a waiting room. Hello. Rukia, waiting alone in the room, looked up at the voice. It was a girl about her age, hair tied into a neat bun, her features bright and sweet. Hi. Rukia stood and returned the greeting. I'm Hinamori Momo. Don't think we've met before, we must be from different classes? The girl smiled warmly and easily. I'm Rukia, from Class B. But Momo showed no hint of disdain. Her friendly smile stayed in place. I see. I'm in Class A. I have no idea what the interview's gonna be like. The written test was tricky enough, I didn't think I'd even pass. She struck up a natural conversation. There weren't many girls among the applicants, and Rukia just looked like the most approachable one. I didn't think I'd pass either. Rukia replied. So what did you write for that question, you know, the one about getting assigned to a squad you didn't want? Rukia thought a moment. I wrote that it doesn't matter. Any squad is fine. Really? Momo tilted her head. Would that answer be acceptable? What about you, Momo? Momo sighed. I wrote a whole essay. Something like, if I didn't get into my preferred squad, I'd believe the higher-ups made that decision for a reason. I'd reassess my strengths and weaknesses and do my best in the squad I was placed in. It was probably too much. Rukia quickly shook her head. Not at all. I think that's a thoughtful answer. I couldn't have written something like that. She remembered talking with Renji after the exam, his answers had been very short. He didn't even seem upset to be cut. Hinamori Momo, Class A. A senior student called from the classroom door. Momo stood up. That's me. Good luck. Rukia said. As Momo stepped out, she saw a senior at the door to the interview room chatting with a blonde male student. Congrats on making it into the council, Kira. Seems like the president really favors you. So he passed too. Another Class A student, probably. Momo thought he looked familiar, but it was still early in the semester, she hadn't learned everyone's face yet. They passed each other in the hall, and Momo paused outside the interview room. She took a deep breath and entered. The room was quiet and spacious. A row of desks was arranged at the front, probably the council leadership. In the center sat a boy she recognized from the entrance ceremony, Takakawa Shin, the president. Across from them stood a single, lonely desk. Momo stepped up. There was a sheet of paper on it, similar to the written test, with a few questions printed. Before she could study them, someone from the panel spoke. Hello, Hinamori. Please introduce yourself, tell us about your strengths, interests, and which department you'd prefer to join in the council. Being the first student council recruitment ever, there was no precedent to go by. Momo had spent all night wondering what kinds of questions they'd ask. With so many eyes on her now, nerves kicked in. She felt her breath catch. After a pause, she bowed stiffly. I'm Hinamori Momo, Class A, first year. Her introduction was plain. A little dry. She said she liked reading, studying, and hoped to make friends during her time at the academy. As for department preference, any was fine. After finishing, she felt her answer had been underwhelming. Don't be nervous. It was Shin, smiling softly from the center seat. Everyone here is still a student, just a few years ahead of you. This is just so we can get to know you, nothing to worry about. So that was the president. Momo looked at his kind expression. He was unexpectedly easy to talk to, and it calmed her a little. Kanizawa shot a sideways glance at Shin. Hisagi Shuai followed up, "You'll see 3 questions in front of you. You have 3 minutes to read and prepare. If you're ready sooner, feel free to begin." Momo nodded and looked down at the paper. 1. During a soul burial internship in a human world, you encounter a Minnows Grand. Your upperclassman tells you to run while they stay behind to hold it off. What do you do? 2. You are a member of the newly formed student council. Many students at the academy think the council is useless. What would you do to change their opinion? 3. You're the head of the finance department. A holiday is approaching. The public relations department asks for funds to host a campus-wide event. At the same time, academy leadership requests money to buy gifts for all teachers. You can only fund one. What's your decision? Momo felt her head spin. Each question trickier than the last. She thought again of the blonde boy she'd passed earlier. How had he answered? These weren't the kind of questions with correct answers. Everything depended on reasoning and logic. Momo took a deep breath and focused. I'm ready. She didn't wait for the 3 minutes. Sweeping her gaze across the interviewers, she reminded herself, they're just students too. But I can't take any of them lightly. That boy, the president, had spoken at the entrance ceremony, right after the headmaster. He clearly wasn't ordinary. And the person beside him had the refined air of a noble. These were tricky questions, but that only made her more certain, joining the council wasn't just some casual student club. Hisagi Shuai spoke up again. Please answer the first question. Chapter 10, Shinigami Keystone, Binding 10th Division Barracks. These are the questions used for the student council recruitment exams? Shiba Ishin stared in surprise at the 2 sheets of paper handed to him by Keian. Where did you get these? I asked for them directly. I am the honorary president, after all. Keian replied with a cheerful smile. Once Ishin had finished reading through the questions, he couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. Who came up with these? That Takakawa Shin kid? That's right. Interesting. This is really interesting. Ha ha ha. Ishin burst out laughing, loud and unrestrained. The sound drew Matsumoto Rinjaku from the next room. Captain, what's got you so happy? Oh, Rinjaku. Keian greeted her casually. Ishin waved her over. Take a look at these questions. After reading through them, Rinjaku's expression shifted to one of surprise. These are. Even I wouldn't be sure how to answer some of these. Ishin chuckled. That Takakawa kid's got some nerve. What's he trying to test here? Their moral character? Keian said, the upper management at Shino Academy agreed the council should prioritize grades as the main metric. But because recruitment was scheduled right at the beginning of the semester, the freshmen didn't have any grades to reference yet. That gave Shin an opening to implement his own system. Ishin rubbed his chin in thought. I've got a feeling that kid has bigger ambitions than we think. Keian asked, about what I mentioned before, offering him 3rd seat. Did you talk to him? 3rd seat? Rinjaku interjected in shock. You're offering him 3rd seat directly? Keian chuckled. What's wrong with 3rd seat? I started at 3rd seat too. And you, Captain? Rinjaku turned to Ishin. You agreed to this? Ishin sighed. Whether I agree or not doesn't matter. The real question is, does he want it? Keian frowned. What do you mean? He didn't accept. Even 3rd seat of the 10th division isn't good enough for him? What is he after? The student council interviews continued. After some consideration, Hinamori Momo answered the first question. I would do my utmost to flee the scene and immediately seek reinforcements. None of the interviewers reacted strongly. Many had given similar answers to that question. Hisagi Shuai followed up. Explain your reasoning. Hinamori replied clearly, since the threat is a Minnows Grand, it's not something a Shino student like myself could possibly withstand. Staying would only hinder my senior and likely lead to everyone's deaths. Escaping to Alert Soul Society would be the wisest course of action, and I'd honor my senior's sacrifice by ensuring their efforts weren't in vain. As she finished, she noticed all the council officers scribbling notes in their booklets, each expression unreadable. Her heart raced. Still, it was the most logical answer she could give. She glanced toward the center seat, the president. He hadn't written anything down. He simply looked at her, that faint, knowing smile on his lips. The reason for his smile? Hinamori Momo affection, 27 + 1 spiritual pressure level and +1% Zanpakuto unlock progress for every 10 points unlock home run bonus at 90 affection eligible for Shinigami Keystone Binding, bind to unlock 3rd reward. He glanced at his own stats, spiritual pressure level, LV16 Zanpakuto unlock progress, 9% when he first met Matsumoto Rinjaku. Her affection had also skyrocketed in the early days. But Hinamori. This was their first real encounter, and already he'd gained 2 levels and Zanpakuto progress from her alone. It was hard not to be in a good mood. You answered very well, Shin said with a gentle smile, glancing at the others. What do you all think? The officers paused, eyes turning toward her. Hisagi seemed a little exasperated. Momo's answer had been textbook, it wasn't anything special. Was Shin already smitten? Momo, hearing the compliment, lit up with delight and bowed. Thank you very much. The president is so kind. Affection, 31, TCH. Shin's smile widened. Let's continue. Next, said Hisagi, please answer the second question. Momo took a deep breath and continued the interview. The remaining 2 questions went smoothly. Encouraged by Shin's praise, she no longer felt so nervous, her answers flowed more easily. When it was done, she stood there nervously waiting for their verdict. She felt confident in her answers, and the president had even praised her, but she still held her breath. Hisagi finally spoke, after our collective evaluation, congratulations, Hinamori. You've passed the interview. Please report to the student council headquarters at 7 a.m. tomorrow for your department assignment. Momo beamed, bowing multiple times. Thank you, everyone. Shin smiled. Welcome aboard. You're dismissed. Yes. Thank you, President. Affection, 37, it's rising fast. In all Shin's time at the academy, only Rangekku had ever triggered the system's affection feature. Now Momo had done it in one sitting. President, you seem quite taken with her. Came an oddly toned comment from the usually silent Kasagori Mitsuguro. Shin didn't bother denying it. She's adorable, who wouldn't like her? What, Mitsuguro, you don't? Kasagori said nothing. Next up. Hisagi read the paper, from Class B, Kuachiki Rukia. Bring her in. Momo, just outside the room, didn't leave right away. Instead, she dashed back to the waiting classroom. Rukia. I passed. Rukia blinked, then gave her a small smile. Really? Congratulations, Momo. Can I just call you Rukia? Of course. Then you can call me Momo. I know you'll pass too, then we'll be council members together. Rukia's smile stiffened slightly. She couldn't bring herself to share in Momo's excitement. The interview was next, and her nerves were mounting. Right then, a council member at the door called her name. Here. Good luck, Rukia. Thanks. Her heart thundered in her chest as she walked toward the interview room. Inside, Shin sat relaxed, his eyes drifting, but in truth, he was watching his system interface. Of the 3 girls he encountered so far, Hinamori Momo seemed the easiest to lock in. If he bound the Shinigami keystone to her, the 3rd reward shouldn't be difficult to acquire. But the system had said so little about it, he was hesitant to make the call. After all, one of these girls was the actual protagonist of the original story. Her 3rd reward had to be something else entirely. While his thoughts churned, the girl stepped into the room. Compared to Momo, she was even more petite. Her features weren't as cute, but in contrast to Momo's gentle softness, Rukia's face had a quiet steel to it. A noble sharpness. A spark that warned not to underestimate her. Kuachiki Rukia affection, 7+1 spiritual pressure level and +1% Zanpakuto unlock progress per 10 points unlock home run bonus at 90 affection Shinigami keystone, bound unlock 3rd reward upon full affection Zanpakuto bonus ability, Frost 3rd reward unlocks access to 2nd keystone binding chapter 11, Blade Rukia felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. Her gaze passed over the upperclassman seated before her, finally settling onto Kakaoba Shin. Aside from seeing him briefly during the entrance ceremony, this was technically their first formal meeting. Yet the way he looked at her, it was as if he knew her. She lowered her eyes, slightly uncomfortable, and offered a polite bow to the panel. Hisagi Shuai spoke with professional detachment. Please begin with a self-introduction. Greetings, senpai. I'm Kuachiki Rukia, a first year from Class B, originally from District 78, in Uzuri, South Rakongai. I don't have any particular hobbies, but I hope to become an excellent Shinigami through my time at the academy. If accepted into the student council, I am happy to serve in any department. Compared to Hinamori Momo earlier, Rukia's delivery wasn't particularly strong. Shin noticed that Kasagori Mitsuguro immediately marked her with the lowest score. A Rakongai-born student, from Class B no less, in Mitsuguro's mind, she was already disqualified. Please answer the first question. Shuai continued. I would choose to stay behind and fight the hollow alongside my senpai. Your reasoning? Rukia pressed her lips together, then replied, I just feel. In a moment like that, you shouldn't abandon someone to face death alone. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I think it's better if someone is there with them. I'm not a top student, losing me wouldn't be a huge loss to Soul Society. But maybe if I stayed, I could make things a little easier for them. Shin raised an eyebrow at her response. Then, without hesitation, he spoke, "Well said." The panel looked toward him in surprise as he continued, "For a first year to already have that level of resolve, that's rare." Mitsugro frowned. He glanced again at Rukia, unimpressed. Aside from a passable appearance, she was just another Class B nobody. Still, after a moment of hesitation, he altered her score. So far, only a few candidates had passed. Half of the available council seats for first years were already unofficially reserved for nobles. Shin couldn't change that. As for the rest, he could meddle as much as he liked. The other council members seemed to get the message. A few looked down at their notebooks and scribbled adjustments. Smiling, Shin gestured for the interview to proceed. "Please answer the second question," said Hisagi. Rukia's responses for the second and third questions were less polished than Momo's. Momo had given textbook perfect answers. She'd even cleverly deferred the third answer to the president's judgment. Rukia, by contrast, stumbled through hers. Still, none of the panel scored her immediately. They all waited to see Shin's reaction. When he nodded in encouragement, they followed suit. Eventually, Hisagi spoke. "Based on our evaluation, Rukia-san, congratulations. You've passed the interview." Rukia was visibly stunned. She hadn't expected to make it through, especially not after her rough responses. Her eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, senpai." She bowed again and again. "You should really thank our president here. He's very generous when it comes to you." Mitsugro muttered with a sneer. Unbothered, Shin simply grinned. "It's good to give underclassmen a chance. I believe I have good instincts." Even Rukia, dense as she was, could tell what had happened. His encouragement had shifted the others' impressions. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Shin's smile deepened. "All right. Be sure to report to the council HQ tomorrow morning." "Yes." After she left, Shin shot Mitsugro a cheerful glance, who immediately thought the guy must be insane. Wasn't he just mocking him a second ago? What he didn't know was that his sarcastic comment had just bumped Rukia's affection score by 8 points. Spiritual pressure level, LV. 17's on Pato unlock progress, 10%. Rukia emerged from the interview room to find Momo waiting outside. "Rukia." "Momo. How did it go?" "I passed," Rukia said with a glowing smile. "Really? That's amazing." Momo threw her arms around her and cheered. They hadn't known each other long, but Momo's warm personality made Rukia feel instantly at ease. She was a genuinely kind person. "It's thanks to you, Momo. I really thought I'd get cut." "Don't say that. You passed because you earned it. I didn't do anything. I was so nervous I thought I'd faint. The upperclassmen are terrifying. I know. When they sit there all serious, it's really nerve-wracking. But the president is actually really kind, right?" Rukia recalled Shin's face, the way he smiled so gently. "He really is. I didn't do very well, but he encouraged me. After that, I think the others went easier on me too." Momo beamed. "Right? Isn't he great? He's the one who proposed the idea of a student council in the first place. He's one of the top prodigies in the academy, and his specialty is swordsmanship. He even defeated his swordsmanship instructor. You know a lot about him?" "Of course. I did my research before the interview. I figured if we met the president, it might help to know more about him." Rukia silently admired her preparation. She'd barely done anything herself. Passing the interview felt like sheer luck. She was just grateful the president was a good person. As they walked and talked, Momo asked which department she wanted to join. "I'm not sure yet. I don't really know enough about them. I hope we end up in the same one." "Me too." The interviews dragged on for another hour or two. In the end, 19 new students passed. They were split evenly across the 6 major departments: discipline, organization, finance, public relations, academics, and arts, roughly 3 students per group. After the assignments were complete, Shin slouched in his chair at the council HQ and stretched. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Mitsugro and the others had already left. "Wanna grab food?" Hisagi asked. Connie looked over too. "You guys go. I've got something else to do." "Like what?" Shin grinned. "Secret." Hisagi raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to chase after one of those first-year girls, are you?" Shin shot him a look but didn't reply. As the two left, Connie turned to Hisagi. "You think Shin really likes one of the new girls?" Hisagi scratched his head. "That Hinamori girl is really cute. Honestly, it's possible." Shin left the council HQ on his own. Evening had arrived, and classes were done. Using his council privileges, he entered the swordsmanship dojo without issue. Next door was the blade storeroom, an entire room lined with racks of black training blades, each labeled by number. Academy students weren't allowed to carry a sake outside of training. Most students didn't awaken their Zanpakuto during their time at Shino. For 99%, it wasn't until after graduation that they were issued an Asaki, and even then, many never achieved a true Zanpakuto in their lives. A true Zanpakuto was forged from the user's own soul. Once granted an Asaki, a Shinigami slowly poured their spiritual power into it over time, eventually forging a bond and awakening the blade's true form. Shin moved slowly through the room, pausing in front of the blade he normally used in class. He reached for it, but felt nothing. No resonance. He put it back in silence. Zanpakuto unlock progress, 11%, semi-initial release achieved. Zanpakuto unlocked, call its true name to reveal its form, call its name. Call its name. He scanned the rows of Asaki. None of them resonated. No pull. No spark. It's not here, is it? Frowning, he reviewed his system window again and realized something. Spiritual pressure level, LV. 18 spiritual energy reservoir, 15%. The reservoir was exactly what it sounded like. His spiritual energy never reached full capacity. That was by design. He constantly released just enough spiritual pressure to keep himself draining. Like a balloon with a tiny hole. The leak was subtle, hardly noticeable to anyone. He maintained this condition on purpose. His spiritual pressure was already far beyond his peers. No amount of concealing it would fool stronger individuals. But as long as it never filled completely, others couldn't gauge his true level. Returning to the dojo, he sat cross-legged at the center of the room and slowly closed his eyes. Spiritual energy reservoir, 16%, Chapter 12, its name. Evening fell over the student dorms. Hisagi Shuai lay back on his bed, reading in peace. The bed next to his, Shin's, was, as usual, empty. He didn't know where Shin had gone, but then again, with Shin being the student council president, it wasn't unusual for him to be off doing who knows what. Shuai thought little of it. Until he was jolted upright by a sudden, intense surge of spiritual pressure sweeping in from afar. That spiritual pressure, he recognized it instantly. It was Shin's. As a fifth year, his ability to detect and identify spiritual pressure was finely honed. There was no mistaking that familiar presence, but the sheer strength of it was far beyond anything he'd felt from Shin before. The spike in spiritual pressure sent waves through the entire academy. Students stirred from their rooms, murmurs rising as some tried to pinpoint the source. Was it a teacher? A seated officer releasing their pressure on campus? Others whispered the name they suspected, Takakawa Shin. Shuai sat in deep thought for a few seconds, then tossed his book aside and bolted out of the dorm, rushing toward the source. Outside the kendo hall. The first to arrive was their teacher, Nando Shizuku. The moment he sensed the spiritual pressure and identified its owner, he didn't hesitate to make his way straight to the scene. Evening curfew was near. At this hour, the only one likely to be inside the kendo hall was the student council president himself. By the time he arrived, the surge of pressure had already quieted. The air was still tingling, though. Someone was inside. More footsteps approached as students and teachers gathered, so Nando made the call to step inside alone. The dojo was silent and still. At the center sat Shin, cross-legged on the polished wood floor, a standard black Asaki resting across his lap. Seeing the scene, Nando's eyes glinted. "Sensei?" Shin looked up and smiled, caught off guard. "What brings you here?" Nando shut the door behind him and strode closer. "I should be asking you that. What was all that spiritual pressure about?" Shin thought for a moment. Was it that loud? Looking back, he realized he had indeed lost control for a second. His spiritual pressure must have flared outward unconsciously. "Did I cause a commotion?" Nando noticed something peculiar. The moment he questioned Shin, the boy's spiritual pressure pulled back sharply, neatly suppressed. Was it his imagination? His gaze dropped to the Asaki in Shin's lap. "Shin," he asked carefully, "did you awaken your Zanpakuto?" Shin glanced down at the blade and chuckled. "More or less." Nando took a deep breath, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. But in the end, all he said was, "Good." As his teacher, he couldn't have been prouder. Very few students ever awaken their Zanpakuto while still at Shino Academy, not even those once hailed as geniuses. Shin had truly given him a massive surprise. But while Nando was thrilled, Shin remained calm. For him, awakening his Zanpakuto had simply been the natural next step. And the blade across his legs wasn't even the real one. It was a random Asaki taken from the storeroom to serve as a decoy. His true Zanpakuto was hidden away. Why? Because its appearance was unusual. Too conspicuous. Spiritual pressure level, LV. 18 Zanpakuto unlock progress, 12%, Semi-Shike. Just by speaking its name earlier, his unlock progress had crept forward again. "Come on," Nando said, breaking the silence. "Awakened Zanpakuto must be officially registered. And if this Asaki is truly yours now, You're permitted to carry it from today onward. The two of them exited the Kendo Hall, only to be greeted by a small crowd. Students, teachers, more than a few had shown up. Among them were Shuai and Connie, both of whom looked toward Shin in surprise. He gave them a casual wave and smile. Nando-sensei, what happened? One of the instructors asked, approaching quickly. Nando pulled them aside and spoke in hushed tones. As he explained, the other teachers turned to look at Shin with a mix of disbelief and awe. What's going on? Shuai asked, stepping up with Connie. Shin gestured with the blade in his arms. Nothing much. They stared at him, then simultaneously put the pieces together. You mean, Shin, you? He scratched his head. Yeah. Now Nando-sensei wants me to get it registered. Bit of a hassle, honestly. Let's go, Shin. Nando called out. Shin followed, leaving the others behind. The teachers worked quickly to disperse the gathered students. But the rumors had already begun. That burst of spiritual pressure had spoken volumes, and the sight of the student council president walking out of the dojo with a blade in hand had confirmed it. Word spread like wildfire through the academy. Takakawa Shin had awakened his Zanpakuto. Shin followed Nando to the faculty offices, where he was asked to wait. The teacher returned about 10 minutes later, this time with 2 more senior instructors. Takakawa-kun. Shin recognized both of them, upper-level faculty members. So this is your Zanpakuto now? One asked, gesturing to the blade in his arms. Shin nodded calmly. The 2 teachers exchanged looks. One murmured, it's incredibly rare for a student to awaken their own Zanpakuto. No wonder the headmaster favors you. Congratulations, Takakawa-kun. Even Nando couldn't fully suppress his proud smile. One teacher pulled out a notebook while the other took point. We'll need a full record. Could you tell us your Zanpakuto's name and abilities? This was standard protocol. Every Shinigami's Zanpakuto had to be documented, not just by description, but through demonstration when possible. Shin glanced down at the blade in his arms. Its form was indistinguishable from any other Asaki. He hadn't dressed it up, hadn't altered its appearance. But given how bizarre Zanpakuto could look, no one would find this strange. As for its abilities, now that was tricky. He hadn't prepared a lie. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. Its name is Shigenheigen. This sure, that sure. Chapter 13, Shigenheigen. The teacher in charge of recording repeated the name aloud as he jotted it down, then chuckled. Sounds like a name for 2 blades. And its ability? The other instructor followed up, eyes sharp with expectation. Shin put on a thoughtful face, smiling faintly. I haven't fully figured out its exact capabilities yet. But, if I had to say, it's probably a healing type's Zanpakuto. Shigenheigen, semi-shikai type, binding rules, he wasn't lying. It was the name of 2 blades. Shigen, a katana. Heigen, a tanto. In Buddhist thought, this sure signifies the world of birth, death, and suffering. That sure represents nirvana, the path to enlightenment. Shin's Zanpakuto was unlike those of most Shinigami. It wasn't forged from an Asaki infused over time. It was born from his own spiritual pressure, condensed into form by sheer will. Healing type. Even Nando Shusaku, his teacher, looked visibly stunned. Healing Zanpakuto were incredibly rare. The only renowned one was Minazuki, wielded by Captain Anohana of the 4th Division. Even within the healing corps, few possessed actual healing type blades. And Shin's Kaido, healing arts, scores had always been the lowest among his disciplines, though still excellent by normal standards. For someone of his prodigious swordsmanship to awaken a healing Zanpakuto. Nando's excitement was tinged with genuine concern. This might very well limit Shin's future. Can you demonstrate it for us? The recording teacher asked. Shin nodded calmly. He had claimed it was a healing type blade because, frankly, that made the most sense given what little he knew. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the black Asaki and dragged its edge across his palm. Blood welled up instantly. Then, his blade lit with soft, pale spiritual power. In a blink, the wound vanished without a trace. Incredible healing power. One teacher exclaimed. There wasn't a scar, not even the faintest trace of trauma. That required high-level Kaido, far beyond the reach of an average student. With proper training, this would be a formidable support ability. And paired with Shin's raw genius. This was a windfall for the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. The 2 teachers peppered him with more questions and had him demonstrate the effect multiple times. For questions he didn't want to answer, Shin simply replied that he was still unfamiliar with his Zanpakuto, having just awakened it. When the registry was complete, the teachers finally departed. Shin plopped into Nando-sensei's seat and exhaled loudly. What a pain. He glanced at his teacher. What's with the face, sensei? Still not happy? Nando's expression was somber. Shin. Do you understand what your Zanpakuto's ability means? Shin tilted his head. No, what? Now that it's been officially recorded, your file will be visible to all 13 divisions. When you graduate, there's no doubt about it, you'll be placed in the 4th division. No, you will be placed there. Healings Zanpakuto were 1 in 1,000, if not rarer. The 13 Division of Imperial Guards had many strong fighters. What they lacked were healers. Lifesavers. And what's wrong with the 4th? Shin asked with a carefree grin. Nando hesitated. Then, slowly, he said, your swordsmanship, Kido, hand-to-hand combats, and flash steps. Every one of them is top of your class. Especially swordsmanship. In all my years teaching, I've never seen talent like yours. You have what it takes to be more than just a capable officer. You could be lieutenant, maybe even a captain one day. But if you're funneled into 4th, that path closes. Shin leaned back, folding his arms. But my Zanpakuto is a healing blade. What can I do? He smiled. You make it sound like my future's already decided, sensei. Nando could only sigh. It wasn't that he looked down on the 4th, it was that Shin's sheer potential felt wasted in a support role. Alright. Thanks for worrying about me. Shin said, standing up. But I'm not in a rush, sensei. Who can say what the future holds? He turned to leave, blade in hand, mentally noting that he should probably mark the weapon. He didn't want to accidentally grab someone else's Asaki again. Outside the boys' dorm, he spotted Connie and Shuai waiting for him. Yo. Waiting for me? He grinned. Their eyes immediately locked on the blade in his arms. As Shin approached, he casually held it out to them. Shuai blinked. Your Zanpakuto looks so ordinary. Doesn't look any different from the Asaki we train with. Shin rolled his eyes. Because it is one of those. Connie, more quietly, asked, what's its name? Shigenheigen. Connie murmured, running her fingers along the edge. What a beautiful name. To students, a real Zanpakuto was still something rare, almost mythic. The two stared at it for a long time, as if hoping some secret would reveal itself, some insight that might help them awaken their own. But they would be disappointed. No matter how they looked at it, it was just a plain Asaki. There were dozens like it in the weapons storage room. You're pulling ahead fast, Shin. Shuai muttered. Shin chuckled. Haven't I always been right here beside you? Shuai smiled in return. Just don't fall behind. Shin added, or I might have to leave you in the dust. Next morning. Student Council headquarters. All the newly accepted first years had arrived early, their faces glowing with nervous excitement. Today was their official start as members of the Student Council. Shin showed up a little late, but not too late. As he stepped through the door, a chorus greeted him. Good morning, President. It woke him up better than any cup of tea. Shuai stepped forward to address them in his stead. Welcome, everyone, to the Student Council. We are the bridge between the academy and the students. Chapter 14, Captain's Visit. Among the first-year students, both Hinamori Momo and Kara Izuru were assigned to the organization department under Hisagi Shuai. None of the new recruits had a clear grasp of each student council department's responsibilities, so there weren't any complaints. Everyone simply hoped to perform well in their respective roles moving forward. Rukia's name was the last one read aloud. Rukia, assigned as assistant to the student council president. Assistant to the president? That drew surprised murmurs from the room. Many hadn't even realized such a position existed. Then came the envy. In the eyes of these newcomers, the student council president already felt like someone on par with the academy instructors. Having a position at his side must be a good thing. Rukia herself was startled. She couldn't understand what made her special among so many others. Why her, of all people? Truth be told, she didn't enjoy being singled out. The looks from those around her felt like pressure, suffocating, almost terrifying. Ever since Renji had been eliminated in the first round of council exams, Rukia had little interest in this organization. She wasn't dead set on joining. If not for Renji's encouragement, she might have withdrawn then and there. But beside her, Hinamori tugged excitedly at her sleeve. Suppressing her unease, Rukia replied softly, yes. After the assignments were complete, each first year was taken aside for an individual briefing with their respective department heads or senpai. Rukia alone remained in the student council office. Shin leaned back, eyes resting on the girl before him. You don't look too thrilled about this arrangement. Rukia immediately straightened. It's not that. I just don't think I'm qualified for such an important position. Shin chuckled gently. It's only an assistant's role, not exactly a high office. If you don't want it, I can have someone else take it. I don't like forcing anyone to do what they dislike. Rukia panicked a little at that. It would be rude to refuse outright. You misunderstand. I'll do my best. With a smile, Shin reassured her. I told you, it's not a big deal. But even if it were important, how do you know you can't handle it? Take a couple of days to get used to the work. You'll be fine. At least the president is a kind person, Rukia thought, feeling her anxiety ease slightly. Yes. Thank you, President. You should head back. Don't you have class soon? Truth be told, Shin was already having second thoughts about binding the Shinigami's wedge to Rukia. He hadn't known a second wedge could be unlocked, and he'd assumed that, being the original heroine of Bleach, Rukia's rewards would far surpass others. But she wasn't easy to bond with. Hinamori, by contrast, was far simpler. Still, there was no undoing it now. No use regretting. With both Rukia and Hinamori close by, his strength would surely surge again in the days to come. Rukia stepped out of the student council office and exhaled, only to spot Hinamori waiting down the hallway. Rukia. Waving cheerfully, Hinamori rushed up. How'd it go? How did what go? With the president, obviously. You're his assistant now, you'll be by his side all the time. Rukia, still flustered, murmured, I'm not even sure I can do the job. Hinamori beamed. Of course you can. I'll try. Rukia promised, then asked in return, you're working under Hisagi-senpai, right? Hinamori pouted. He doesn't smile much. Neither do the others, especially that Kara Izuru guy. Always looks like he's sulking. Honestly, Rukia, I envy you. The president is so easygoing. Rukia agreed silently. Hinamori's bubbly personality would probably be better suited for this assistant role. The thought made her doubt herself even more. Anyway, I'm sure we'll all get used to things soon enough. Let's do our best, Rukia. Hinamori cheered. Between classes, Renji from Class A came looking for Rukia. She told him about the student council, and how she'd been made the president's assistant. Assistant to the president. Renji scratched his head. That sounded like an important role, like a vice captain, maybe. Of course, he didn't realize the student council already had a vice president. He knew next to nothing about the council's inner workings. But he still grinned for her. That's awesome, Rukia. Looks like the president knows talent when he sees it. You idiot. I'm not merchandise. Rukia muttered. Renji backtracked quickly. I meant he's got good judgment. Ha ha ha. Moron. But seeing her old friend so happy for her softened Rukia's expression. Renji, we came to this academy to become Shinigami. We both need to work hard. You're in Class A, you have to push yourself. I know. He punched the air with a grin. Don't worry, Rukia, we'll both be amazing soul reapers. Now that the student council was up and running, Shin could skip class without raising eyebrows. Nando Shusaku, his teacher, could only sigh. But realistically, there was nothing more to teach someone like Shin. All he could do was warn him not to slack off. Even if Shin was the top of the academy now, the world outside held far stronger Shinigami. Shin understood that well. Even with the system's help, he trained daily. But looking at his stats, cultivation was slow. Interacting with Rukia and Hinamori was simply more efficient. A captain's coming to inspect the academy? The news came suddenly from one of the academy teachers. Yep. Happens every year around this time. This year, your student council will be handling the reception. Mainly escorting them through the first-year classrooms. Shin already knew of this tradition. It was designed to inspire new students by letting them see real captains up close, living symbols of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. And which captain is visiting this year? Oh, that'd be Captain Aizen Sosuke of the 5th Division. Chapter 15, Aizen Sosuke. At the sound of the name, Shin's eyebrow twitched slightly. I see. Understood. And the time? The morning after tomorrow. Captain of the 5th Division will arrive before classes begin. President Takakawa, be sure to make proper preparations. Got it. Once the instructor who brought the message had left, Shin found his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Aizen. He'd imagined this meeting more than once, what it might be like to stand before that man, and what kind of expression he should wear when it finally happened. He hadn't expected it so soon. Shin? Lost in thought, he hadn't noticed Hisagi Shuai walk in. Shuai. What are you thinking about? Nothing much. Just got word that a captain's visiting the academy in a couple days. The faculty's putting us student council members in charge of reception and guidance. Oh, that time of year already. Hisagi didn't seem particularly surprised, this was tradition. They were in their 5th year now. Since they first enrolled, they'd experienced these visits annually. Excluding substitute instructors, every year one captain would stop by the academy, part of an effort to promote the 13th Division of Imperial Guards to students. Over the years they'd seen Yukitik Joshiro of the 13th, Shun Sekiraku of the 8th, Anohana Retsu of the 4th, and Shiba Ishin of the 10th. Who is it this year? Hisagi asked. Captain Aizen of the 5th. So how are we supposed to handle reception? Shin paused, mind already turning. Normally this would mean posting an announcement, throwing up a few banners, and having someone serve as a tour guide. But his thoughts were elsewhere. We'll just hold a meeting this afternoon. That afternoon, thanks to Rukia's coordination, the student council gathered and received their briefing. Shin quickly delegated tasks regarding the upcoming inspection. The day arrived quickly. Thanks to the student council's promotional efforts, the entire academy knew about it. Students, mostly first years, gathered in droves along the central walkway leading to the main gate, eager to catch a glimpse of a real 13 Division of Imperial Guards captain. Shin eyed the welcome banners his council members had hoisted and couldn't help but find them absurdly embarrassing. Thankfully, they didn't wait long. Two figures approached from beyond the main gates. The one leading wore a bright white houri, unmistakably the garb of a captain. "He's here. He's here." The crowd buzzed, voices rising, then quickly quieting as the two drew near. Captain Aizen Sosk of the 5th Division was a refined, seemingly upright young man with short chestnut hair and black-rimmed glasses. His gentle smile made him appear approachable, even warm. With just a glance, the students flanking the walkway were quietly won over. That warmth wasn't just from his expression, it radiated from his spiritual pressure. Deep and oceanic, impossible to fully grasp, but without even the slightest sense of oppression. Just come, just wait. That was what a captain was. Even though Hisagi and the others had seen captains before, each time still left them awestruck. This was the kind of strength they might never reach in their lifetime. Trailing behind Aizen was a silver-haired man in a standard shiakusho, a vice captain's badge around his arm. He, too, was a known figure, Akamaru Jin. A former prodigy who graduated the academy after just a year. Shin stood waiting, Rukia and several student council members at his side. Captain Aizen. Vice Captain Akamaru. Welcome to the Shino Academy. Aizen halted, eyes falling on Shin. That soft smile curled deeper. You must be Takakawa Shin, the student council president. I've heard of you. Shin dipped his head slightly and returned the smile. It's an honor to be recognized. We'll handle your escort through the academy. Thank you. In fact, I'm very interested in this student council of yours. Would you tell me more? Aizen's eyes lingered on Shin, mild, warm. And yet, beneath the surface, something unreadable. Shin led Aizen and Jin to the student council's headquarters, where they had prepared some documents in advance. As they walked, he spoke briefly about the student council, its roles, its formation, the various departments. To create and organize something like this in such a short time is no small feat. Takakawa-kun, it's clear you're quite capable. Aizen praised gently. Shin replied modestly, You flatter me, Captain. I only proposed the idea, the instructors did the real work. I'm not even sure I'm qualified for the role of president. I'd say you're being far too humble. No one's ever proposed a student council in all the academy's history. And I also know your academic performance is among the top of your class. In fact, I contacted your homeroom instructor several months ago about your post-graduation division preferences. I was surprised to learn you chose to remain enrolled. Shin's brow twitched. There's a lot hiding in those words. He responded calmly, I just felt my abilities weren't solid enough yet. If I graduated too early, I might fail the recruitment trials for the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Who says you would? Aizen's voice held a pleasant lilt. If you were interested in joining my 5th Division, I'd be happy to make room. Shin chuckled and shook his head lightly. Thank you for the offer, Captain Aizen. But I don't think I'll be going to the 5th Division. Oh? A few days ago, I was lucky enough to awaken my Zanpakuto. It has healing-based abilities tied to Kaido. My instructor told me I'd be a better fit for the 4th. Healing type. Aizen's expression turned thoughtful. That's a rare ability indeed. With a Zanpakuto like that, you'll surely shine within the 4th Division. Thank you for your kind words. Shin offered him a stack of files, details on the first-year students, class by class. If there were anyone Captain Aizen wanted to visit, he could use this list. Aizen flipped through a few pages, then glanced up. President Takakawa, would it be alright if we spoke privately? I'm sure the others here have things they need to do. He meant the rest of the student council. Though most had eagerly hoped to remain in the captain's presence, Shin nodded and motioned for them to leave. Only Rukia stayed, fidgeting nervously at Shin's side. As he continued paging through the student profiles, Aizen spoke again, Pardon the curiosity, President Takakawa, but the spiritual pressure constantly swirling around you, like a thin barrier. Is that part of your Zanpakuto's ability? Shin's gaze flickered. To obscure his true spiritual pressure, he kept his spiritual particles in a continual state of outward flow. Since awakening his Zanpakuto, he'd developed more refined methods. Now, a thin veil of spirit particles always cloaked him, so faint most couldn't even perceive it. Even Nando hadn't noticed. And this veil? did far more than just hide his strength. Aizen looked up from the files, adjusted his glasses with a faint smile. Perhaps I'm just too curious. Would you mind enlightening me, Takakawa-kun? Chapter 16, Aizen's lecture. I didn't expect Captain Aizen to notice that, Shin said, surprised. Aizen smiled gently. Oh? Then was President Takakawa intentionally hiding it? Shin shook his head. I wouldn't call it hiding. It really is part of my Zanpakuto's ability. I've only recently awakened it, so I've been practicing how to use it properly. Also, I train a lot on my own, and this spirit particle veil helps prevent injury during training. I see. Aizen nodded. Such diligence explains your excellence. There are many diligent people around me. I don't think I stand out much. Shin said humbly. You're too modest, President Takakawa. I've heard your swordsmanship scores far exceed those of your peers. That level of skill can't come from talent alone. But for someone so gifted in sword art to possess a healing type's Zanpakuto, that's unexpected. Aizen's voice remained casual, like idle chatter between acquaintances, with no hint of a captain's authority, making it all too easy to lower one's guard. I was surprised too. Shin sighed. I would have preferred a Zanpakuto with a more offensive ability. Takakawa-kun, you're not being honest. Aizen shook his head slowly. His smile took on a faint, unreadable edge, leaving Shin briefly at a loss. A Zanpakuto is a reflection of the soul. Its ability mirrors the user's inner self. If yours is a healing type that can use Kaido, it means that, deep down, you long for such power. It says a lot, you're someone who thinks of others. Shin found himself unsure how to respond and instead stood quietly, expression unreadable. Aizen then set down the file in his hands. Why don't we visit class now? Their lesson should be starting, yes. Shin checked the schedule. They have a Kido class today, likely practicing Hodo. We can observe. If Captain Aizen is willing, perhaps you could even offer a bit of guidance? Shin led Rukia and escorted Aizen and Jin to the open-air training ground for Class A's Kido lesson. The presence of the 5th Division captain and vice-captain caused a stir among the students. The instructor immediately approached Aizen with haste. Captain Aizen, I wasn't expecting, no need for formalities. Aizen said with warmth. Please carry on with your lesson as usual. I'm just here to observe. Would you be willing to instruct the students, Captain? If it's no trouble to you. Of course not. Aizen stepped to the front of the class, greeting the students with a mild smile. Shin and Rukia remained quietly at the classroom entrance. Rukia seemed to be gesturing discreetly to a student. Shin followed her gaze and saw a red-haired boy with a distinct hairstyle. Renji Abarai. Aizen began teaching theoretical aspects of Kido, his explanations clear and engaging. The students listened with rapt attention. After all, it was a rare honor to be taught by a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. He even invited each student up to demonstrate their Kido, pointing out their flaws and giving tailored advice. Watching from the side, Shin couldn't help but marvel. Aizen is thorough to the point of admiration. Even Shiba Kaiyan, known for his approachability, was slightly outdone. Then came a small hiccup. When it was Renji's turn to cast Hado number 31, Shakuho, he made a critical mistake and nearly injured himself. Aizen subtly intervened, using his own spiritual pressure to absorb the explosion's backlash. He then patiently explained the principles behind Shakuho and encouraged Renji to try again. Renji stood frozen under the weight of every classmate's sighs. Even Rukia was watching. The pressure crushed him. He inhaled sharply, raised an arm, and began chanting, "O Lord! Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, fluttering wings, crowned with man's name. Heat and turmoil, seething across the seas, step forward." The incantation was flawless, but Shin, standing at the entrance, noticed the spiritual energy inside Renji beginning to flow incorrectly. He shifted back half a step. Hado number 31, Shakuho. Aizen noticed it too. Just as Renji's spiritual pressure surged outward, Aizen swiftly pressed a hand on his arm, quenching the unstable spiritual energy. Instead of flames, only a wisp of black smoke escaped his palm. Renji. Aizen. Aizen looked at Renji, sighed softly. Young man, I suggest you spend some time revisiting your Kido theory after class. Laughter erupted among the students. Renji's face turned crimson. He didn't dare glance toward Rukia, only muttering a quiet, "Yes, sir," before retreating to his seat. Shin, observing Aizen closely, gave a faint chuckle. Despite the glasses, he caught a glimmer in Aizen's eye, a flicker of quiet indifference, the look of someone who had already judged a person's limits. Renji really does work hard. Rukia said suddenly, voice tense. Shin turned to glance at her. She thought he'd been laughing at Renji. He spoke up, "That wasn't what I was laughing at." "Oh?" A voice joined in, Akamaru Jin. His eyes were slitted shut as usual, smirking slightly. Then who was President Takakawa laughing at? No one. Just remembering how awful I was at Keto back when I started. I wasn't much better than that student. Really now? Jin raised an eyebrow. Hard to believe, if I'm honest. He was sharp, he could sense that Shin wasn't just another average student. Jin knew the aura of talent all too well, when something came naturally, easily, like it was part of your bones. It's true. Shin said without flinching, then pivoted the topic. Even if that student struggled with Keto, his potential lies elsewhere. With the right guidance, I bet he'll shine in a different field. Rukia Affinity, 31. Jin said nothing more. Shin's smile deepened. Aizen continued teaching with care, finishing the entire class. He earned the admiration of every student present. Many had expected 13 Division of Imperial Guards captains to be distant, unapproachable figures, but Aizen turned out to be personable and kind. As the class ended, many students watched him leave with reluctance in their eyes. These kids really take me back. Aizen murmured as they stepped outside. Reminds me of my own days at the academy. He turned to Shin again, smiling. It's been a long time since I've set foot in Shino. Maybe I'll come more often, if the teachers and students don't mind. I wouldn't mind taking over a few lessons now and then. Chapter 17, Shin's file. After seeing Aizen and Jin off, Takakawa, Shin and Rukia returned to the student council office. That Captain Aizen was really kind. Rukia couldn't help saying. I was nervous at first, but the more time I spent near him, the calmer I felt. Shin glanced at her, listening to her thoughts on Aizen, thinking to himself, you might have calmed down, but I was on edge the entire time. Now that it was over, he felt a bit ridiculous. I'm just a student at Shino Academy, why would someone like Aizen take particular interest in me? Perhaps he'd just overthought everything from the start. If I really wanted to seem normal, I should have just acted like Rukia. It's the ones who look nervous who invite suspicion. You did well today too, Rukia. She shook her head. Not at all. I barely did anything. And I even got to listen to an entire class, it was really helpful. Captain Aizen's views on Keto are quite different from what our teachers say. She was referring to the class Aizen had given to Class A. As a Class B student, she wouldn't have had that chance without being part of the student council. Shin guessed what she was thinking and said, if you keep working hard, you can move up to Class A next year. I'll do my best. Rukia nodded firmly. Renji and Hinamori were both in Class A, she wanted to catch up to them. If you ever don't understand something in your studies, you can ask me anytime. I might not be on Captain Aizen's level, but I might be able to help clear up a few things. Really? Rukia's eyes lit up with a bit of surprise. Affinity, 37, Shin chuckled softly and reached out to pat her head. She was so petite, only reaching up to his chest, his hand easily landed atop her dark hair. Rukia flinched slightly, but didn't shy away. She let his hand rest there. Of course. As long as you want to ask. Affinity, 38, nice feel, Shin thought idly. 4th Division Barracks. Vice Captain, this just came from the academy, student records. The academy? Katetsu Izane had just returned to the barracks and was stopped by a seated officer. It was technically her day off, but also the date of a Soul Reaper Women's Association event, held right here in Squad 4's compound. She took the file from the officer, puzzled. It's only been about a month since the school year started. Why are they sending over student records now? All right. I've got it. With her short silver-gray hair tied in thin braids and her calm, refined features, Katetsu Izane looked every part the gentle soul she was. But her nearly 190 centimeters height made her an outlier, towering over most of the men in her squad, a fact that made her a bit self-conscious. She began reading the file. It was for a student from Shino Academy. Takakawa Shin. She muttered the name aloud, finding it familiar. Then it clicked. Back when the academy was reviewing candidates for early graduation, they had seen this name. Takakawa Shin had been listed among the elite students recommended for early graduation. And now, there was that student council people kept talking about. It seemed he was the president of that, too. The 4th Division, being the medical squad, handled healing, emergency response, and daily care for the wounded. Because of that, they were at a natural disadvantage when it came to attracting new recruits. Most students didn't list Squad 4 as their preferred placement. That meant their newest members were often reallocated by the Central 46 based on their performance in Kaido. Izane continued reading the record, and then stopped. Forget the full marks in all 4 disciplines, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido. The final line noted something far more important. Zanpakuto ability, unknown specifics. Healing properties confirmed. Tentatively classified as Kaido type. She blinked, reading it over again, her expression turning serious. Zanpakuto with healing abilities were extremely rare. Even she, as the vice captain of Squad 4, didn't possess one, hers was a nice type. And this Shin wasn't just anyone, he was the top of his class, passing every subject with no weak points. Since when did someone like this ever get assigned to Squad 4? She quickly grabbed the file and rushed toward her captain's private room. When she pushed open the door a bit abruptly, she immediately paused. The room wasn't empty. Inside were Lieutenant Aiz Nanao of Squad 8, Lieutenant Matsumoto Renjaku of Squad 10, and Lieutenant Kuzujishi Yachiru of Squad 11. Anohana Retsu's interests outside medicine included ikebana, flower arranging. These three were core members of the Soul Reaper Women's Association, and each of them sat with a vase, surrounded by blooms of all kinds. "You're here, Izane." Anohana greeted her with a gentle smile, unfazed by the interruption. "Captain." Izane nodded politely to the other lieutenants. Nanao was following Anohana's teaching seriously. Renjaku, on the other hand, was slouching lazily, tossing daisies into Yachiru's lap like she was feeding a pet. Yachiru was chewing on flower petals. The whole scene was a little surreal. Izane tore her eyes away and approached Anohana. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Captain. This just arrived from the academy, I thought you should take a look." Anohana accepted the file calmly. "You work too hard, Izane." Renjaku teased from the side. "It's your day off, isn't it? Still stuck with paperwork. Are you saying I'm not a good captain?" Anohana asked sweetly, glancing over the file. "Absolutely not." Renjaku shivered and shook her head furiously. Izane explained, "I just happened to run into the messenger on my way here." Anohana finished reading and gave a quiet nod. "Hokkaido types on Pacto. How rare. Takakawa Shin may be a candidate for our 4th division after graduation." Renjaku blinked. "Who?" Chapter 18, Anohana's attention. "Miss Renjaku, do you know this Takakawa Shin?" Anohana Retsu asked softly, having noticed Renjaku's reaction. As the captain of the 4th division, she was always attentive when it came to promising students, especially top-ranked ones. And as the vice-captain of the 10th division, Matsumoto Renjaku's interest hadn't gone unnoticed. Renjaku asked, "You just said this Takakawa Shin's Zanpakuto is Kaido type?" Anohana nodded. "Correct. It's been a long time since the academy produced one like that. For us in the 4th division, that's quite a rare and fortunate piece of news." Renjaku stood there, stunned. Nearby, Kuzujishi Yachiru hadn't registered a word they'd said. Her focus remained on why Renjaku had suddenly stopped tossing flowers at her. Takakawa Shin. How the hell could that guy have a Kaido types on Pacto? Renjaku couldn't believe it. Shin didn't give off the vibe of a healer at all. Not that his Kaido was bad, but compared to his other talents, it was always his least remarkable subject. That brat had even told her a few days ago that he was considering the 10th division after graduation. But if his Zanpakuto was Kaido type, then his only possible destination was Squad 4. Because only in the 4th division could a healing Zanpakuto reach its full potential. Renjaku's thoughts were a whirlwind. Given the talent Shin had displayed so far, he was already at seated officer level. Reaching vice-captain was just a matter of time. Even becoming a captain wasn't out of the question. And now they were just supposed to watch that kind of talent get snatched away? She'd already put in the groundwork. "Miss Renjaku?" "It's nothing." Renjaku forced a smile. If Shin hadn't awakened his Zanpakuto yet, she'd still have had room to compete for him. But now that it was confirmed to be Kaido type, any such hope was gone. Damn it, she thought bitterly. Why did it have to be that kind of Zanpakuto? She tossed another flower to Yachiru, who accepted it gleefully, munching on the petals. Aiz Nanao glanced over at her in confusion. Anohana, however, didn't dwell on it. She'd guessed that Renjaku must have had contact with Shin, but to her, it made no difference. A student with a Kaido-type Zanpakuto simply wasn't up for contention. No other squad had the grounds to challenge Squad 4 for such a recruit. She handed the file back to Katetsu Izane and resumed her flower arrangement, unfazed. Renjaku, meanwhile, stormed out of the room and made straight for the 10th Division barracks. As expected, when she flung open the door to the captain's office, she found her captain, Shiba Ishin, napping with his head on the desk. Her anger exploded. "Captain." Ishin shot upright in a panic, glancing around. "Huh? What's going on?" "Captain, they just snatched him right out from under our noses. And here you are slacking off again. Why don't you just quit while you're at it?" Listening to her yelling, Ishin stretched and yawned. "Wait, who's trying to poach you?" "Last I checked, every division's got a vice-captain." Renjaku pinched the bridge of her nose. "I'm talking about Takakawa Shin." "Him?" Ishin raised a brow. "It's not even graduation season yet. What about him?" "I was just at Squad 4, I heard Shin has already awakened his Zanpakuto. It's Kaido type." Now Ishin actually paused and looked serious. Are you sure? It was in the official files sent by the Academy to Squad 4. Can't be fake. I see. He stroked his chin, frowning thoughtfully. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing to be done. Squad 4's where he belongs, Rinjaku. It's out of our hands. Rinjaku sighed in frustration. It took me so long to find someone that promising. If only you took your job seriously, maybe I wouldn't have to do all the recruiting myself. Ishin scowled. Hey now, being a captain's not easy, you know. You may be off today, but I was working hard all morning. You just happened to catch me on my first break. Rinjaku didn't believe a word. If Ishin were ever caught working hard, it'd be a sign the sun was rising in the west. Ishin shrugged. Regardless, Takakawa Ishin's a gifted rookie. If he joins Squad 4, he'll accomplish great things. Who knows, maybe we'll be relying on him to patch us up during missions someday. In the end, he was just a student. A top-ranked one, yes, but the Academy produced those every year. Maybe Shin was more impressive than most, but not enough for Ishin to lose sleep over it. The way he saw it, helping Shin establish the student council had been worthwhile. No regrets there. But for Rinjaku, who had chased Shin for weeks, hoping to recruit him to the 10th, it was maddening to watch the catch of the year slip through her fingers. No. I need to find someone even better. Someone like Keian. Or Jin. Back in Squad 4. After the Soul Reaper Women's Association gathering ended, Anohana and Izane remained behind despite it being their day off. Izane, find time to visit the Academy and assess this to Kakawa Shin. Anohana instructed. Miss Rinjaku seems rather invested in him. If the boy possessed both talent and character, he could be fast-tracked to a seated officer position within Squad 4. Unlike other squads, Squad 4 didn't emphasize combat ability in their officer rankings. A Kaido-type Zanpakuto, properly developed, could far surpass any standard healing Shinigami. Even in Squad 4, healers with such Zanpakuto were exceedingly rare. I understand, Captain. Anohana glanced once more at the file on the desk. This child even created a student council. Didn't that become quite a buzz recently? She mused. He might be a rather interesting one. It's been a long time since Squad 4 welcomed fresh blood. Soul Reapers lived long lives. Their sense of time was far looser than that of mortals. What Anohana called recent had already been a month ago. Born in the 78th district of South Rakongai, specializes in sword art. Even defeated his swordsmanship instructor. Just how far did his so-called specialization go? A thoughtful gleam flickered in Anohana's calm eyes, perhaps stirred by a memory. She paused in her flower arranging, lost in contemplation. Chapter 19, Katetsu Izane Hinamori Momo's home was located in Jinranan, District 1 of West Rakongai, a rare privilege compared to many other students at the Shino Academy. The environment here was second only to Siriide AI itself, safe and with no shortage of food or stability. Taking advantage of a school holiday, Momo had returned home, stopping by to visit her young neighbor. Anyway, the Academy is an amazing place. Our student council president already interacts regularly with vice captains and even captains. And he's such a good person, no arrogance at all when dealing with us underclassmen. If only I'd been chosen as his assistant. Ugh. Are you even listening, Shiro? On the wooden corridor, a silver-haired boy munched on a large slice of watermelon. Hearing that nickname again, he rudely spat a watermelon seed onto her clothes. I told you, stop calling me Shiro. Why do you always come back during breaks? Is being a Shinigami student really that leisurely? I rarely get the chance to see you, you know. I'm always busy with student council work. Momo pouted, clearly unhappy with his attitude. Hitsugaya Toshiro tossed aside the empty rind and grabbed another slice. You've already bragged about your president, like, 100 times. Because he really is that great. Hitsugaya wore a grumpy expression, utterly uninterested in what Momo had to say. She sighed wistfully. Too bad I wasn't there when the captain of the 5th division came to inspect us. I heard he's super kind too. Shiro, Shinigami aren't like what we used to imagine. There are so many good people. Then she added brightly, you should try joining the academy too, Shiro. I know you'd pass the entrance exam. You'd make lots of new friends. Hitsugaya kept eating in silence. Momo kept talking. And if you get into the student council, we'd be together all the time again. What's so good about being around you all the time? He muttered. Shiro, that's mean. Stop calling me Shiro, bedwetting Momo. Hitsugaya's main reason for not going to the academy was his grandmother. Her health had always been fragile, and he refused to leave her alone. Staying by her side was the only option in his mind. The summer heat pressed down on them, cicadas screaming in the trees. Momo slowly nibbled at her watermelon, her legs swinging beneath the veranda. Gazing at the clear blue sky, she murmured, I'm going to work really hard. I want to be a great Shinigami. Takakawa Shin had been skipping class a bit too often lately, and as expected, he got called in by Namita Hidesawa. You little punk, did you forget what you promised me? Just because you're in the student council doesn't give you a free pass. Especially as the president, you're supposed to set an example. But there really is a lot of student council work. Shin protested, hands up in mock innocence. Namita-sensei, even if I've missed a few classes, I still make time to train on my own. My grades haven't dropped. Save it. Namita snapped. He knew exactly what kind of student Shin was. His tricks didn't work here. Being top of the class doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. You realize these absences are going on your record, right? When you graduate, what do you think your assigned division will think reading that? Shin chuckled. They'll probably think I'm an unmatched prodigy and rush to promote me. Namita glared. Get serious. Starting today, you're attending every single class like a proper student. If you skip again, I'll report you to the headmaster myself. And if that means you lose your role as student council president, so be it. Shin sighed. But what if there's an actual emergency with the council? Request leave from me. If it's justified, I'll approve it. That afternoon, Shin actually showed up to class for once, which drew surprised looks from his classmates. How long had it been since the president graced them with his presence? Got scolded by Namita-sensei? Hisagi Shuai asked with a knowing grin. Shin slumped in his seat and groaned. It wasn't that he was lazy, just that the curriculum for fifth-year students had nothing new to offer him. He'd long outgrown the material. To him, it was more beneficial to spend time in the library studying advanced Kido techniques than sit through lectures. Fifth-year classes leaned more into practical exercises now. Funeral rites in the living world had become more frequent than in previous years, sometimes involving junior students. Shin had gone before. He remembered how excited he was on his first trip to the world of the living. But this era was still decades before Ichigo Kurosaki's time. Technology wasn't developed yet. There was nothing interesting to see. After 2 trips, the novelty wore off. This afternoon's class was Kaido, the healing arts. Since joining the student council, both Shuai and Kenzaki had stepped down from their class leader positions. The new class rep, a vaguely familiar face, stood at the front and announced, Professor Oizumi won't be teaching today. Instead, our substitute is none other than the vice captain of Squad 4, Katetsu Izane. Squad 4? Shin blinked. A vice captain from the 13th Division of Imperial Guard stepping in for a lecture was pretty rare. Isn't that the squad you're supposedly going to end up in? Shuai teased. Shin just shrugged but sat up straighter. When the bell rang, the classroom quieted down. A towering figure stepped in from the front door of the lecture hall. She's so tall. Whispers spread among the students like wildfire. Katetsu Izane's towering frame, nearly 190 centimeters, immediately stunned the room. Among all the students and instructors at the academy, there wasn't a second woman as tall as her. Wearing the standard black shiakusho with the vice captain's badge on her arm, she was none less strikingly beautiful. She could hear the murmurs below and guessed what they were whispering about. Her height had always made her self-conscious, and being the center of attention like this only made it worse. But she kept walking and stepped up to the podium. I am Katetsu Izane, vice captain of Squad 4. I will be your instructor today. Nice to meet you all. As she spoke, her eyes scanned across the room, and stopped precisely on Takakawa Shin. At the same moment, Shin happened to be looking back at her. Katetsu Izane, Affinity, 9, Chapter 20, he definitely gets me. So that's Takakawa Shin. Katetsu Izane's eyes quietly settled on the refined boy. He stood out easily among the class. She'd seen his academy file, there'd been a photo attached, but the real thing far surpassed the image. Not just in looks, but also in spiritual pressure, and in presence. And Shin, noticing her gaze pause on him, instantly understood, the information about his Zanpakuto must have reached Squad 4. Still. She was tall. Seriously tall. Standing beside a girl like that would feel intimidating, to say the least. Izane rarely taught outside her own division, but she'd come prepared for today's guest lecture. Kaido, or Healing Kido, was only a sub-discipline under the broader category of Kido in the academy curriculum. Compared to Hado or Bakudo, it was considered far less important, and the academy rarely covered advanced Kaido techniques. Today we'll be introducing the theoretical basis of advanced Kaido. Izane said gently, turning to the board. Compared to basic Kaido, its applications in real combat and emergency care are far more efficient. I hope this lesson will encourage you all to take more interest in Kaido. She picked up a piece of chalk and swiftly filled the board with tightly packed text. The students stared. Kinda dense. Hisagi Shuai muttered after scanning it. Ashika, can you follow it? He asked the class's top Kaido student. Ashika frowned slightly. Barely. Shuai glanced around. Most students, Kenzaki included, looked completely lost. Whispered complaints rose. What even is this? I don't get it at all. Meanwhile, Kotetsu Izane began her explanation, skipping over the basics entirely and diving straight into advanced theory. For students with weaker Kaido foundations, it was like trying to decipher an alien language. Shuai still scribbled dutiful notes from the board, and then noticed Shin, oddly enough, paying full attention. You actually understand this? He whispered. Kind of. Shin replied. I've never studied this before, though. His self-study and trips to the library had never focused on Kaido. But still, he gave it his full attention. Shuai knew Shin wasn't the type to slack off. They'd entered the academy together, and back then, Shin had taken every class seriously. Izane, for her part, wasn't particularly gifted at public speaking. Being asked to sub was a challenge for her. But Anohana had assigned her the task, and so she was determined to do her best. Halfway through, she noticed most of the students growing sleepy. Her heart sank a little. Was she doing that poorly? The material wasn't wrong. Maybe Kaido just wasn't popular. And the advanced Kaido she was covering was still watered down for the academy's standards. If she'd taught real advanced Kaido, they wouldn't have understood a word. Izane started to feel anxious, until she caught Shin's gaze again. His eyes were bright, focused. He was listening. He was interested. That calmed her. After all, he was the reason she came today. Of course a student with a Kaido type's Onpacto would be interested in healing arts. Affinity, 14, Shin suddenly raised an eyebrow, then smiled. He smiled, he definitely understood. Izane caught the faint shift in his expression and felt her spirits lift. She pressed on, more confidently now, her voice finding rhythm. The lecture went on for an hour. Only when the dismissal bell rang did Izane snap out of it. She'd gone overtime. The reason? She'd kept an eye on Shin the entire time, he never once lost focus. Encouraged, she'd improvised more content on the spot. But then she noticed the class exhaling as if waking from a coma, faces weary, desperate for release. They really didn't care for Kaido after all. Still, she closed dutifully. That's the end of today's lesson. Thank you all for your attention. Kaido is a profound and rewarding art. With effort, you may discover more than you ever expected. I hope you will continue exploring it beyond this classroom. And with that, she exited. Shuai stretched and groaned. That was the hardest class I've ever taken. In Hado classes, their instructors always built up concepts step by step. Shuai had never had trouble following before. But this lesson? Izane had gone straight to the deep end. He turned to Shin, who looked thoughtful. You really into Kaido? Not particularly. But more knowledge never hurts. Ashika chimed in, I thought Vice Captain Kotetsu's lecture was great. Our usual instructors never go that in-depth. I wish she'd sub more often. Kaido was his specialty, he was genuinely fascinated. Please no. Shuai grumbled. They were just gathering their things when the class rep ran in. Takakawa, Oizumi-sensei wants to see you. Got it. At that same moment, in the faculty office, Oizumi Renshuk was speaking with Izane. Vice Captain Kotetsu, thank you so much for taking the time to teach today. That said, your material may have been a bit too advanced for our students. Most of them have never touched high-level Kaido. But Izane replied, you don't spark interest without exposure. Besides, at least a few students kept up. Like Takakawa Shin, he was very focused the entire time. Him? Takakawa. Focused? Oizumi sounded like he just heard someone recite the incantation for Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Backwards. Izane nodded seriously. Yes. Oizumi recalled that Shin had awakened a Kaido type's Onpacto, that news had spread across the academy already. Maybe that explained the sudden interest. Just then, Shin arrived. Oizumi waved him in and gave him a strange look. He himself had once served in Squad 4. He'd transferred to the academy later. Naturally, he wanted to see more promising students consider Squad 4 as their future. And Shin was undeniably gifted. Well, I'll leave you two to talk. I've got something to take care of. After Oizumi left, Izane took her time looking at him up close. He had a clean, calming presence, easy on the eyes and easy to talk to. Thinking this boy might one day be her subordinate made her smile softly, sincerely. Takakawa-kun. She asked, do you like Kaido? Chapter 21. The kind Onsen Shin was a little surprised by Kotetsu Izane's directness. After a moment of thought, he replied, anything I haven't learned yet, I'm more than happy to study. Izane tilted her head slightly. That was probably a yes. She chuckled softly. I've looked at your records, your Zunpacto is a Kaido type, right? Shin nodded. I believe so. I only just awakened it recently, so I haven't figured out all of its abilities yet. But it definitely has healing properties. Then there's no doubt. In the current Soul Society, the most well-known healing type Zanpakuto was Retsu Anohana's Minazuki, a giant, single-eyed manta-like creature that healed by swallowing patients whole. Izane continued, I came to the academy today not just to teach, but also to meet you in person. I'll get straight to the point. When academy students are assigned to a squad upon graduation, the decision is based on their stated preferences and overall performance. But your Zanpakuto is a Kaido type, extremely rare, so to be honest, you're much better suited to Squad 4. When you graduate, we'll formally request that you be assigned to us. I'd like to know what your thoughts are. Shin wasn't surprised. The moment he'd begun presenting his Zanpakuto as Kaido-based, he knew this day would come. Which seat? Izane blinked. Pardon? I mean, what seat would I hold if I joined Squad 4? She froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, are you saying you want to join Squad 4 directly as a seated officer? Shin nodded casually. Izane stared. She thought he was just naive and began explaining patiently, academy graduates all start as unseated officers. They gain experience, learn the squad's duties, and prove themselves before earning a seated rank, if their abilities meet the standard. Shin smiled. I'm sorry, Vice Captain Kotetsu. That may have been a bit forward of me. Izane smiled warmly back. It's fine. The more she spoke with him, the more she found Shin likable. He was calm, polite, and carried himself well. A sweet little brother type. The kind of young soul who would likely become a very reliable comrade. Thank you for coming, Vice Captain Kotetsu. When I graduate, I'll give serious thought to Squad 4. Eh? She didn't quite follow. Looking at the boy, so much shorter than her, she gently repeated, maybe I didn't explain clearly. Because of your Zanpakuto, the academy will assign you to Squad 4 upon graduation. Of course, I hope you want to join us, too. I saw you paying close attention in class today, unlike many others. That means you're interested in Kaido, right? If you come to Squad 4, you'll have access to deeper training, practical knowledge. Our captain is the most skilled healer in all of Soul Society. Shin interrupted, is there no way to change that assignment? Izane blinked, lips pressed tight. Takakawa-kun. Do you not want to join Squad 4? It's not that. I just haven't made up my mind yet. That's perfectly normal. I understand, your performance in the academy is stellar, and you're the student council president. I'm sure you have plans for the future. Many Squad 4 recruits later apply for transfers. But with the Kaido types on Pakuto, your path is naturally tied to healing. Squad 4 offers excellent support and benefits. And healing Shinigami are deeply respected. As she spoke about Squad 4 with such sincere passion, Shin couldn't help but smile. What a kind, gentle soul. If it had been Matsumoto Rangeka hearing him dodge so indirectly, she'd have already lost her temper. But Izane didn't even seem to notice. Takakawa-kun? She looked confused when she saw him smile without reason. Shin quickly clarified, I'm sorry, Vice Captain Kotetsu. It's just that having someone so beautiful, gentle, and knowledgeable personally talk to me like this. It made me a bit happy. Is that so? Izane's cheeks flushed faintly. She brushed a hand through her braid, flustered. Affinity, 18, wow, that went up fast. If possible, Takakawa-kun, I just hope you'll be mentally prepared. Squad 4 would gladly welcome you. Kaido is a vast and fascinating field. The fulfillment of healing others, saving lives, that's something no other squad can offer. I understand, Vice Captain. And thank you for coming. But I still have 2 years left until graduation. 2 years? Izane tilted her head. I remember your file before the school year began. You were assessed as eligible for early graduation. Why wait? Shin answered seriously, I'm the student council president. The council was only just established. It's still developing. It was my proposal that led to its approval, and I want to be responsible. I'll graduate once the council is stable. I hope you understand. Izane nodded, touched. You're very dedicated, Takakawa-kun. That's admirable. I believe you'll grow into a respected and excellent Shinigami. Shin smiled. I think Vice Captain Kotetsu already fits that description. You gave a lecture, and then even came to talk to me. I'm very grateful. Izane blushed a little. You flatter me too much. Affinity, 22, damn, it's going up fast. If I do end up joining Squad 4 after graduation, she'll definitely give me a bunch of rewards, Shin thought. But their captain, Anohana Retsu. Yeah, she wouldn't be quite so easy. He'd have to tread carefully. Izane soon took her leave, satisfied with the visit. Takakawa Shin was even more promising than she expected. This had been a good day. She'd fulfilled the captain's mission and found potential new blood for Squad 4. The captain would definitely be pleased. Chapter 22, The Cultural Festival Keizaru-kun. This is the very first event our student council is organizing. You wouldn't want it to look too shabby, right? I mean, this is about our reputation. Even the academy's faculty is supporting us. If we pull it off well, it'll reflect so well on everyone involved. As vice president of the student council, Keizaru Mitsugu stared blankly at the impassioned Takakawa Shin, who was currently playing the role of a desperate beggar. If the academy supports you, why not get them to fund it better? I tried. Shin replied with a pained face. But they kept going on about how tight the budget is. I'm just a regular student, I don't have any sway with them. What else could I do? Keizaru frowned, clearly deep in thought. This cultural festival you keep talking about, what exactly is it? Shin took the opportunity to explain again. Put simply, it's a school-wide celebration of culture and fun. The student council will organize everything. It won't just involve teachers and students from the Shino Academy, we'll even invite Shinigami from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and the Kido Corps. If it goes well, it could become a lasting tradition. And if Keizaru-kun sponsors it, you'd be the founding benefactor. Your name would go down in the history of the academy. That pitch clearly worked. Mitsugu's interest was piqued. How much are you asking? Shin held up his fingers to show an amount. 5 million? Shin nearly choked, he'd meant 500,000. But clearly, this noble heir was more generous than expected. Would that be okay? Shin asked carefully. Keizaru didn't answer right away. Instead, he said, do you have a proposal? Of course. Shin dashed to his desk and pulled out a thick folder. He handed it over respectfully. It's all ready. Please take a look. Keizaru began to flip through the documents, detailed plans, procedures, budgets. Everything was laid out clearly and meticulously. The academy leadership has seen this. Yes. Principal Shakubo himself promised full support. This is something the academy has never done before, he believes it'll enrich campus culture. After reviewing it for a while longer, Keizaru finally said, I'll bring the money tomorrow. Shin lit up with joy and, without thinking, threw his arms around him. Keizaru, you're amazing. A true savior of the student council. Keizaru instantly pushed him away with disdain. You've never been this friendly before. And we're not nearly close enough for you to just call me by name, Takakawa-kun. Shin grinned. Then what should I call you? Keizaru-kun? Keizaru-sama? Keizaru-dano? Keizaru shuddered. Normal is fine. I'm leaving. He needed to inform his family anyway. But honestly, 5 million wasn't much for someone from the Keizaru clan. Though the head of the family was a woman, many men played critical roles, and his position within the family was solid. Shin waved cheerfully. Safe trip back. He'd known Keizaru was rich, but this generous? The academy had only allocated 500,000 kan, barely 10,000 yen by his past life standards. Keizaru had just increased that tenfold. He probably wouldn't even need all that money. But now he could plan freely, and the leftover funds could go toward future student council expenses. Who says nobles are the worst? Some of them are incredible. In truth, Keizaru hadn't agreed just for the supposed glory. He also admired Takakawa Shin himself. When his clan had first informed him about the council project, he'd been surprised to learn it had been proposed by an ordinary student. But Shin was undeniably gifted. His future was limitless. That very day, flush with funding, Shin convened a full student council meeting and assigned responsibilities to every member. Then he went around informing teachers and class reps from every year and every section. By the next day, the entire academy knew, a cultural festival was coming in 2 weeks. Huge announcement boards went up around campus. Academy life was normally a dull grind, lectures and training. There was hardly room for fun. So this event sparked genuine excitement. Just as everyone began preparing for the festival, someone unexpected arrived, Lieutenant Shiba Keian of Squad 13. At the student council office, Shin entered with Rukia in tow, only to find Shiba Keian lounging in his chair, casually flipping through paperwork. Lieutenant Shiba. Shin greeted, what a surprise. Keian chuckled. You say that like I'm a stranger. I'm the honorary president of this student council, remember? He looked past Shin. And this young lady? Rukia. She's my assistant. Rukia, this is Lieutenant Shiba Keian of Squad 13. An honor. Rukia quickly bowed, amazed. The president works with people like this all the time. Keian teased, wow, not bad. You've got a cute girl as your assistant now. Your student council sure has a lot of pretty members, huh? Rukia blushed, self-conscious. She didn't think she was anything special, unlike Hinamori, who really was beautiful. You barely show up, Honorary president. You might as well be a guest. Actually, I was just about to look for you. Oh? What for? Shin raised an eyebrow. But what brings you here today? Got assigned to teach a class for the first years. Also, I heard about this big event you're planning. Wanted to see for myself. Ah, the cultural festival. Shin explained. We're inviting Shinigami from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Would be great if you could help promote it, maybe even convince a few captains to come. That'd really liven things up. Gaian burst out laughing. You think captains will come to a school party? You think your name carries that much weight? Shin grinned. I don't, but yours definitely does. Everyone in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards knows Lieutenant Shiba Gaian. You're basically the captain of Squad 13 in all but name. Gaian smirked, clearly pleased. But he didn't promise anything. Captains are busy, you know. True. But Principal Shakubo already said he'd welcome Imperial Guards members back to their alma mater. As honorary president, I'm sure you'd be happy to help us out, right? Gaian considered. It wasn't a difficult favor. A light-hearted event like this would probably appeal to a lot of people, including his own captain. I'll see what I can do. Then his gaze narrowed at Shin. So? About your Zanpakuto. You've heard? Shin said innocently. It was pure luck. I just suddenly awakened it. Gaian gave a dry laugh. Suddenly, huh? You forget what you promised me, kid. Shin blinked. Did I? My uncle already agreed to grant you the third seat in Squad 13. And now you're telling me you're Zanpakuto's Kaido type. That's put me in a tough spot. Rukia, listening nearby, froze. Her eyes went wide. Third seat? The president? Shin looked genuinely apologetic. I really did want to join Squad 10. But Zanpakuto aren't something you get to choose. Gaian's eyes narrowed. Tell me honestly. Is your Zanpakuto really Kaido type? Shin blinked. Can someone even fake that? There've been cases. Gaian said coolly. Plenty of Imperial Guards members don't reveal their Zanpakuto's true abilities. Shin looked thoughtful. I didn't know that. Then he drew the plain Asaki at his hip. Want to verify it yourself? Gaian stared at the utterly ordinary blade. Then he sighed. Forget it. If it's Kaido type, then I guess you and Squad 10 weren't meant to be. Shin sighed too. I appreciate the understanding, Lieutenant Shiba. Believe me, I really did want to join Squad 10. After all, who wouldn't want to see Miss Rangeku every day? Gaian narrowed his eyes at him. This kid was full of crap, and charming as hell. Chapter 23, 3 girls, 1 stage. With preparations for the cultural festival underway, every member of the student council was now busier than ever. Aside from attending regular classes, Rukia spent most of her days following Shin around the academy grounds, dashing from one errand to the next. But she didn't mind. Having something to do every day filled her with a sense of purpose. The president was a truly kind person, he often gave her pointers and guidance. Rukia held deep respect for Shin in her heart. These class submissions are completely all over the place. Shin muttered, flipping through a binder the culture committee had just handed him. Rukia leaned in to peek at the entries, a stage play titled The Fugitive Princess and Her Knight, a musical number Reigaku dance review, a Kido fireworks showcase, and more. The titles intrigued her. She couldn't help but wonder what each performance would actually be like. What do you think, Rukia? Shin asked suddenly. I think they're fine? She replied hesitantly. Shin frowned. That stage play is an hour long. If the performance isn't solid, it'll just bore the audience. We need to set stricter selection criteria. That makes sense. Rukia agreed. The festival would take place in the Academy's central plaza. A large stage would be erected for the performances, and the surrounding space would feature class-run booths, snacks, second-hand goods, handmade trinkets, whatever the students wanted to sell. But the performances were definitely going to be the highlight. Shin closed the binder, glanced at Rukia, and suddenly grinned. Hey, what if the student council did a performance too? Us? Rukia blinked, surprised. I think you'd be perfect on stage, Rukia. Her eyes widened, and she immediately shook her head. I can't. President, I really can't. How would you know if you've never tried? Rukia bit her lip and tried to think of the reason. But we're so busy with student council work. We don't have time to rehearse. We don't need a big cast, just 2 or 3 people would do. Shin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let me see. You, Hinamori, and Kaizawa. The 3 of you have very different styles, it'll be a showstopper. The 3 girls couldn't have been more different. Kaizawa was cold and blunt, Hinamori sweet, soft-spoken and mischievous, and Rukia. Well, Rukia felt the most unremarkable. Quiet, diligent, independent. Like still water, clear and calm, but sometimes, sharp and clever beneath the surface. President. Rukia looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping he'd reconsider. It's decided. Go find Hinamori and Kaizawa and explain things to them. Shin said cheerfully, putting an end to discussion. Rukia wasn't good at saying no. She didn't want to do it, but Shin's tone left no room for negotiation. She obediently left the office to find the other two girls. Half an hour later, all three were gathered in the student council office. What the hell is this about? Kaizawa said first, frowning with open displeasure. She'd known Shin longer than the other two, and didn't hesitate to speak frankly. Seated behind his desk, Shin smiled brightly. It's not hell, Kaizawa. Every class is submitting a performance, why shouldn't the student council represent as well? Pick someone else. I'm not doing it. She said flatly. You're just doing this for your own amusement. Kaizawa, you're our head of discipline. You have a duty to stand and represent us. I also have the right to refuse. She shot back. Why don't you go up there? Come on, I wouldn't be as eye-catching as you girls. And if the three of you perform, we're guaranteed to draw attention. It'll make more students want to join the student council next year. Kaizawa fell silent for a moment, then subconsciously reached up and touched her cheek. Hinamori seized the moment. But President, we don't even know what we'd perform. I don't have any talents like that. A play, a song, a dance, you three can figure it out. For now, I'll relieve you of other student council duties so you can focus on rehearsal. Hinamori looked at Rukia, then at Kaizawa. Neither looked eager. She didn't want to say too much if they weren't on board. Seeing their silence, Shin added, how about this? If you agree, I'll grant each of you a wish afterwards. Within my authority, of course. I am the president, after all. That got Hinamori's attention. Really? Of course. She tugged gently on Rukia's sleeve. Rukia hesitated, then softly muttered. All right. Shin turned to Kaizawa. She stared at him for a long moment. Fine. Shin smiled. I'm counting on you. Show the academy what the student council is made of. Hinamori raised a fist in enthusiasm. We'll do our best. After they left the office, Rukia couldn't help whispering to Hinamori, why did you agree so quickly? I wasn't ready for this. I don't think I can do it. You're just lacking confidence. Hinamori replied. This is the perfect chance to overcome that. You have to believe in yourself. Rukia said nothing, lips pressed together. Hinamori turned to Kaizawa. Kaizawa-senpai, do you have any ideas? Kaizawa replied coolly, you two think of something. I'll cooperate. With that, she turned and walked off alone. Hinamori watched her go, then whispered, Kaizawa-senpai's so hard to talk to. I've never even seen her smile. Rukia nodded. Yeah. It's true. In the student council, it seemed like only the president and Hisagi really got along with her. Still, Hinamori perked up again. Come on, Rukia. Let's start brainstorming. At least the president gave us time off from council duties. I have no idea where to even begin. Then I'll think of something. The festival day was fast approaching, and the entire academy was abuzz with excitement. Banners and streamers had already gone up around campus. Being a Shinigami was a serious, solemn duty, guarding the Sairi Itai, maintaining balance in the three realms. The academy's atmosphere was usually disciplined and strict. But this cultural festival was breathing new life into the school. Rukia and Hinamori both genuinely loved being here. They loved the student council. They loved this new, unexpected life they were living. Chapter 24, Hinamori Momo's request. 2 days after Rukia and the other girls began rehearsing for their performance, Hinamori Momo suddenly came looking for Shin. President. Takakawa Shin was in the middle of handling logistics for the cultural festival. When he saw Hinamori, he looked up and asked, what's up? Is the performance ready? Not yet, we're still rehearsing. Hinamori replied with a bright smile. I didn't see your act listed in the submissions, though. What are you three working on? Hinamori smiled mysteriously. Hee, that's a secret for now. But I promise, it'll blow you away when you see it. Shin chuckled and set aside his paperwork. Alright, I'll keep my expectations high then. He figured she had more on her mind. Sure enough, Hinamori leaned in. President, I actually have a favor to ask. Let's hear it. This cultural festival is a rare occasion for the academy, right? If we pull it off well, it might become an annual tradition. Well. Hinamori hesitated for a moment, then continued, I have a friend, he's spiritually aware. I've always hoped he'd enroll here at the academy, but he keeps refusing. So I was thinking maybe if he came and saw the place during the festival, he'd change his mind. I really think he'd come to like it here. A friend? Shin paused, immediately guessing who she meant. Hitsugaya Toshiro, future captain of the 10th Division. According to the original timeline, Toshiro didn't join the academy until after Hinamori had already graduated. Could that timing be changed? Shin turned the thought over in his mind. At that moment, Hinamori stepped closer and began gently massaging his shoulders. President, I know this is asking a lot. But I'm sure you can figure something out, right? Hinamori was from Rakongai, whereas the Shino Academy was located within Siriite AI. Siriite AI was reserved for nobles and Shinigami. Normally, residents of Rakongai weren't allowed inside without clearance. Even in District 1, Jinranon. And Shin, at the end of the day, was just a student. He didn't hold that kind of authority. But Hinamori hadn't thought that far ahead. In her eyes, Shin was someone who casually dealt with academy leadership, even captains and vice-captains. He was powerful, impressive, capable of anything. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Shin said with a snort. So, is it possible? Hinamori looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. You know the rules, don't you? What you're asking breaks protocol. Are you prepared to face the consequences? So I can't. Hinamori lowered her gaze, her expression wilting with disappointment. Perhaps she had overstepped. Even if the president had the means, it wasn't right to ask him to do something improper. I'm sorry, President. I shouldn't have bothered you. She gave a deep bow and turned to leave. Still, I might have a way. Hinamori whipped around, eyes lighting up with renewed hope. But it's risky. Shin said, wearing a conflicted look. Hinamori hesitated. She didn't want to cause trouble for the president. It wasn't a matter of life and death. Don't worry about it, President. She said quickly. If it means breaking the rules, it's really not necessary. I didn't think it through. Shin chuckled. This friend of yours, are you too close? She nodded. He lives right next door. We grew up together. In this world, childhood friend didn't carry romantic implications. It was simply someone you'd known since you were little. In that case, Shin said, it'd be a shame to waste the opportunity. If you've gone through this much trouble for him, I'd feel bad not helping. President. Hinamori's eyes sparkled with emotion. Siriite AI and Rakongai were separated by massive white walls built from spiritual barrier stone. Crossing between them required going through one of four massive gates: White Way, Azure Flow, Black Ridge, and Vermilion Hollow, each guarded by one of the mighty gatekeepers. Academy students like Hinamori were granted freedom of movement with their student ID and uniform. Shin's plan was simple: give Hinamori an extra student uniform and ID. She could just bring her friend in herself. The gatekeepers weren't strict with students, these were future Shinigami, after all. So long as they presented proof, they were allowed to pass. Thank you, President. Hinamori beamed, bowing again and again. Shin smiled slyly. Words are cheap. Is that all the thanks I get? Flustered, Hinamori fidgeted. I'm also grateful in my heart. Affection plus 48, Shin glanced at the system window. Affection values climbed quickly up to 50 or so, but after that, increases were rare. Even someone he'd known for years, like Matsumoto Rinjaku, was barely over 60. Hinamori was progressing fast, due to her warm personality, no doubt, but once she crossed that 50 mark, he'd have to try harder. If he relied only on slow, daily interactions, who knew how long it'd take to unlock the system's major rewards? This damned system really was designed to turn him into a manipulative bastard. Even this favor for Hinamori wasn't particularly difficult. The risk he'd mentioned was basically negligible. Even if the academy found out, they wouldn't punish him for something so minor. But if he had agreed right away, the affection gain would have been small. By feigning reluctance and resistance, the payoff was much greater. It was a little scummy, but effective. Especially on girls like Hinamori. All right, he said. Use my uniform and ID. Come see me the day before and I'll hand them over. Thank you, President. She chirped again and left in high spirits. Shin remained behind, now thinking about Hitsugaya Toshiro. In the original story, it was Renjaku who discovered his potential and brought him to the academy. Hitsugaya's natural talent outshone the likes of Ibarai Renji or Kira Izuru. Like Shiba Keian and Akamaru Jin, he'd graduated in a single year, and went on to become the youngest captain in Seoul society history. His Zanpakuto, Hiran Mauru, was known as the strongest heist-type blade. Hitsugaya and Hinamori were close in age. Yet even decades later, he still looked like a child, testament to his incredible spiritual power. A real gem of a recruit. And Shin still had another year before graduation. This could work. Chapter 25, The Captains. The day before the cultural festival, Shin was summoned to the principal's office. These are the names of the captains attending tomorrow. Principal Shizo Shakubaku said, handing Shin a document. Make sure someone is there to welcome them. Shin glanced at the list. The captains of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th, and 13th divisions were all set to appear. That's quite a crowd, he muttered, mentally noting how impressive Kei and Shiba's connections must be. With so many high-ranking figures attending, we can't afford any mistakes. Shakyobaku reminded him. In addition to the captains, many seated officers and unseated Shinigami from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would also be present. The event was shaping up to be a big one. Principal, aren't you putting a little too much responsibility on a student? Shin said. Wouldn't it be better if the faculty handled this? But Shakyobaku waved it off. Teachers are here to teach. I think it's beneficial for students like you to take initiative in these things. Shin sighed inwardly. The student council was already stretched thin, and tomorrow would be the busiest day of all. Now they had to spare members for reception duty? After thinking for a moment, Shin handed the list back. Shakyobaku looked at him, puzzled. It's not that I'm unwilling, Shin said, but we simply don't have enough people. Every student council member has a job tomorrow. Pulling them off their assignments would disrupt the festival. Shakyobaku frowned slightly. Shin continued, besides, I doubt the captains even want an entourage. They're here to enjoy themselves, not be inspected or worshipped. Treating them like visiting inspectors might just dampen their mood. After all, this is their alma mater. Shakyobaku paused, visibly caught off guard. What do you think, Principal? Shin asked. The principal fell into thought. Technically, he and the other faculty could step in and handle things, but what Shin said made a surprising amount of sense. These captains had all once walked the halls of the academy. In fact, some of them, like Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro, had more seniority than he did. He studied Shin with renewed interest, then finally nodded. You may be right. Still, we can't just ignore their presence. Alright, here's the deal, you greet them yourself. If they really prefer to explore on their own, fine. If not, it's your job to keep them properly entertained. With no room left to argue, Shin nodded. The next morning, Spirit Academy main gate, the sky was a pristine blue, scattered with drifting cherry blossoms like pink clouds. The scent of flowers lingered in the breeze. Shin stood alone at the front gate, watching the trickle of arriving Shinigami and occasionally gazing up at the sky. Rukia wasn't with him today, she was busy preparing for her performance. Finally, from the edge of his vision, a group of figures emerged. The flash of white hair among the crowd was impossible to miss, especially when several were approaching at once. Shin straightened his posture immediately, discarding his casual air and jogging up to meet them. The Spirit Academy and Student Council welcomed the arrival of the captains, he said, bowing respectfully. Just as the list indicated, the arrivals included 4th Division Captain Unohana Retsu, 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke, 6th Division Captain Kuichiki Jinrai, 8th Division Captain Shun Sekiraku, 10th Division Captain Shiba Ishin, 13th Division Captain Yukitake Joshiro. Most were accompanied by their lieutenants, save for the 6th Division Captain, who had come alone. Some Shin had met before. The rest he only knew by reputation. But all of them were familiar faces to anyone who'd studied the history of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. We meet again, Takakawa-kun. Aizen greeted with his usual gentle smile. Captain Ishin Shiba glanced around. You came alone? His tone was light, but his eyes scanned the area curiously. For so many captains to arrive, and only a single student to greet them? I was instructed by Principal Shakyobaku himself. Shin answered politely. He emphasized that this is a celebration, not an inspection. The captains are here as guests, alumni, even. No need for ceremony. In fact, too much formality might get in the way of your enjoyment. Ishin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. That doesn't sound like something the principal would say. It's been a while since I've visited the academy, Yukitake said with a warm laugh. The handsome, silver-haired 13th Division captain stood beside Ishin, his demeanor calm and composed. He was among the most senior captains in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, more experienced than even Kuichiki Jinrai, who, despite his white hair and austere face, still addressed Yukitake with respect. Also present was the flamboyant Captain Kiraku of the 8th Division, decked out in his signature pink hair atop the standard white one. He looked more like a wandering poet than a warrior. His brown, wavy hair was tied back, and a neatly trimmed beard framed his jaw. So you're the student council president? Kiraku said lazily, sizing Shin up. Pretty good looking, aren't you? Thank you for the compliment, Captain Kiraku. Shin answered with a polite nod. I've heard you've got quite a few divisions fighting over you, the captain said teasingly. Shin looked surprised. Really? This is the first I've heard of it. Standing beside Ishin, Rinjaku rolled her eyes dramatically. Keian, next to Yukitake, laughed and chimed in, don't let his innocent face fool you, Captains, this guy's got ambition. He didn't even blink at the offer of a third seat position. The revelation caught several present off guard. Kotetsu Izane blinked, suddenly recalling that odd moment when Shin had asked what seat he'd be given in the 4th division. At the time, she had assumed he was just ignorant. Now it made perfect sense. Shin cursed inwardly. Damn Keian, was he trying to blow up his chances with everyone? Vice Captain Shiba's got it wrong. Shin protested with a sheepish grin. I'd never look down on a third seat post. Is that so? Shin chuckled. But as I recall, neither I nor Ringjaku ever got a clear yes from you. The weight of so many eyes made Shin's temples throb. He opened his mouth to change the subject, only to be interrupted by a voice as smooth as flowing water. Perhaps that simply means his ideal division lies elsewhere. In that case, there's no need to pressure him. Shin looked up, and met the gaze of a breathtakingly serene and beautiful woman. Chapter 26, Anohana. As Captain Anohana's seemingly benign comment came to Shin's defense, Shiba Ishin couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Anohana, already starting to protect your future subordinates? Anohana didn't deny it. She merely smiled gently and said, from what I can see, this student is outstanding in both conduct and academics. I'm simply stating the obvious. Outstanding conduct. Both Matsumoto Ringjaku and Keian Shiba stifled a snort at that. Sure, Shin's grades were top tier, he was first in his year. But outstanding conduct? That was stretching it. Still, Shin inclined his head politely. Thank you for your kind words, Captain Anohana. He then turned to the assembled captains and lieutenants. If any of you would like a guide around the Academy's cultural festival, I'd be happy to accompany you. But if you prefer to walk around at your leisure, please feel free. Anohana stepped forward, smiling with soft confidence. In that case, please walk with me and Yamada-san. Her tone left little room for debate. The others gave a few dry chuckles. Anohana, after all, was one of the oldest captains in Seoul society, her seniority on par with the captain commander himself. No one would argue. As you command. Shin said with a bow. I apologize to the rest of you, student council manpower is thin, and I won't be able to assign more guides. The other captains weren't offended. They hadn't come expecting ceremony, and in fact, this informality suited them better. So Shin departed with Captain Anohana and Lieutenant Kotetsu Izane in tow, leading them toward the central plaza where the crowd was thickest. Ringjaku took the opportunity to pull away as well. Captain, I'm going to browse the festival on my own, alright? Ishin waved her off lazily. Knock yourself out. She quickly turned to eyes Nanao and called out, come on, Nanao, let's go. Nanao didn't even bother checking in with her own captain and simply followed Ringjaku. Among the 13 court guard squads, camaraderie was strong, especially between captains and lieutenants. Each lieutenant was chosen directly by their captain, after all, and their relationships were usually close. Watching the crowd disperse, Shun Sekiraku muttered dryly, looks like we've been abandoned. He'd visited the academy several times since graduating centuries ago, and every time he'd been met with pomp and ceremony. This kind of casual welcome was a first. Aizen adjusted his glasses and chuckled. This isn't so bad. Just like Takakawa said, this is a student festival, not an official inspection. Yukitik nodded. Let's just enjoy ourselves. The central plaza was bustling. Rows of small tents and makeshift stalls line the space, each one manned by a class of students. Snacks, trinkets, simple games, there was something for everyone. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Hand-painted signs displayed every class's booth theme. Alongside the red and white uniform students were plenty of Shinigami, mingling freely. It's really lively. Izane murmured in awe. It was rare to see anything like this in Seoul society. Siri-eyed AI was perpetually quiet. Even the higher-numbered districts of the Rakongai had markets, but nothing like this. The students were enthusiastic, passionately calling out to passerby to visit their booths. Anohana and Izane hadn't expected to find this kind of vibrancy in the academy. Did you organize all this? Anohana asked, glancing at Shin. It was a group effort. Shin replied modestly. The student council and the academy's leadership handled the infrastructure, but each class designed their own booths. But the idea for the festival, that was yours, wasn't it? She pressed. Shin smiled. Just something that came to mind. I didn't expect the faculty to be so supportive. Well done. She said softly. No wonder the 10th and 13th divisions have their eyes on you. You flatter me. Vice Captains Matsumoto and Shiba simply suggested I consider their squads after graduation. I haven't made any final decisions yet. Anohana's smile deepened. And now? Have you decided? Shin hesitated. My homeroom teacher, Nanada-sensei, said that because my Zanpakuto has a healing ability, I'd be best suited for the 4th division. Lieutenant Kotetsu mentioned the same when she gave a guest lecture. Do you want to join the 4th division? Anohana asked, eyes watching him carefully. Of course. Shin said instantly. This time, he didn't deflect or dodge the question. He knew very well that Captain Anohana was nothing like Shiba Ishin. Behind that serene smile was someone whose reputation for power and ruthlessness was legendary. Izane chimed in, to Kakawa-kun, the 4th division would be a perfect fit. Your Zunpacto's potential could be fully developed there. Anohana added with a sly smile, so if you do join the 4th division, which seat are you hoping for? I hear Vice Captain Shiba said even 3rd seat didn't interest you. Shin gave a wry smile. Captain Anohana, you overestimate me. I'd be happy just passing the final exams and getting in at all. My grasp of Kaido is still beginner level, I might not even be qualified for a regular squad member yet. Anohana's eyes crinkled. No need for such modesty. You have talent. I'm sure you'll flourish with us. I appreciate your confidence. As they strolled, Anohana naturally drew attention. A captain wandering the festival? Students everywhere whispered and gawked. Suddenly, she paused, gaze catching on something ahead. Shin followed her eyes and saw a familiar face. They were near the area designated for first years. A class hadn't set up a tent, instead, they built a wooden platform. Beside it was a signboard, Sword Dart Duel Challenge win to earn a mystery prize. Consolation prizes available. Shin remembered seeing the proposal in the planning documents. Since it required more space, he'd approved them for a spot on the outskirts of the plaza. On the platform, a red-haired student was locked in a high-energy duel. Renji Abarai. His opponent looked vaguely familiar, likely an upperclassman, possibly even one of Shin's yearmates. To Shin's surprise, Renji was holding his own. His aggressive, fluid fighting style was almost mesmerizing. Renji might have zero talent in Kido, but his skill in sword art, flash steps, and Hikata was top-notch. Future strongest lieutenant. Indeed. Anohana seemed intrigued. That child's fighting style suits the 11th division quite well. It was a prophetic statement. Renji would, in the future, join the 11th division before rising to become vice captain of the 6th. Then she glanced back at Shin. I've heard you're quite skilled in swordsmanship yourself? Shin flinched inwardly. Crap. I forgot all about that. Anohana's smile turned slightly mischievous. Why don't you go up and spar with him? At that exact moment, Renji's opponent stumbled, then tumbled off the platform with a heavy thud. Anohana Retsu, Affection Level 1, Chapter 27, Anohana's Favorability. Anohana Retsu, originally known as Yachiru. Anohana. A millennium ago, she was the most fearsome criminal soul society had ever seen, before being defeated and taken in by the Captain Commander himself. She was the founder of both the 11th Division and the very ideology of the 11th Division. She was also the first ever to hold the title of Kenpachi. And Kenpachi, that title wasn't honorary. It meant one thing, the strongest swordsman among all Shinigami. Yachiru. Anohana, Yachiru. Signifying mastery of all known sword styles in existence. Standing beside this woman, Shin could only feel her gentleness, poise, and quiet grandeur. As for the rumors about her terrifying cunning, so far, none of that showed. Shin didn't believe that Anohana's interest in him stemmed from his Zunpacto being of the healing type. That seemed too shallow for someone of her stature. Especially when he glanced at the system prompt, Anohana Retsu, Favorability 1. After becoming student council president, Shin had access to his own full records. His swordsmanship grades were marked as exceptional innate talent. Most likely, the words Anohana had spoken earlier were just part of her responsibilities as a captain, nothing more. Around the dueling platform, a small crowd had gathered. When Renji landed his finishing blow, cheers broke out. Several Shinigami watching from the sidelines even offered applause. Renji let out a breath, then reached out to help the older student he'd just bested, politely asking, "You okay?" Inside, he was smug. Sure, his Kido was terrible, but when it came to everything else, he was no slouch. The upperclassman muttered nothing in reply, declined his consolation prize, and walked away stiffly, ignoring reminders to claim his reward. Losing to a first year was humiliating. One of the first years at the booth called out enthusiastically, "Anyone else want to try? There's a mystery prize waiting for the lucky winner." But the gathered students looked at each other uncertainly. Seeing an upperclassman get bested had clearly shaken their confidence. As for the watching Shinigami, sure, they could win easily, but there was no honor in thrashing a student. Then someone called out, "Come and clear, what's the prize?" Head swiveled. It was Takakawa Shin, and he wasn't alone. Captain Anohana stood beside him. The crowd held its breath. The student manning the booth gulped. It's a secret. You'll only know if you win." Shin stepped forward and leapt lightly onto the stage. "Then I'll give it a try." Renji stiffened. They'd never formally met, but Renji had heard about this student council president countless times, from Rukia, mostly. President Shin is so kind, I want to be like the president, he's so strong and reliable. All this praise. Constant. Relentless. Renji hadn't thought much of it at first. But over time. Envy, then irritation crept in. Maybe he hadn't even realized it himself. Now, seeing the guy in person, cool, elegant, flanked by the most powerful healers in Seoul's society, Renji's blood surged. Beat him. He's a top-ranked genius at Shino Academy. Captains were watching. Everyone was watching. Renji, still high from his last duel, tossed Shin a wooden sword. Sure. Let's do it. Shin caught it easily. Need a break first? Renji grunted. No need. He crossed to the other side of the platform, readied his stance. Bring it. Shin adjusted his grip on the wooden blade, relaxed but poised. Renji stared him down. No pressure. Plenty of openings. He charged. With a roar, Renji came in fast, aiming directly for Shin's chest. A basic thrust, just to test him. Shin lifted his sword, slowly, almost casually. Renji narrowed his eyes. Too slow. He feinted, twisting his stance into a horizontal sweep aimed at Shin's ribs. Crack. A sharp snap echoed through the air. Pain exploded across the back of Renji's hand. His sword flew from his grip, clattering to the ground. Before he could react, Shin's blade was at his throat. Renji froze. Wide-eyed. He'd seen everything. Every motion, every shift in Shin's footing, the arc of the strike, he'd seen it. But he couldn't react. Couldn't block. Couldn't stop it. One move. That was all it took. Shin withdrew his sword with a slight smile. Thank you for the match. The crowd erupted. They had watched the whole thing. Shin's movements hadn't been fast. Not really. But his technique, every strike honed, every choice deliberate, had hit Renji's weakness with surgical precision. That was fast. Izane murmured, startled. She'd expected Shin to win, sure, but not like that. Not this decisively. Anohana's eyes shimmered with quiet interest, her lips curving. Shin-kun is impressive. Izane added. Anohana's voice was low, almost amused. He's much more impressive than you realize. Eh? He didn't rely on strength. Didn't use brute force. He won with pure technique, his swordsmanship is refined. That one strike. It was all compressed into that. A masterstroke. And yet. He was so young. Shin handed back the wooden sword and moved to leave the platform. Wait. Renji's voice rang out, full of emotion. Can we go again? Just once more. He wasn't being a sore loser. Shin was his senior, a known genius. Losing wasn't the issue. It was that Shin's strike had exposed something deep, something Renji needed to fix. He wanted to lose again. He wanted to learn. Shin chuckled. If you didn't notice it the first time, 10 more wouldn't help. At that moment, a first-year student stepped forward, box in hand. Congratulations, senpai. Your prize is, Shin waved him off. No need. Keep it for the next challenger. Renji watched him go, jaw clenched, resolve burning behind his crimson eyes. Next year. I'm joining the student council. No matter what. Shin returned to Anohana's side. I won, Captain Anohana. Not bad. She replied mildly. Shall we continue? No lavish praise. No smile beyond the usual. Anohana Retsu, favorability, too, Shin sighed inwardly. This woman was going to be a tough one. Chapter 28, Rukia. On stage near the center of Shino Academy's festival grounds stood the performance stage, where all the class presentations were set to take place. Shun Sekiraku and several other captains had already gathered there, forming a casual circle and chatting among themselves. Beside them, a notice board had been posted listing the performance schedule and times. The first act is by the student council. Kiraku murmured, rubbing his chin. Kazawa, Hinamori, and Rukia. Those all sound like very cute girls. Luckily, Aiznana wasn't nearby, otherwise he'd have earned another eye roll of disdain. I've met Rukia before, said Shiba Keian with a small smile. She really is quite cute. That caught Kiraku's attention. Admiring beautiful girls was one of his greatest joys in life. I'm starting to suspect that Takakawa's real reason for not graduating, Keian added with a sigh, is that he wants to enjoy a long reign in the student council surrounded by pretty girls. His grumbling revealed just how sore he still was about Shin's refusal to join his division. Nearby, Yukitake Joshiro and Aizen Sosuke were making casual conversation, while Kuichiki Jinrai, ever serene, stood quietly to one side. He was no longer the eldest present, but certainly the most senior. His own grandson had long since married. He had little interest in cultural festivals but had shown up today as a favor to Keian. His grandson and Keian were close in age and likely to work together in the future. He'd originally hoped to bring his grandson along, but ever since that incident, the boy had become more withdrawn, avoiding others altogether. Jinrai carried quiet worry for him. His own son had died in the line of duty, and all his hopes now rested on the next generation. A crowd had already begun to form near the stage, buzzing with anticipation for the first performance. As expected, people stepped aside to make room for the captains and vice-captains. Kiraku, standing with Keian and Keian's uncle Shiba Ishin, caught sight of Ai's Nanao and Matsumoto Rinjaku arriving. He waved cheerfully. Nanao-chan. Nanao pretended not to see him, engrossed in conversation with Rangjaku. Kiraku clutched his chest in mock heartbreak. Keian snorted out a laugh. Already here? Someone asked from behind. Anohana Retsu had arrived, accompanied by Azane and Takakawa Shin. Captain Anohana. Azane greeted politely. How was the stroll through the festival? Kiraku asked. It's surprisingly lively. Anohana replied with a gentle smile. Everything is quite well put together. It really is. Kiraku agreed. If only we had this kind of thing back in our school days. He and Yukitake had been part of Shino Academy's first graduating class. At that time, the academy was still just a freshly converted offshoot of the Junji school run by the head captain himself, crude and austere. As the captains chatted among themselves, Shin stood quietly nearby, saying little. Soon enough, a young student, the head of the cultural committee, stepped to the center of the stage to deliver an opening speech. Welcome, everyone, to the first ever Shino Academy Culture Festival. Up next are performances prepared by students from every class. We hope you enjoy the show. He stepped aside and announced, opening performance, a dance theater presentation by student council members Kazawa, Hinamori Momo, and Rukia. Among the students, Hinamori and Rukia might not have been particularly famous yet, but everyone knew Kazawa. As the head of the disciplinary committee, she was known for her strict, no-nonsense demeanor. Which made everyone all the more curious, what the hell would a Kazawa dance look like? The crowd erupted with excited murmurs as the curtain parted, revealing 3 girls stepping onto the stage. Leading the group was Hinamori, dressed in a brilliant pink kimono and adorned with carefully applied makeup, giving her a surprisingly mature appearance. Rukia followed behind her. Compared to Momo, she still wore a veil of shy hesitation, clearly uncomfortable in such a flashy outfit on such a public stage. Kazawa, naturally, wore her usual stone-faced expression, but even her rigid steps betrayed her unease. Now that's something. Shun Kiraku murmured, smiling broadly. If these lovely girls all graduated into the 8th division, I'd die a happy man. The crowd fell into a hush. The quiet only made the girls on stage feel more nervous. From behind the scenes, the band began to play. Shin watched them with an easy smile, until he noticed something odd. Kuichiki Jinrai was staring intently at Rukia. The stoic old noble, who rarely revealed anything, was now visibly shaken. She looks just like her. That girl on the stage, that petite student with such striking features, she looked almost identical to the Kuichiki family's estranged would-be daughter-in-law. Rukia. You got this. A loud, poorly timed shout broke the silence, making several in the audience frown. They turned to see a red-haired boy grinning and waving wildly. Rukia flushed crimson, cursing Renji under her breath. Shin observed Jinrai again, gaze thoughtful. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Rukia being noticed by the Kuichiki clan, this was just happening earlier than in the original timeline. Still, no matter what happened, Byakuya Kuichiki would genuinely care for Rukia. Of that, Shin had no doubt. But living under the Kuichiki name wouldn't be easy. That cold, perfect brother of hers was both her greatest support and her most oppressive shadow. The dance began. The 3 girls moved gracefully in time with the music, a slow, flowing choreography like a soft tale being told without words. They weren't professionals, far from it, but there was a sincerity to their performance that made it captivating. For most of Seoul's society, entertainment like this was a rarity. Outside of the noble clans, most had never seen a proper stage performance at all. And these 3, so distinct, so elegant, each had their own charm. By Shin standards, the performance wasn't even average. But this was a school festival. He wasn't here to judge. A few minutes later, the dance ended. The 3 girls bowed, and the audience exploded in applause. Bravo! Kiraku clapped enthusiastically. But then Jinrai suddenly spoke. Apologies, everyone, I just remembered something urgent. I must take my leave. The other captains looked up in surprise. Keian wondered aloud if the performance had somehow offended the old noble. But Jinrai said nothing more. He simply turned and walked away. Chapter 29, Hinamori's Thoughts Backstage. Rukia exhaled deeply as she stepped down from the stage. Finally over. She had never been this nervous in her life, not even during her student council admission trials. This had been agony. Beside her, Hinamori Momo was radiant, unable to contain her excitement. Did you hear the cheers from the crowd? We did great. And I think one of the captains really enjoyed it too. Kazawa tugged at her outfit and muttered, I just want to get this thing off already. It's uncomfortable. Among the group of stagehands and students preparing to go on next, a silver-haired boy stood out like a sore thumb. He was wearing an oversized academy uniform that clearly didn't fit. Passers-by couldn't help but glance and whisper. Momo. The boy called out to the three girls. Hinamori beamed and rushed over. Did you watch seriously? What did you think of my performance? Hitsugaya Toshiro scrunched up his face. It was fine. It wasn't an honest answer. In all the years they'd known each other, he'd never seen Momo like this. In truth, he'd been stunned when she stepped out in that outfit. She looked dazzling. Huh? Wasn't it good? Toshiro didn't answer directly. Now that it's over, I should get going. My grandma's still waiting for me at home. Wait a second, I still want to introduce you to our student council president. It's thanks to him you even got in today. You should at least thank him in person. Fine. Toshiro figured Momo was right. A thank you is in order. Momo smiled hopefully. So, what did you think of Shino Academy? Toshiro didn't answer right away. The festival was nothing like anything in Rakongai. All these kids, same age as him, laughing, chasing dreams, growing stronger together. It felt far away, but alluring. No wonder Momo always came back with that glow in her eyes, so full of energy and confidence. He had no friends besides her. Most kids avoided him. He was too mature, too quiet, too cold. Hey, Momo. Are you coming to change? It was Rukia calling from a short distance. Be right there. Momo turned back to Toshiro. Wait for me, okay? I'll be quick, then I'll take you to meet the president. With that, she followed Rukia and Kazawa to the changing room. Rukia was fretting over some missteps during the performance, how she almost stepped on Kazawa's foot, how one gesture was off. They hadn't had much time to rehearse. It's fine. It's over. And everyone seemed to enjoy it. Momo reassured them. At least we didn't screw it up completely. Back in her uniform, Rukia looked down at the vibrant kimono beside her. It felt surreal. Like someone else had gone on stage just now. Hey, Rukia. Momo suddenly grinned, leaning close. What's going on with you and Nabarai? Momo and Renji were classmates, and with Rukia being friends with both, they were all quite familiar with each other. Rukia immediately clenched her teeth. That idiot. Who yells my name like that in public? Momo giggled. He was cheering you on, you know. You should ask him how your performance was. See what he thought. Rukia wasn't stupid. She caught the teasing implication right away and flustered. Why would I ask him that? He doesn't know the first thing about performance. Really? Kazawa, now back in uniform and barefaced, spoke up. I'm heading out. Thanks for everything. Rukia and Momo called after her. Once Kazawa was gone, Momo couldn't help but say, I still can't believe she agreed to this. She really did great. Rukia pondered aloud, I get the feeling she only did it because of the president. Did she? Rukia nodded, then added, earlier, I noticed the president standing with some captains. Momo chuckled. Well, that's nothing strange. He's the kind of guy who'll be a third seat right out of graduation. Of course he's around those big names. She'd heard about the third seat offer from Shiba Keian. Even if he doesn't end up in 10th division, just being offered a seat like that meant Shin was the real deal. If he ended up in 4th, he'd surely be a third seat there too. Rukia, which division do you want to join after you graduate? I haven't even thought about it. You? Momo looked thoughtful. My Keto scores are much higher than my other subjects. You're aiming for the Keto Corps? The Keto Corps was an organization independent of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, specializing in high-level spiritual arts. Momo shook her head. I heard they still don't have a Grand Keto Chief. But I was thinking, since Keto is kind of my thing, maybe I should consider focusing on Kaido too? Kaido? Rukia blinked. She looked into Momo's shining eyes, a suspicion forming in her heart. Momo, are you? A knock came at the changing room door, probably someone impatient for their turn. Let's go. Momo said brightly. We'll talk later. They stepped out together, now back in uniform, returning to their previous, pure and graceful appearance. Shiro-chan. Momo waved to Hitsugaya. How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me Shiro? Want me to shout your childhood nickname in front of everyone? Momo visibly shuddered. That name was a secret she'd take to the grave. Quickly changing the subject, she smiled. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Rukia. Rukia offered a friendly nod. Hello. I've heard a lot about you from Momo. You're Hitsugaya at Toshiro, right? Toshiro nodded. Weren't we going to meet your president? Not yet. He's still with the captains, so we'll have to wait until the festival's almost over. In the meantime, we can check out a few more performances, maybe explore a bit. Toshiro hesitated. How long is this going to take? Don't worry, your grandma will be fine. Chapter 30, Hitsugaya. The captains didn't linger at the Shino Academy for the entire day. Though there were still performances scheduled in the afternoon, they planned to leave around midday. Takakawa Shin accompanied Anohana Retsu the entire way, escorting the group all the way to the academy's main gate. This was really quite delightful, said Shun Sakuraku cheerfully as they prepared to leave. This culture festival's a rare treat. Feels like something that might become an annual tradition, and that's something to look forward to. You've set a fine precedent, Takakawa, added Yukitake Joshiro, his tone more formal. The history of Shino Academy will remember your name. What a pity you've already committed to a division, said Aizen Sosuke with a smile. Otherwise, I would have been tempted to bring you into the 5th. Anohana Retsu smiled sweetly at his words. Captain Aizen, are you saying it's a shame he's joining our 4th division? Misunderstanding, of course. Aizen replied with exaggerated nervousness, hands up in mock surrender. Everyone laughed heartily. Takakawa bowed with a smile. Allow me to thank you all, on behalf of the entire faculty and student body, for attending and supporting the festival. We hope you will come again in future years. The captains turned with their lieutenants and left. Once they were gone, Shin finally felt his stomach growl. He made a quick detour back toward the central stage, where he spotted Hisagi Shuai still barking orders at students. Still working, huh? Shuai glanced over. The captains already left? Yeah. Shuai sighed. You got off easy today. I've been running around non-stop. You think being glued to the side of half the 13 division of Imperial Guards is easy? Shin rolled his eyes. When Shuai thought about it, he realized Shin might have had it even tougher. Standing among captains wasn't exactly a stress-free job. That was something only Shin could pull off. Ever since forming the student council, Shin's standing in the academy had skyrocketed. Not even their homeroom teacher, Namida-sensei, had this kind of access to high-ranking officers. Among students, none had caught the captain's attention like Shin had. President Hinamori Momo and Kuichiki Rukia came running over, accompanied by a silver-haired boy. Shin smiled. You three, huh? I saw your performance. You did great, Captain Kiraka was singing your praises. Momo beamed. President, don't forget your promise. She meant the one where he'd fulfill one wish for each of them in exchange for performing on stage. I remember. Shin chuckled, then looked to the silver-haired boy. He wore an oversized academy uniform that was comically loose, but the spiritual pressure rolling off him was no joke. It was stronger than most academy students, though clearly untrained and uncontrolled. This is your friend? Yep. Momo said brightly. This is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Toshiro, this is our student council president, Takakawa Shin. Hitsugaya studied Shin's pleasant, approachable expression for a moment, then gave a small bow. Thank you for everything today. No trouble at all. Shin replied with an easy smile. Momo asked sincerely. Speaking of which, it's lunchtime. Why don't we eat? The 5 of them headed to the academy cafeteria. As they walked, Momo chattered away to Toshiro about which dishes were good and which ones she thought he'd like. Toshiro quietly listened. Once seated, Momo was first to break the silence again. President, you were with Captain Anohana the whole time today. Are you officially joining the 4th division after graduation? Most likely. Shin said between bites. I heard the 4th is really different from the others. They focus on Kaido, right? We haven't even started that in class yet. You will eventually. Shin replied. Kaido is an incredibly deep field, but the academy only covers the basics. If you want to really master it, you'll have to push yourself outside class. Momo nodded, thoughtful. Then your Kaido must be amazing too, right, President? Shin laughed. Hardly. My skills are average. It's only because my Zanpakuto is Kaido type that I was recommended to the 4th. I don't believe that. I've heard you're top in every subject. Who told you that? For our year, Aoshika's the best at Kaido. Isn't that right, Shuai? Hisagi, chewing, mumbled. Hitsugaya quietly kept eating. The food really was good, varied and plentiful. He looked at Momo chatting animatedly, then at Shin sitting across from him. What's it like being around the captains? Momo asked. What are they like? They're all very different. Shin said. But they're strong. You can feel it. I could tell just from their spiritual pressure, it's totally different from ours. Momo nodded seriously. President, if you go to the fourth, will you start as a third seat? Shin sighed. Where do you guys hear this stuff? Rukia. Rukia flinched. Sorry, President, it was from when Vice Captain Kayan came by. Things aren't that simple. Shin said. I'm still just a student. Assuming I graduate smoothly, I should start as a regular unseated officer. A seat isn't just a title, it's a responsibility. Well said. Momo grinned. But I still think even if you start unseated, you'll rise fast. Shin smiled quietly and glanced toward Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya, right? Have you thought about enrolling in the academy? Being addressed so suddenly caught Hitsugaya off guard. Everyone looked at him. Momo really hopes you'll come. Being a Shinigami is a proud path. There was no profession more respected in Soul Society than being a Soul Reaper. Momo's eyes sparkled, her president actually trying to convince Toshiro personally. Hitsugaya set down his chopsticks, hesitation flickering in his eyes. After a long pause, he said, I still have my grandma to take care of. Forgive me for being blunt. Shin cut in gently. But I don't think you realize something. Your spiritual pressure is intense, stronger than most here. But because you don't know how to control it, it leaks constantly. Hitsugaya frowned. What are you saying? You're constantly radiating spiritual pressure. And ordinary people without spiritual energy can't withstand that. If your grandmother has no spiritual pressure of her own. Shin's expression turned serious. You'll kill her. Chapter 31, Hinamori makes a move. Those words stunned everyone present. Hitsugaya Toshiro immediately shot back, unable to suppress himself, you're talking nonsense. But Shin's expression remained calm. He simply fixed his gaze on Hitsugaya, and the very next instant, unleashed his spiritual pressure in full. The sudden surge struck like a wave crashing through stone, dense, suffocating, and absolute. Toshiro choked for a few seconds, chest tight and lungs starved for breath. When Shin finally drew his spiritual pressure back, Toshiro was left gasping, face red and drenched in cold sweat. You felt it? Shin asked, voice even. That's what it's like to be under someone else's spiritual pressure. Now let me ask you, since you were a kid, haven't people your age always avoided being around you? Toshiro blinked, stunned. He turned toward Hinamori. She's the exception. Shin said. Because she has spiritual power herself. But in Rakongai, most people don't. And when someone like you, overflowing with uncontrolled spiritual pressure, gets close to them, it makes them sick. They feel suffocated. I have a lot of friends in Rakongai. Hinamori protested weakly. You're not the same. Shin explained. I told you, his spiritual pressure is strong, stronger than many current students at the academy. He just doesn't know how to suppress it. Toshiro's hands lay flat on the table, his thoughts spinning wildly. Scenes from his childhood flashed in his mind, lonely moments, whispered gossip, cold shoulders. Yes. Everyone avoided him. Everyone except Hinamori and his grandmother. His grandmother. Her health had always been fragile. She had gotten worse lately. Toshiro's pupils trembled as the realization struck. Could it really be because of him? There's more. Shin continued. Spiritual pressure attracts spiritual pressure. That's why today, when you stepped into a place like the academy, where everyone has spirit power, your own began to stir, grow restless. The more time you spend in places like this, the stronger your pressure will become. And if your grandmother has no spiritual power, then for both your sakes, leaving her side, at least for now, is the kindest thing you can do. Hitsugaya sat frozen, his mind blank, a stunned silence dragging across his young face. Hinamori, watching him, wore a look of genuine worry. She hadn't expected the president to drop something this heavy. But thinking back, she had to admit it made sense. Her last visit, Toshiro's grandmother had looked worse than ever. If this really was his fault, how must he feel? Shin sighed gently. Think about it. If you come to the academy, you'll learn to become a Shinigami. You'll learn how to control your spiritual pressure. Then, when you're strong enough, you can return to her. Live beside her again. From the side, Hisagi Shuai watched Toshiro with a flicker of surprise. He'd sensed the boy's spiritual pressure too, but not in such fine detail, not to the extent Shin had dissected it, gauged it, understood its danger. Toshiro. Hinamori whispered. The boy lifted his head slowly, his gaze settling on Shin. Thank you. Shin gave a gentle smile. You're Hinamori's childhood friend. If you join the academy, you'll be my junior. My kuhai. My friend. This isn't a favor. Just a reminder. Hitsugaya stood, straightened his back, and bowed low from the waist. Hinamori. Take me home. Shin turned to her. Go ahead. The rest of today won't be that busy. After lunch, Hinamori escorted Hitsugai away from the academy. Shuai turned toward Shin. Is that kid really as strong as you said? Shin thought for a moment. At least 6th class spiritual pressure. Shuai's pupil shrank. 6th class? That was already the realm of seated officers, maybe even upper seats. And him? What had his own reading been during his first evaluation? Shock faded into a gnawing pit of frustration. He'd trained so long, so hard, and now a kid who hadn't even entered the academy already outclassed him? He'd always placed near the top of their year. But that was only in comparison to other students. Shin was different. Shin was supposed to be exceptional. Shuai had seen firsthand how hard he trained. But this Toshiro. What had he done to deserve it? Shin noticed Shuai's silence and smirked. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged? Shuai scowled. You're still laughing? Doesn't it bother you? That kid's stronger than we were at admission. Way stronger. That's just, he wanted to say unfair. Why were people born with such impossible gaps between them? Shin met his gaze calmly. Shuai. One day you marry. Have kids. And they'll have spiritual power, because of you. But there are families in Rakongai who never awaken it, who will live and die powerless. The world is already unfair. Complaining about it won't change a thing. Strength means responsibility. If Toshiro becomes a soul reaper, he'll protect soul society. Just like we enjoy the safety those before us fought for. You going to complain the captain commander's stronger than you too? Shuai muttered under his breath, you don't have to go full philosopher on me. 6th class pressure. Likely to become a vice captain, maybe even a captain. Could he ever become a captain? Shuai didn't dare dream it. Vice captain was already the limit of his ambition. But Shin? Shin absolutely could. If Shin could read Toshiro's spiritual pressure that clearly, it meant he was already beyond that level. There was no way the 10th Division offered him 3rd seat purely on potential, they knew he was qualified. How could he ever catch up? Evening. The culture festival ended in a resounding success. After a whole day of laughter and excitement, the students finally began to trickle away. The square was nearly empty, only a few lingering figures cleaning up the aftermath. The student council, having finished their duties, was thoroughly exhausted. To celebrate, Shin treated the entire student council to a barbecue dinner just outside the academy, paid for, of course, with leftover public funds. Shin privately thanked Kamita Urogogoro, their benevolent noble sponsor, for funding their lavish feast. He planned to pour Gogoro a few extra drinks in his honor. The restaurant was nearly overrun by their numbers. 3 private rooms had to be opened and combined, the partition walls folded aside to fit them all in. Steam rose from sizzling grills, laughter echoed over clinking glasses. No one here worried about drinking ages, technically, none of them were human. Their bodies were made of spirit particles, and most had already lived for decades, if not centuries. Sorry I'm late. Hinamori entered last, having seen Toshiro off. She opened the door and paused at the rowdy scene before her, then broke into a bright smile. Hey, Hinamori. She was quite popular within the student council. Cute and friendly, even as a first year, she had plenty of admirers. Several students called out, waving her over. Rukia waved and pointed to the seat beside her. Over here, Momo. But Hinamori just smiled at her friend and turned, walking straight toward Shin's table. President, can I sit here? Rukia's hand dropped silently to her lap. Shin had one arm slung around Gogoro's shoulders, mid-toast. Of course. He replied without thinking. Shuai, seated beside him, quietly shuffled over to make space. Hinamori settled beside Shin with a bright smile, sitting close. Across from them, Kanzaki Kazawa sat silent. Her gaze flickered to the side, hand stroking the rim of her cup, lips pressed in a faint line. Something inside her quietly shifted. Chapter 32, A Kiss. Compared to Rukia and Kanzaki, Hinamori's personality was much more popular within the student council, friendly, approachable, and sweet. The moment she stepped in late, all eyes naturally drifted toward her. And when she sat right next to Shin, with Hisagi Shuai even scooting over to make space, minds immediately began to stir with implications. Hinamori herself seemed to realize how forward she'd been. Once seated, she glanced sideways at Shin, who was chatting animatedly with Vice President Kamita Urogogoro. Gogoro looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, subtly sliding away. The council included quite a few noble-born students, but friction between nobility and commoners was rare. There was no air of superiority. Gogoro, as the most aristocratic among them, was respected not just for his lineage but for his attitude. As for Shin, his accomplishments made it impossible for even nobles to look down on him. Gogoro had initially disapproved of Shin assigning Hisagi and Kanzaki to lead the organization and disciplinary committees, respectively. But over time, he saw they were diligent, capable, and commanding respect through performance alone. In short, the student council had a healthy, vibrant dynamic, made even stronger under the glow of warm steak and sizzling meat. Gogoro-kun, you're the cornerstone of this council. Shin exclaimed, looping an arm around his shoulder again. If you graduate this year, what'll we do without you? The whole council will collapse. Gogoro gave him a deadpan stare. This bastard just wants my money. He was a year above Shin, guaranteed to graduate soon. Shin had already begun considering his replacement as vice president. He wanted Shuai, but the higher-ups would likely reject a commoner. Nobles wanted one of their own. And among them, he only trusted Gogoro. Once he was gone, who else could Shin so easily fleece for funds? You should flunk a year. Stay back for the good of the council. It's our legacy. Gogoro's face darkened. Flunk? Did this guy think the Kamata Earl clan could afford the kind of disgrace? Then a new figure approached the table, cup in hand. President, said the voice, a little shy, I'd like to toast to you. I really admire you. Shin looked up. It was Kira Isuru. Kira had joined the council not long ago. Quiet and unassuming, he barely spoke up, so much so that most forgot he was even there. By now, nearly everyone else had already toasted Shin. Kira must have felt pressure to follow suit. Shin smiled politely. Kira, I remember your entrance exam was pretty impressive. But after joining the council, you've barely said a word. Kira bowed slightly. I'm still learning, senpai. I'd rather watch and improve quietly. You'll be leading it someday, remember that. They clinked cups. Shin had a high tolerance, but even he was starting to feel a little hazy after this many toasts. He exhaled and leaned back, letting himself relax. President. A warm cup of tea appeared beside him, held out by Hinamori. Thanks, Momo. Shin said gratefully. Someone called out teasingly, hey. Why's Hinamori taking such good care of the president? Yeah, I'm drunk too. Anyone gonna offer me tea? The room erupted in laughter. Leading the teasing was Sikaoka. Hinamori's cheeks flushed as she glared playfully. Senpai. She glanced at Shin, watching for his reaction. He simply shifted into a more comfortable seat. The room had no chairs, everyone sat kneeling or on cushions, but Shin had long since abandoned decorum and was sprawled lazily across his. As a junior, looking after the president is totally normal. Hinamori said defensively. Oh. Siaka stood and approached with exaggerated ceremony. President, allow me to serve you tea. That sent the drunk crowd into hysterics. Shin smiled lazily. Siaka, didn't you say you're aiming for the 4th division? Huh? Well, guess we'll be working together a long time, won't we? Siaka paled. President, I was joking. Please forget I said anything. He backed off immediately, and the room booed in good fun. Still, the teasing had laid something bare. Many looked at Hinamori, cute, charming, and thought, what a shame. But then their eyes turned to Shin, surrounded by admiration, warmth, and reverence. And they all silently agreed, of course it'd be him. Eventually, Shin excused himself and stepped outside. All the food and drink had caught up with him. Behind him, Kanzaki quietly slipped out as well. No one noticed, no one ever did. Except Hinamori. She watched Kanzaki's back with a flicker of concern. Shin was just washing his hands when he heard approaching steps. Kanzaki? He asked with a smirk. You here for the bathroom too? She stood in the doorway, silent, gaze calm. Something wrong? Her eyes shimmered slightly. She seemed to hesitate. You remember what you promised me, right? She asked. Shin blinked. Huh? You said if I performed in today's event, you'd grant me one wish. Oh. Right. Yeah, I said that. Then. He tilted his head. What is it? She bit her lip, unsure. Her silence only made Shin more cautious. This wasn't going to be a minor request. Shin. Laughter echoed faintly from the banquet hall. Here, in the quiet corridor, only Kanzaki's unsteady breath broke the stillness. Shin hadn't tried to approach her romantically, not because he wasn't interested, but because she hadn't shown up in the system. In canon, she wasn't significant. In fact, he remembered clearly, Kanzaki had died during their first hollow purification exercise. She wasn't supposed to make it. That entire event had been orchestrated by Aizen, a test for Kira, Renji, and Hinamori. But had she survived, her talents and discipline would have made her a seated officer. Kanzaki had always respected him. Admired his strength, his clarity. She didn't chase, didn't beg. She simply supported him, quietly and loyally. But maybe that was the problem. Shin drew people in without meaning to. And she, feeling left behind, had finally cracked. Shin. Kanzaki smiled, suddenly and radiantly. A smile that melted her usual frosty exterior. I want to kiss you. Shin didn't recoil. He just blinked, watching her. That smile suited her far better than her usual frown. She waited for his reaction. Wanted to see him surprised, flustered at her boldness. At the confession she'd buried so long. But he didn't flinch. He already knew. She bit her lip again. Panic started to rise. And then, Momo? What are you doing here? A voice called from the hallway, shattering the silence. And nothing. Hurried steps retreated. Rukia's head popped briefly around the corner, saw them, and darted away. Kanzaki froze. Her heart thundered. Her hands clenched at her sides. She couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. She couldn't even see Shin clearly anymore. She didn't notice him move. Didn't see him step forward. Until she felt his lips press gently to her forehead. Consider your wish granted. He said softly. Don't tell anyone. And just like that, he was gone. Back inside, he found Hinamori now sitting next to Rukia, head bowed. He sat, smiling as the others dragged him into the next drinking game. Took you long enough, President. We've been waiting. He laughed, letting the moment fade. Kanzaki returned quietly later. Just like when she'd left, no one noticed. Except Shuai. He saw her flushed face. Glanced at Shin. Then at Hinamori on the other side. He sipped his drink slowly. Then gave a bitter little smile. Unfair, Shin. Really unfair. Chapter 33, The Kuachiki Clan. Are you alright, Momo? The gathering was over. On the way back, Rukia finally couldn't help asking Hinamori. The shift in her demeanor before and after the party had been too stark, something must have happened. Rukia thought back to the glimpse she caught near the washroom, where the president had been standing with Kanzaki-senpai. Had Hinamori seen something there? Rukia wasn't naive. As an observer, she could clearly tell what Hinamori felt. And she could guess at what Kanzaki might be feeling as well. Someone like the president, Takakawa Shin, with his talent and presence. Anyone spending time around him, it'd be stranger if they didn't fall for him. So it wasn't surprising Hinamori had feelings. What surprised Rukia was how boldly she had acted on them. But were Kanzaki and the president a good match? Rukia wasn't so sure. I'm fine. Hinamori muttered, voice low, lips pressed tight. Rukia sighed softly. She had no experience with things like this and didn't know how to offer comfort. But watching what had just happened, she wondered, if the president didn't return those feelings, wouldn't all this just trouble him? She glanced toward Shin, who was walking at the front with Shuai. If it were her, she'd definitely feel burdened. The next day the buzz from the cultural festival hadn't faded. Even during breaks, students still excitedly rehashed everything that had happened the day before. The headmaster of the Spiritual Arts Academy was beyond pleased with how it all went, praising Shin enthusiastically. The student council really had pulled off something monumental for the student body. There had never been this much liveliness in the academy before. It made headmaster Shakuso Sasaki feel like his leadership was bringing about real change. The council's reputation soared. With that came greater trust, and greater autonomy. Seizing the opportunity, Shin pitched another idea. Interest clubs. Something to further enrich students' lives beyond the classroom. But Sasaki frowned. Wouldn't that affect their academic focus? Shin explained, of course, not just any club can be approved. At the start, we limit it to things like swordsmanship club, Kido club, healing arts club, groups that reinforce their learning. Strict limits on number, type, size, and membership. Once the foundation's strong, we can slowly allow other healthy, positive groups. Unlike the student council, these clubs would be informal, just students with shared interests gathering to grow and learn together. With how empty their free hours often were, many students would benefit. After mulling it over, Sasaki said, "You really do have endless ideas." Then he added, "Draft me a proposal. I'll discuss it with the academy board." Back in the student council office, Shin got to work. Classes were in session. The room was empty. Yup, he was skipping again. But he didn't care. If Nanda-sensei asked, he'd just say the headmaster needed him. At this point, Shin's influence and authority within the academy far exceeded that of an ordinary homeroom teacher. A knock came at the door. Shin glanced at the clock. Not time for the period to end yet. Come in. But it wasn't the headmaster. It wasn't a teacher. It was a group of men in pristine white noble garb. Shin blinked. They were nobles, clearly. And one among them stood out, refined, regal, with sharp features and icy grace. The others flanked him with deference. Byakuya Kuachiki. The moment Shin laid eyes on them, he understood. After yesterday's festival, after Kuachiki Jinrai saw Rukia on stage. This wasn't a surprise. "You are the student council president, Takakawa Shin?" asked an elderly man, not Jinrai, but seemingly even older in appearance. "Correct. This is young Master Byakuya Kuachiki." That brief introduction was all it took. The name Kuachiki carried all the weight necessary. Shin stood, approached the desk, and asked, "What brings the esteemed Kuachiki family to the student council office today?" No prior notice. They'd bypassed faculty and leadership. That alone spoke volumes of their clout in Syriite AI. "There is a student in the council named Rukia, is there not?" "There is. We are here to see her." Not a single honorific. The implication was clear, they expected him to fetch her. Shin betrayed no displeasure. Instead, he glanced at the clock. "Class ons soon. Rukia will be here then. You want us to wait?" Shin blinked, tone puzzled. "She's in class. Isn't it normal to wait? Or, if you're in a hurry, her classroom is in first year class B." The elder turned to respond sharply, but Byakuya raised a hand, silencing him. Then he looked directly at Shin. "What is your relationship to Rukia?" Cool voice. Cooler eyes. "She's a council member. I'm the president." "What's her role in the council?" "She's my assistant." "Your assistant?" "That's right." Byakuya didn't react outwardly, his expression never shifted. Cold as ever. Shin, knowing their purpose, didn't ask any further. Byakuya almost seemed caught off guard by his silence. After a pause, he continued. "How does she perform?" "She's responsible, smart, efficient. Gets along well with others. Shows proper respect to her seniors. Aside from her self-doubt and tendency to stay quiet. She's in Class B?" "Class B, general track. Not the elite Class A." Byakuya clearly hadn't done much research. Likely, this visit had been triggered solely by what Jinrai saw yesterday. "Class B is perfectly fine." Shin replied calmly. Byakuya stared him down. He was already vice captain of Squad 6. He could have taken the captain's seat from Jinrai by now, but his marriage had sparked conflict with the clan elders and delayed everything. Shin knew Byakuya's story well. The Kuachiki clan didn't care for exceptions. Their squad almost never accepted commoners. Shin himself might have been making waves. But not in Squad 6. Things fell silent. A servant quietly brought over a chair for Byakuya. Shin returned to his seat, unfazed. The nobles frowned subtly, unused to such dismissiveness. A few minutes later, the class bell rang. Not Rukia, though. Instead, Kamata Urogogro strolled in. He stopped dead upon seeing the room. Lord Byakuya?" Byakuya rose, eyeing him. "You're from the Kamata Uro clan?" "Yes, sir." "Kamata Urogogro. I'm honored you remember me. May I ask what brings you here today?" Despite the high standing of his own family, Gogro knew better than to posture. The Kuachiki clan outranked them, and Byakuya himself was someone he admired greatly. Byakuya's answer was simple. "We're here to find someone." "Find? Someone?" Gogro glanced at Shin. "No way. Him?" Byakuya checked the clock, then after a pause, turned to his attendant. "We're leaving." "Lord Byakuya?" Gogro respectfully bowed. "Safe travels, my lord." Perhaps it was the presence of outsiders. Or perhaps Byakuya had had a sudden change of heart. As they stepped into the corridor, a small figure came hurrying their way. Rukia. The moment Byakuya saw her, he froze. Rukia politely stepped aside, bowing slightly at the group. One of the elders murmured, eyes wide, "She looks just like Lady Hisona." Byakuya exhaled, eyes closing tightly. "Investigate her background thoroughly. And also, that Takakawa Shin." "Yes, sir." Back in the office, they were looking for Rukia. Shin said. "For me?" Rukia echoed from the doorway, stunned. "Me? Why? What could they want with me?" "They didn't say. I just told them you'd be here after class. They waited a bit, but then they left." "Oh." Shin grinned, teasing, "Maybe they saw you on stage and one of the noble lords fell in love with you." Rukia paled instantly. Gogro frowned. "Don't joke like that. Lord Byakuya isn't that kind of man." He admired Byakuya deeply, not just for his noble birth, but his strength and integrity. Shin shrugged. "Then why were they here?" "How should I know?" Rukia stood frozen in the middle of the room, panicked. "President, what should I do? What's there to be afraid of?" She bit her lip, silent. Shin chuckled and stepped closer, ruffling her hair. "Relax. They probably just have some other reason. You'll be fine. But what if you're being noticed by the Kuachiki family? That's a dream for some. Don't be so scared." "I don't want that." "Oh?" Shin raised a brow. "You have someone you like already? That redhead, Renji?" Rukia looked at him for a long moment. "It's not like that between us." "Really?" Shin sounded genuinely surprised. "I just don't want to be treated like an object." He softened. "Don't worry. I won't let that happen to you." She trembled slightly, visibly relieved. "President." But just then, Someone appeared at the door. Hinamori. Shin greeted her like nothing was wrong. But Rukia's face turned crimson. She instantly stepped back. Momo. Chapter 34, Can You Touch Me Too? Hinamori Momo stood at the doorway of the office, her expression stiff as she looked at the two figures inside the room. Truthfully, it wouldn't have felt so bad if Rukia had said nothing. But she had to look that flustered and guilty, and that made something twist deeply in Hinamori's chest. Rukia wanted to explain, desperately. But she knew all too well that any explanation now would only make things worse, would only make it seem like she had something to hide. Like she was exposing Hinamori's feelings right in front of the president, risking not just rejection, but his disdain. She'd never thought much of it before. But looking back now, the way the president had patted her head, it really was kind of ambiguous. Had she really not noticed before? Or had she always noticed, just never minded? Did the president not notice it either? Her throat tightened. She felt like crying. But Hinamori collected herself swiftly, masking everything with a bright smile. President. Rukia. Rukia, caught in the swirl of tension, quickly decided it was best to leave. She said hastily, President, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Then she left in a rush, almost fleeing from the room. The second she stepped outside, she leaned hard against the wall, her chest heaving. Why did things change so suddenly? Hinamori, seeing Rukia take the initiative to give them space, felt a little relieved. Maybe she had misunderstood after all. The president. He's just kind to everyone. Takakawa Shin had returned to his seat by then, casually remarking, someone from the Kuachiki clan was here earlier. Said they wanted to speak with Rukia. Hinamori blinked. That caught her attention immediately. They were looking for Rukia? Why? No idea. They left before she got here. Eh? Then Shin asked, how's your friend doing? Is he going to enroll at the Spiritual Arts Academy? Hinamori hesitated, then gave a small nod. But it'll have to wait until next year. Tashiro's really blaming himself, he thinks his grandmother's health declining is his fault. Good thing you caught it in time. There's still a chance to fix everything. And for that, we owe you, President. Shin chuckled softly. You've already thanked me. Hinamori bit her lip, eyes fixed on Shin where he sat. So many words clawed at her throat, but nothing she could say felt right. Anything she said now would sound awkward, presumptuous. She hadn't slept all night. But at least she'd figured some things out. What Senpai Kani did, that was her own business. What mattered was how the president felt. A man like him, of course people admired him. She was just one of them. Senpai Kani was just one of them. And in the future, there would be many, many more. What she had to do was find a way to become the most special one among them all. Worrying about others' feelings was pointless. She couldn't change them. What she could change was how Shin saw her. Summoning her courage, she asked, President. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Why did you choose Rukia to be your assistant? Outside, Rukia hadn't actually left yet. She lingered just beyond the door, wanting, needing, to hear what was being said. She was terrified they might argue, though deep down, she knew Hinamori had neither the right nor the reason to question the president about something like this. Still. That question. It froze her in place. Because she wanted to know the answer too. But why would Momo ask that now? Was it because of what just happened? Shin let out a soft laugh, answering with a question, why ask that all of a sudden? Hinamori replied, I just feel like Rukia doesn't particularly stand out. She has her strengths, of course. But did you really see all of that right from the beginning? Rukia told me about the student council evaluations. I don't think I performed worse than she did. In fact, She wanted to say she was better suited for the role. That her personality was more outgoing, her work ethic more passionate. She wanted to ask if Shin had special feelings for Rukia. If he liked her. As for Senpai Kani, after months of being around Shin, Hinamori could tell, he didn't feel anything special toward her. Because when you truly liked someone, it was almost impossible to hide it. And the way Shin treated Senpai Kani was no different than anyone else. Which meant she wasn't a threat. She was just taking advantage of Shin's kindness, and of that one damn promise, to ask for things she had no right to. But with Rukia? The difference was obvious. Shin glanced at the system interface. Hinamori's affection score was flickering, rising and falling like a candle in the wind. He leaned back in his chair. Honestly, he hated being interrogated like this. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke slowly, I really did see Rukia's strengths from the start. And I also saw her weaknesses. That's exactly why I thought putting her in this role would help her grow. If she were just an ordinary member of the student council, her flaws wouldn't be addressed anytime soon. Hinamori, right now, you may be stronger than her. More beloved, too. But Rukia needed this chance more than you. And since you're her friend, you should understand that first and foremost. Hinamori couldn't help but speak up. But, President, I. Her fists clenched at her sides. In the end, she said nothing more. Shame and fear tangled together inside her. She was afraid that once said, she couldn't take the words back. Afraid of what his answer would be. Then Shin chuckled again. Hinamori, I still owe you a promise, don't I? Have you decided what to ask for? She stayed silent. Her thoughts were chaos. She'd been turning it over in her mind ever since they made that promise. What kind of request to make? Too bold? Too soft? Something ambiguous? Something appropriate? She thought the best request would be asking the president to tutor her in Kaido during his free time. That way, she'd get more one-on-one time with him, grow closer to him, and it would be a perfectly reasonable excuse. He was going to the 4th division after all, and she did want to strengthen her healing skills. There were enough hints she could drop. But why the hell was Senpai Connie allowed to ask for something so outrageous? If she could, then couldn't Hinamori too? But would she be just as shameless as Senpai Connie? What would the president think of her then? Hinamori bit down on her lip. Her wide eyes gleamed with flickering light as she stared intently at Shin. There was only a desk between them. Just a few steps. But she had no idea how far the distance between them really was. Was it only a few steps? Was it just waiting for her to make the move? President. Her voice trembled. Could you touch me too? Like you did Rukia, just now? Outside the office, Rukia was gone. Chapter 35, The Hearts of Two Girls. Hinamori sat there, seemingly savoring the lingering warmth atop her head, Shin's hand resting gently on her hair, but her tightly shut eyelids fluttered with barely restrained emotion. Just as Shin was about to withdraw his hand, Hinamori suddenly found a burst of courage from somewhere deep inside. She grabbed his hand in both of hers, clutching it tight. President. In response, Shin lightly ran his knuckles along her cheek, a playful gesture that made Hinamori look wistful and a little lost, as though regretting not daring to ask for more. Hinamori? Shin chuckled softly. Only then did she slowly let go of his hand. She bit her lip and asked, if it had been someone else who made the same request. Would you have agreed to? Shin thought to himself, definitely not. If it had been Shuai, he'd have drop-kicked him on the spot. Instead, he flicked her forehead with a finger. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Hinamori mumbled something under her breath, too quiet to hear. What was that? Clutching her forehead, she shook her head rapidly. Nothing. Hinamori Momo, affection level, 70. Her affection finally locked in at a number, 70, the highest Shin had ever seen among all the girls around him. Rukia had only just broken past 60. As their affection levels gradually increased, Shin had also received more and more rewards from the system. Spiritual power level, LV29, Zanpakuto unlock progress, 24%, partial Shikei. Through his own efforts, Shin had only managed to raise his spiritual power by a single level. The Shikai progress had gone up by just 2%. All the rest of his gains came purely from the system's rewards. LV29 spiritual power, converted into Soul Society's classification system, was somewhere in the upper 4th class spiritual power. Captains required at least 3rd class. Vice captains usually ranged from 4th to 5th class. Shin had achieved, in weeks, what others spent decades, or centuries, struggling toward. Without the system, he probably wouldn't even match Hitsugaya's natural 6th class spiritual pressure. Unlike sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, which could improve rapidly with talent and understanding, spiritual power growth required long-term, consistent cultivation. Luckily, Shin had the system. That afternoon's class was a joint theoretical lecture on Kido, held in a large amphitheater. When Hinamori arrived, she spotted Rukia sitting by the window and walked over to her. Momo. Rukia's face lit up when she saw her, but then faltered, as if unsure what to say. Hinamori's expression was conflicted, but she smiled nonetheless. Why didn't you wait for me? Did you eat lunch already? Rukia nodded. I ate with Renji and Kira. I thought you had something to discuss with the president, so I left early. Renji and Izuru had become unexpectedly close. Renji had once hit him too hard during sword art class, but Izuru didn't hold a grudge and even approached Renji afterward. They ended up getting along surprisingly well. Rukia hesitated, then said, Momo. I wanted to talk to you about something. Hinamori sat down beside her and cut her off with a smile. No need. Eh? Rukia blinked. But I haven't said anything yet. I know what you're going to say, but it's fine. Hinamori said gently. Rukia, there's no misunderstanding between us. And there won't be. I know the kind of person you are. I trust you. Rukia fell silent. Her thoughts drifted to what she'd overheard outside the council office that day. She clenched her hands. Then slowly released them. "Okay," she whispered. At that moment, a book flew through the air in a smooth arc and landed squarely on Rukia's head. "Oh!" she yelped, immediately knowing who the culprit was. Renji. She turned and glared at the two figures in the doorway, Renji and Kira. Renji just waved lazily. "Save us seats." With that, the two slipped out of the amphitheater again. Rukia tossed Renji's book onto the desk beside her, fuming. "That idiot. He's infuriating." But Hinamori just smiled, eyes soft. "But he only acts like that around you. Rukia, you're special to him. And he's special to you too. You only seem that relaxed when he's around." Rukia froze. Hinamori had teased her about Renji before, but this time, it felt pointed. Did Hinamori want to match her with Renji? During class, Hinamori and Kira both listened attentively, jotting down notes. Renji looked half asleep. Rukia was completely out of it. Her mind kept circling back to the Kuachiki family's visit. She didn't know anyone from the Kuachiki clan. No one in her class, or even Class A, had that surname. So why had they come for her? Had someone from the family seen her during her performance at the festival? Maybe, like the president had joked, she caught someone's eye. But surely Hinamori was prettier than she was, right? Why her? Rukia had little confidence in her looks or figure. Among everyone she knew, she was the shortest. Still, the president said not to worry. He said he'd protect her. After class, Renji stretched and yawned like a cat, clearly satisfied with his nap. Rukia blinked, only just realizing class was over. She mentally kicked herself for spacing out. Renji invited Kira to go train sword art, but Kira reminded him he was on duty for the council today. Renji clicked his tongue. "Fine, I'll go alone." "Want my notes?" Hinamori offered her notebook to Rukia. "Thank you, Momo. That helps a lot." "What were you thinking about during class?" Hinamori teased. Rukia hesitated. "The Kuachiki family coming to the council. The president said they were looking for me. I'm worried." "Don't worry," Hinamori said. "Nothing bad will happen. The president's got your back." Rukia still looked uneasy and cast a glance in the direction Renji had gone. She hadn't told him anything yet. 2 days later, the Kuachiki family came again, heading straight for the student council office. This time, both Shin and Rukia were inside. When Rukia saw them, she froze, instinctively hiding behind Shin. "Vice Captain Kuachiki, we meet again." Shin greeted calmly. Byakuya's gaze locked on the girl standing behind him. In the last 2 days, he had learned everything about both Shin and Rukia. Rukia's background was unimpressive. An orphan from District 78 of Rakongai, came to the academy with a boy named Abarai Renji, joined the student council. Nothing remarkable. She wasn't even in Class A. To Byakuya, being the student council president's assistant was far from noteworthy. But to Kakawa Shin, he was unexpected. Byakuya's face remained blank as he spoke. To Kakawa Shin, "I have something to discuss with Rukia. Would you mind giving us a moment?" At that, Rukia gripped Shin's sleeve. Shin replied calmly, "Rukia is my assistant. This is the council's office. I don't believe there's anything you need to say that would require my absence." Rukia took a deep breath and stepped forward. "If you have something to say, please speak openly." Byakuya's expression didn't change. He signaled the elder beside him. The man stepped forward and said to Rukia, "Rukia, do you have any willingness to join the Kuachiki family, henceforth living as one of its adopted daughters?" Chapter 36, Rukia's unease. Byakuya Kuachiki's words hit Rukia like a blow to the head. Her mind stalled for several seconds. Weren't they supposed to be here because some noble from the Kuachiki clan had taken a liking to her? But adoption? What did that mean? Was this some new kind of twisted noble game? Her thoughts spun into a blur. She turned her confused, pleading eyes toward the one person she trusted, her president. Shin, already aware of what this visit entailed, was unsurprised. Catching her gaze, he stepped in. "What exactly do you mean by adoption?" Though the elder of the Kuachiki clan seemed annoyed by Shin's interference, the question offered a convenient opening. "Miss Rukia will henceforth bear the name Kuachiki. She shall address Lord Byakuya as her elder brother, and he shall treat her as his younger sister." Rukia now understood clearly. But understanding didn't bring clarity, only deeper confusion. She was just an ordinary student in the Shino Academy, a no-name orphan from the outer Rakongai, District 78 of Missouri. Her talents and record weren't anything exceptional. What right did she have to be noticed by one of Seoul society's 4 great noble houses? She wasn't blinded by this sudden honor. On the contrary, it filled her with more dread, more doubt. The situation made no sense. There had to be something behind it. Unconsciously, Her grip tightened on Shin's sleeve. Shin turned his gaze to Byakuya. If I may ask, Vice Captain Kuichiki, why exactly does the Kuichiki family want to adopt Rukia? Byakuya had been quietly observing Rukia the whole time, taking in the way she clung to Shin with open trust and reliance. His emotions were complicated. The girl before him, in appearance, in bearing, looked uncannily like his late wife. Had he not already confirmed that Rukia and his son were sisters, it would have been difficult to believe such resemblance could exist in this world. But he said nothing of that. Instead, the elder beside him stepped forward again and explained, "We've taken notice of Miss Rukia's character. Should she enter the Kuichiki family, she may continue her studies here in the academy and receive vastly superior educational resources and living conditions." It sounded like a perfect deal. Yet Rukia felt as if she were dreaming. For someone like her to be approached by one of the four great clans. It was surreal. To her, even Vice President Kaseda Jikogoro was of incomparably high status. The Kuichiki clan was an entirely different dimension. The Kuichiki envoys had said their piece and now waited for her reply. But seeing her clear panic, the elder continued, "We understand this is a significant matter. Miss Rukia may not be ready to decide. Please take time to consider it carefully." Rukia drew in a slow breath, then finally stepped forward. "Okay." The elder nodded. "We will return in 3 days to hear your decision." Byakuya cast one final look at Shin before turning and leaving the room. The rest of the Kuichiki retainers followed him out in silence. The echo of their footsteps faded down the hallway. Rukia suddenly slumped against the desk like a deflated balloon. She looked up. "President." Shin spoke quietly, "The Kuichiki family is the most powerful and prestigious in all of Seoul society. Their legacy predates even the 13th Division of Imperial Guards or the Academy itself. They can even sway the will of the Central 46. Rukia bit her lip. "Are you telling me I should accept?" Shin replied with a question of his own. "Do you not want to?" "I don't know," she murmured. "It sounds like such a great thing, too good to be true, but that's just it. I don't deserve it." What they said. It didn't feel like they were talking about me. "Honestly, President, you're far more qualified than I am." Shin chuckled. Maybe they just wanted a girl. The remark made Rukia's face darken. She remembered Byakuya's cold, expressionless face. To become his sister? It felt too far, too unreal. Shin noticed she was taking it the wrong way and gently rested his hand atop her head. "Rukia, what matters is what you want. Follow what feels right in your heart." But the truth was, she didn't know what was in her heart. Anyone else in her position would have accepted in a heartbeat, wouldn't they? Shouldn't she say yes? Her unease came from how absurd it all felt. She needed a reason she could understand, something that would make this make sense. Should she say no? Would she be seen as ungrateful? Would it bring consequences? Part of her wanted the president to decide for her. She trusted him completely, whether he said yes or no, she would accept it. But putting that burden on him, that wasn't fair either. The warmth of his palm on her head helped ease her chaotic thoughts, even if just a little. Without him there, she might have completely broken down. "Take your time, Rukia. They gave you 3 days. I'll also give you time off from the council to think." She looked up. "President. What would you do?" Shin arched a brow slightly. In this world, strength was everything. Truthfully, if he were just a regular person offered such an opportunity, he would have accepted without hesitation. But he had the system. None of it mattered much to him. "I haven't really thought about it. But yeah, I probably would have said yes," he said, smiling faintly. "I see," Rukia murmured, lowering her gaze. Shin didn't care much whether Rukia followed the canon path of becoming a Kuichiki or not. If anything, it would be convenient, he could eventually hand off the student council to her. That aside, it really was a good opportunity for her. But it had come too suddenly, and with no explanation. That's why she was so anxious. All afternoon, Rukia was a ghost in class. Until Renji came to find her. "Yo, Rukia." His bright grin was as infectious as ever. But when he saw the clouded look in her eyes, his own expression shifted. "Hey. You okay?" She hesitated. How should she even tell him? Renji joked, "Come on, it's been months. Don't tell me you still haven't gotten used to life here?" Rukia finally spoke. "The Kuichiki family wants to adopt me." Renji froze. "What?" "One of the 4 great noble clans, Kuichiki. They came a few days ago. Today they said they want to make me their adopted daughter. Kuichiki. One of the 4 great houses." Those were words from a world far removed from Renji's own. He didn't have time to think it through. Instead, his face lit up with honest excitement. "That's amazing, Rukia." Rukia stared at him blankly. Chapter 37, Kuichiki Rukia. Renji's reaction wasn't what Rukia had expected. Or rather, it wasn't what she'd hoped for. He clapped a hand firmly on her shoulder, beaming. If you go to the Kuachiki family, you'll be a noble. You'll be living the high life in no time, endless riches, all the finest food nobles eat. Man, I can't even imagine it. Rukia, I'm so jealous, seriously, ha. He didn't seem to notice the shift in her expression. Or maybe he did, and simply chose to ignore it, because he believed this was what was best for her. They were both orphans. They'd never known stability in the Rakongai. Only here, at the Shino Academy, had that begun to change. And now she was being offered something neither of them had ever dared dream of, a family. He was a little jealous. That part was real. To Ranji, Rukia was a strong person at heart, but one who still carried a deep-seated insecurity, born from where they came from. Rukia. You don't think this is a good thing? He asked, his smile finally dimming when she didn't react the way he expected. Rukia reached up and gently removed his hand from her shoulder. Yeah. It's a good thing. The president said the same. She said softly. Rukia. She smiled, though the expression was complicated. Thank you, Renji. Thank him? For what, suggesting she accept the offer? Her sudden gratitude made Renji feel strangely uneasy. But he didn't know how to ask why. Was he missing something? What was Rukia truly feeling inside? That evening, Rukia stopped by the student council office, but Shin wasn't there. After checking with Hisagi Shuai, she went to the Kendo training hall. Use of the hall outside of class required a special permit, but the student council had privileges. She opened the door and found the room almost entirely empty, except for a single figure seated cross-legged in the center. A visible barrier of spirit particles shimmered around him, blurring his outline and making him seem almost ethereal. Motionless. It was like everything around him had frozen. He's cultivating. Rukia quietly closed the door behind her, then stood to the side in silence, watching. She couldn't tell what kind of training he was doing, but the focus he radiated made it impossible for her to interrupt. The president always worked so hard. Beyond running the council, he was always pushing himself in his training. She watched quietly. Then, his voice suddenly broke through the stillness. You came for something? The image shattered like glass. One moment he'd been seated, the next he was standing upright. Rukia hadn't looked away, but somehow, she'd missed the transition entirely. Startled, she bowed quickly. I'm sorry, President. I didn't mean to disturb you. Shin walked over to her, holding a practice zanpakuto casually in one hand. She could still feel the lingering pulse of his spiritual pressure, dense and heavy, much different than before, as if what she'd seen earlier was an illusion. He chuckled. Yeah, you disturbed me. Rukia flinched and bowed again. I'm really sorry, with a sigh, Shin stepped closer and roughly ruffled her hair. You're way too serious about everything, he said, exasperated. When are you going to loosen up enough to joke with me, huh? Rukia clutched at her now messy hair and gave him a pout. President. I've made my decision. He raised a brow. About the Kuachiki thing? Yes. Her voice was quiet but firm. I've decided to accept. Shin smiled faintly. That's good. I didn't expect you to come around this quickly. I guess I should start calling you Kuachiki Rukia now. Rukia squirmed uncomfortably. Please, just call me Rukia, President. She hadn't anticipated such a calm, offhand reaction from him. Not that she'd expected a big dramatic moment, but something more than this. Like Renji, maybe. Or even a solemn nod. Anything other than this. She felt oddly disappointed. And yet, also relieved. Maybe this was how she should be too, calm, composed, matter of fact. Kuachiki Rukia. She clenched her fists, her heart tight with a mix of tension and uncertainty. Shin, meanwhile, was still mildly surprised. He remembered that in the original timeline, Rukia's adoption by the Kuachiki clan had resulted in her immediate graduation from the academy and placement into the 13 court guard squads. But the last time the Kuachiki emissaries came, they had specifically said she would continue her studies. Did my actions shift the outcome again? Not that it mattered too much. He twirled the practice sword in his hand. I've got a little free time. Want me to help you train? Rukia blinked, stunned, then lit up with joy. Really? You mean it, President? Go grab a practice blade from the storage room. Yes, sir. She took off at a run, all hesitation and anxiety forgotten for the moment. Being trained by Shin was rare, this would be only the second or third time ever. 3 days later, the Kuachiki family returned to the academy, as promised. This time, Byakuya was not among them. The same elder led the group into the student council office, where Rukia stood nervously beside Shin. Miss Rukia. The elder began, we hope to receive your favorable answer. Rukia clenched her hands tightly and stepped forward. I've made up my mind. she said. I accept. The elder smiled, unsurprisingly. He had likely never doubted she would say yes. The 3 days had merely been a formality, a grace period to prepare her mentally. Excellent, Miss Rukia. Please come with us today. Lord Byakuya and the clan head are waiting for you. We've already arranged for you to be granted a month's leave from the academy. A month? Rukia blinked. I thought I could still continue studying here. You can, indeed. The elder replied smoothly. However, a formal adoption ceremony must be held. This month is for you to become accustomed to life within the Kuachiki estate. You needn't worry about falling behind, private tutors will be assigned to you. And you'll no longer reside in the academy dorms. A personal escort will bring you to class each day. Rukia felt overwhelmed by how elaborate it all was. She came from the furthest reaches of Rakongai. How could someone like her ever fit into this world of nobles and ceremony? It was obvious they planned to teach her everything necessary over the coming month. She was sharp enough to see through appearances. The elder's courteous smile didn't hide his true attitude. President. Shin gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Go on. It's okay. The elder spared Shin a single glance but said nothing. Only silence. Polished smiles. Cold propriety. Rukia straightened her back, took a breath, and stepped forward. Chapter 38, Field Training in the World of the Living. Having Rukia suddenly vanish from his side left Shin feeling slightly out of step. And word about her new status as the adopted daughter of the Kuachiki clan spread quickly throughout the Shino Academy. A first year from Class 1B, becoming family to one of the 4 great noble houses. Envy and jealousy echoed through the student body like wildfire. Even Hinamori had came to ask about it. She'd heard some of it but hadn't realized Rukia would be taking a full month of leave. I wonder what she'll be like the next time we see her. Hinamori had murmured wistfully. A street orphan from the outskirts of Rakongai now swept into Sairiitai's most exalted circles. That kind of shift was hard to process, even for those who knew her. Still, Rukia's temporary absence became nothing more than gossip fodder. Life at the academy moved on. Bored, Shin dropped by a class to actually attend for once. When Hisagi Shuai spotted him, his surprise was palpable. Did something happen? What, I can't show up unless something's wrong. That is weird. Hisagi replied flatly. Other students were equally astonished. Shin even spotted Keisa in a nearby seat. Since the student council dinner after the culture festival, Keisa had been avoiding him. These days, she delegated her duties to other committee members who would handle the handovers with Shin directly. Shin gave her a playful wave. The normally stern-faced disciplinary committee chair blushed furiously and quickly looked away. Today's class was about methods of communicating with one's zanpakuto. The instructor was none other than their homeroom teacher, Nanada Haizawa. When Nanada saw Shin enter, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This brat finally remembered he's a student? He'd long given up trying to manage Shin's attendance. The kid's influence in the academy now surpassed even Nanada himself. Hell, even the headmaster openly admired him. The subject matter posed no difficulty for Shin. Ever since awakening his zanpakuto, he'd delved deep into research at the library, devouring every book on the subject. The class passed without incident. When the dismissal bell rang, Nanada called a few names from the podium. Hisagi Shuai, Keisa, Sika, come see me. Shin raised a brow. What's he want from you guys? Hisagi explained, it's about the upcoming field training in the world of the living. We're the upperclassmen assigned to lead it. He mentioned it to me a while back. Shin froze. Field training in the living world. There were 2 types of such exercises, Konso, soul burial, and mock hollow combat. For first years, only the latter applied. They'd be sent to a warded area in the human world, where low-level hollows were let in under strict control for combat experience. And no one told me? Hisagi gave him a blank look. You don't show up to class more than once a month. Who the hell would tell you? When's the departure? In 3 days. Starting with Class 1A. Most likely. Shin stood up abruptly. I'm coming with you. Wait, what? Hisagi was caught off guard. Babysitting duty, basically. They'd all done it plenty of times by now. Keisa, who had walked out with Hisagi, looked away when she realized Shin was with them. The 4 of them headed to Nanada Haizawa's office. Nanada was just as surprised to see Shin show up. What are you doing here? Shin didn't beat around the bush. Field training like this, obviously, it should be led by the best student in class. I think I qualify. Nanada gave him a look of pure exasperation. If you showed up more often, I would have picked you by default. But how the hell was I supposed to find you? Still, these mock hollow encounters carried little risk. Aside from the student leaders, actual seated soul reapers were deployed in secret to monitor the area. The hollows permitted entry were always bottom tier, just enough for the rookies to get experience. After some thought, Nanada nodded. Very well. You'll lead this training group. The participants are all first years, do your job. They didn't need much of a lecture. Shin and the others were already familiar with how these operations worked. Hisagi and Sika were a bit perplexed. Shin usually avoided any responsibility tied to classwork. Why the sudden interest? But Kesa had a very different reaction. She kept her head down, her thoughts spinning around a single, rising suspicion. Did Shin come because of me? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Normally, he'd dodge this assignment without hesitation, even if Nanada had begged him. What other reason could there be, if not her? She had been avoiding him lately. If Shin hadn't come, the responsibility would have likely fallen to Hisagi. And Hisagi, for once, looked happy to be off the hook. Nanada handed over a dossier containing mission details, date, location in the world of the living, which squad would assist, which class members were attending. As they walked back, Hisagi reminded them, don't forget to pack gear and supplies. Got it. Sika answered. They'd be away for 2 or 3 days, so food and essentials were required. Even if Shin hadn't shown up today, he would have learned about it soon from Hisagi. After all, the 2 committee heads would need to notify him before going off-grid. Then, Kesa stopped walking. Shin. Hisagi glanced back, then pulled Sika away discreetly. Shin turned to her, his expression unreadable. Why did you volunteer for this? She knew the answer she wanted to hear. Shin glanced down at the folder in his hand, then smiled faintly. Because of you. Kesa's face flushed instantly. She didn't know that if Shin hadn't come, she might have died during this assignment. She didn't know that someone, possibly Aizen, was already setting pieces in motion. All she knew was that what she hoped might be true. Maybe it really was. Her voice trembled slightly. Saying something like that. What do you mean? Shin didn't explain. He rolled the folder into a tube and lightly tapped her forehead with it. You don't need to know. How could he tell her? Oh hey, this might be a setup for a test by Aizen? Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Kesa raised her hand to touch her forehead. The same place he'd kissed her. That night after the festival. Chapter 39, The Blade's Glory. 3 days later, at the Senkaiman Gate in Siriite AI? Huh? The student council president is leading us? The first years from Class 1A, including Hinamori, were clearly surprised to see that the upperclassman in charge of the mission was none other than Takakawa Shin. Aside from Hinamori, Kira, and a few student council members, the rest were not just surprised, they were visibly excited. Takakawa Shin had become a near-legendary figure within Shino Academy. Many students saw him as a role model to chase after. The chance to do field training with their idol lit up their faces. What's so strange about me leading the team? Shin replied with a relaxed smile as he scanned over the group. All the familiar faces were there. Yes, this was it. He addressed the group. We'll skip the long introductions. You'll draw lots and be assigned into teams of 3 for the exercise. Sika brought over the lot drawing box, and the first years eagerly swarmed around it. Shin meanwhile pulled out the Denrishinki he'd been issued, essentially a soul pager. It looked like a flip phone, transmitting data via Rishi networks, which actually made it more advanced than the tech in the human world of this time period. But the downside was that spiritual power-based tech was highly susceptible to interference by high spirit pressure. Of course, no one would expect any interference during a standard training exercise. Right? The first years finished drawing their lots. Hinamori, Kira, and Abarai Renji, 3 close classmates, just happened to be placed on the same team. Shin stared at the box. Was that just a coincidence? That was how it happened in the original timeline, too. But he had expected his presence to change things like this, things that should have been random. This whole exercise had been staged by Aizen from behind the scenes to test the potential of those 3, Hinamori, Kira, and Renji. If they proved themselves, he would mold them into future pawns. And indeed, they had shown. Hinamori became Aizen's Fukateicho. Kira went on to serve under Jin. Renji? Perhaps too stubborn and honest for Aizen's taste. As they prepared to pass through the Sankaiman, many of the younger students looked tense. Most had only read about hollows in textbooks. Now they would face them directly, even if only weak ones. Shin glanced back at the group, offering a warm smile. Relax. Fighting hollows isn't as scary as you imagine. Just put what you've learned into practice, you'll be fine. And with upperclassmen like us here, we'll keep you safe. He was reassuring without even trying. Just his presence was enough to settle nerves. The gate opened. Shin stepped through first. The world of the living. Their battlefield was a replica of a coastal town. Technically real. But actually a pocket dimension created by the 12th Division's Keto Barrier team. Had this taken place in an actual city, it could have endangered civilians. The only inhabitants here were pre-selected hollows, and the Shino students. Shin stood atop the tallest building in town, surveying the streets below. Hisagi and Kesa flanked him. The exercise would last a while. Their role was to observe, ensure the safety of the first years, and avoid interfering unless absolutely necessary. Hisagi, still holding his Denrishinki, communicated with the barrier team and turned to report. All systems green. Good. Shin remained expressionless, his gaze taking in every corner of the town. Moonlight shimmered over the ocean. It was calm. And then, before Hisagi or Kesa could register it, Shin vanished with a flash step. A blinding arc of steel split the night. Boom. A massive hollow, several meters tall, was cleaved in half before it even had time to roar. Its hulking body crashed to the ground before vanishing into Rishi particles. Hisagi and Kesa arrived a heartbeat later, stunned. That hollow. Hisagi murmured. That thing was way over the size limit, wasn't it? Neither he nor Kesa had sensed it. It had hidden its presence so well. Had Shin not acted, some of the first years could have died. Hisagi quickly activated his Denrishinki. Barrier team, a large class hollow just manifested inside the simulation zone. What the hell's going on? A few seconds passed. We're showing no anomalies on our end, came the response. Are you sure? Damn right I'm sure. It was at least 6 meters tall, completely outside the regulation size. Any casualties? Hisagi looked over at Shin. None. Hollow's been eliminated. That's good. There must have been a deployment error. Hisagi's brow furrowed. I request a temporary suspension of the training. We need to audit the zone for irregularities. The silence on the other end stretched. Finally, there's no need. It won't happen again. Barrier team? We've reviewed it. The hollow had a unique ability to mask its spiritual power. It was mistaken for a small class target during deployment. We've corrected the mistake. There won't be a repeat. No suspension necessary. Hisagi closed the device with a snap, lips drawn tight in a frown. That hollow. If Shin hadn't come, this would have ended in blood. Kesa muttered, this kind of mistake. It's playing with students' lives. She turned to Shin. Thank you. Shin remained quiet. Was that it? Was that the same hollow from the original timeline? Maybe. Maybe not. His interference had already thrown a wrench into someone's plans. Whoever was orchestrating this. They might not be done. Meanwhile, at the barrier team's outpost, the last technician collapsed in a pool of his own blood, slain by a silver-haired boy with a blood-dripping katana. From the flickering monitor in the room, a gentle voice sounded, an unexpected result. Said Aizen So's calmly. The hollow was eliminated before it could even reach them. Takakawa Shin. Officially set to join the 4th Division. Not part of Aizen's projected list of tools. 4th Division's current captain was a nuisance, older, with unknown combat potential, having never revealed their full strength. Well. Aizen murmured, adjusting the gleam of his glasses, his face half-shadowed in the dim room. Let's include him in the test as well. Deploy 2 more hollows. Jin Ikamaru glanced at his bloodied Zanpakuto and smirked. With the way he cut that last one. You could throw 10 more and it wouldn't matter. No, Jin. Aizen shook his head. This isn't about killing him. It's a test. I want to see how deep his strength goes. 1 more large hollow. Aizen said calmly. And 1 jillion class minnows. Jin's eyes opened slightly. A jillion? Chapter 40, the jillion. The sky was dark and cloudless, the waning moon hanging high in silence. Several figures dashed swiftly across rooftops. A Barayaranji, grasping his Isaki, was alight with excitement as he pursued a hollow roughly the size of a human. Its body resembled some kind of crawling beast, but against the coordinated assault of Renji, Hinamori, and Kira, it was utterly panicked, scrambling in every direction. The 3 of them were standouts among the first years, and their performance during this field exercise had been nothing short of stellar. Hinamori leapt ahead, intercepting the hollow with a well-aimed shakuho, a blast of crimson kido that struck it square inches the face. But due to her limited spiritual pressure, the spell lacked the power to do serious damage. As the smoke cleared, Renji and Kira closed in from either side, cleaving the hollow into 3 clean pieces. Its body disintegrated into Rishi particles as Renji sheathed his Isaki across his back. Damn, you're quick, Kira. But I totally had that one solo. Renji grinned. Kira chuckled. Don't say that, it was a team effort. Renji waved a hand, pride gleaming in his eyes. I'm built for fighting hollows. This training stuff? A bit too tame. Hinamori rolled her eyes as she walked up. Ugh, you never quit. Renji frowned. Hey, I'm being honest. She didn't let up. Every time it's the 3 of us working together, but somehow it's always your victory, huh? Are you planning to only mention yourself in the mission report too? Renji scratched the back of his head and looked away, eyes drifting toward the upperclassmen on a distant rooftop. Man, they're sure taking it easy. He grumbled. Kira explained, it's our training. They're only here to intervene if things get dangerous. Renji scoffed. With hollows this week? Danger's not happening. Hinamori groaned. There he goes again. Not every student had it this easy. For some, it was their first time facing a hollow, and their fear nearly erased everything they'd learned. Fortunately, the upperclassmen remained vigilant in the shadows, preventing injuries. Those upperclassmen were also tasked with evaluating and recording the performance of each team. Meanwhile, on a high vantage point overlooking the entire town, Shin, Hisagi, and Kesa watched the exercise unfold. The hollow Shin had previously annihilated never got the chance to reveal itself before being cut down, so few noticed anything strange. The three of them had decided to keep quiet about it for now. And regarding the barrier team's explanation, they had no choice but to trust it, at least temporarily. Looks like Hinamori's group is doing great. Hisagi observed, scanning the area through his Denrishinki. Of all her peers, Hinamori's Kido prowess was already far ahead of the curve. Her talent in that domain was remarkable, though her spiritual pressure still held her back. Renji, for all his hot-headedness, had impressive combat instincts. His only real weakness was Kido. And Kira was a jack of all trades, well-rounded in swordsmanship, flash step, and spells alike. Hisagi scribbled notes in a file, giving brief evaluations of their performance. Kesa remained laser-focused on the field, eyes sweeping for any anomalies. Aside from that unexpected large hollow at the beginning, things had been smooth. She and Hisagi were starting to believe that really had just been a fluke. But Shin said nothing. He watched the oppressive dark sky in silence. Shin? Hisagi finally turned to him. You've been staring like that for a while. What's wrong? Kesa being quiet was normal. Shin's silence wasn't. Nothing. Shin replied lightly. Just looking around. Hisagi studied him. You're worried about something. Shin didn't confirm or deny it. After a moment, Hisagi just nodded, figuring Shin's caution might not be a bad thing. It was only the first night, after all. The exercise still had days to go. Shin remained alert, monitoring every ripple of spiritual pressure within the barrier. Later that night, as fatigue set in, students regrouped at the rendezvous point to rest and replenish their energy. Groups from various classes chatted animatedly. This field experience was new and thrilling to most. Others were quiet, discouraged by their own struggles. Shin and Hisagi arrived as well. Hisagi offered a few words of encouragement and reminded everyone not to let their guard down. As the students settled down, Hinamori approached Shin. President. She waved cheerfully, then nodded to Kesa. Kesa-senpai. Kesa merely returned the greeting with a cool nod. Hinamori beamed with pride. Did you see how our team did? Finally, Shin gave her a small smile. I did. You worked well together. Hinamori took the opportunity to gripe. At first we had great teamwork, but that idiot Abarai kept running off trying to solo every hollow. No matter how many times I warned him, he wouldn't stop. Shin raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Call him over. Hinamori perked up, but quickly hesitated. Maybe not. I'll talk to him later. If you scold him, he'll just blame me behind my back. Shin chuckled. She's thought this through. Keep it up, and stay sharp. Hinamori gave a determined nod. I will. I'm not scared, because... She smiled brightly. You'll protect me, right? But then, her smile froze. Behind Shin and Kesa, something tore open the night. A horizontal rift appeared in midair, pure black, like a wound in space. From within, a monstrous white mask emerged, huge, inhuman, with glowing red eyes. Terrifying. What is that? Hinamori's brain stalled for a second before it registered. Some powerful hollows possessed special abilities, one of them being Garganta, the Black Throat. Much like the Senkaiman allowed Shinigami to travel between realms, hollows used Garganta to rip open space. Shin felt the enormous pressure before it even struck. He whirled around as a titanic hand descended like a collapsing mountain. Boom. The monstrous hand smashed into the earth, obliterating the ground. President. Hinamori screamed. Kesa was flung away by the shockwave, crashing hard into a nearby wall. When she looked back, her pupils contracted. A deep crater now marked the spot where Shin had stood. Only broken stone and shattered earth remained. She suddenly remembered, just before the impact, Shin had grabbed her and thrown her clear. But what about him? Where's Shin? Chapter 41, Sword Pressure. Ameno's Grand? Hisagi Shuai's eyes widened in pure horror as he stared at the colossal creature emerging halfway from the black rift of the Garganta, its immense body looming like a nightmare. Impossible. How could Ameno's appear here? In the taxonomy of hollows, The Minnows class represented overwhelming might, divided into three escalating tiers: Jillian, Ajushas, and Vasta O Lord. But even the lowest among them, the Jillian, was leagues beyond what any Shinigami trainee could hope to match. Even among the seated officers of the 13 court guard squads, few could claim superiority over such a foe. With a flash step, Hisagi shot forward toward the cluster of stunned students, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Run! Get away, now!" He darted from student to student, snapping them out of their paralyzed states. "Hinamori! Get out of here!" Hinamori Momo stared blankly, pointing toward the ruined plaza. "But the president, he..." "Shin?" Hisagi froze as icy panic gripped his spine. He clenched his teeth, banishing the thought, and seized Hinamori by the arm. "We can't think about that right now, move." There was no time to hesitate. No time for grief. Still gripping Hinamori, Hisagi yanked out his Denrishinki to contact the barrier team. "Barrier Corps. A Minnows has appeared in the training zone." But only static greeted him, harsh white noise and no response. "Damn it." Shoving Hinamori toward Kira and Ranji, Hisagi barked, "Get her out of here. Go." Just then, Ojika appeared beside him, eyes flicking to the horizon. "Hisagi, what do we do?" What could they do? A Jillian class Minnows was not something they could handle. Panic swept through the gathered students as they scattered in all directions. The training field, filled with hollows meant for mock combat, now became a minefield of danger. Weak as they were individually, the sheer number overwhelmed the first years, many of whom were still dazed. Wounded began appearing almost immediately. "Where's Kesa?" Hisagi asked, his voice tight. Everything was unraveling. No support from the barrier team. No reinforcements. And the Minnows, could he buy them time if he risked everything? Before he could act, a lone figure dashed straight at the monstrous Minnows without hesitation. "Kesa?" Hisagi's heart lurched. The Jillian's towering body had only partially emerged from the Garganta. Kesa charged straight toward its outstretched arm, blade in hand. But Hirasaki, standard, unawakened, clashed against the Minnow's hide with a dull clang, bouncing off harmlessly. The backlash numbed her arms. The beast stirred, irritated. With a guttural roar, it raised its massive hand and brought it down, huge enough to block out the sky. Kesa looked up, frozen as it descended. Hisagi flash stepped forward, eyes wild. "Kesa. Get." He couldn't finish. A blinding white arc tore through the dark. Slash. The enormous hand was cleaved clean in two, a deafening impact shaking the entire plaza. The sundered limb crashed beside Kesa, missing her by a hair's breadth. The Minnows shrieked, rearing back in agony. From the cratered earth, a lone figure rose, slowly, calmly. "Shin." Kesa and Hisagi blinked, stunned, then relief bloomed. "Shin." Still gripping his blade, Shin exhaled and stood tall. Though he'd been driven into the ground, not a speck of dust marred his uniform. "Shin. Thank the gods you're okay." They flash-stepped to his side. Hisagi wasted no time. "The barrier team's not responding, we're cut off. We're on our own." Shin's expression didn't change. "You two, get the students to safety. I'll handle this." "Alone?" Kesa blurted. But she remembered the brilliance of that last swing. That sword pressure, tangible, slicing through the Minnows with terrifying ease. "Go. Now." Shin's voice was calm, unwavering. He turned toward the fully emerged Jillian. The entire gargantuan frame now loomed in full view. Standing like a walking monolith, its presence overshadowed the entire seaside city replica. Its glowing crimson eyes locked onto Shin, burning with rage. That human had sliced its hand. The Jillian bellowed, a low, guttural growl that shook the earth. Its mouth opened wide as a massive sphere of condensed spiritual energy began to gather. A Sero. Shin didn't move. Not yet. He surveyed the battlefield. The flow of spiritual power was in complete disarray. The Minnow's oppressive spiritual pressure blanketed the town, smothering everything. No students had died yet, but elsewhere, another hollow had appeared. Its spiritual pressure was just as strong as the one he had felt earlier. Could Hisagi and the others handle it? He frowned. His grip tightened on the Isaki. Quietly, he slid it back into its scabbard. Then, he moved. With a single step, Rishi coalesced beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. He rose to eye level with the Jillian in an instant. "So this one's my test, huh? Fine. Quite the gift you sent me." Their eyes met. In the dark, a faint smile curled on Shin's lips. "Shing," the blade sang as it left the sheath. In a flash of silver, a cold light streaked through the night. The edge tore into the Jillian's mask. The strike split its face in half. The head cracked wide, the blow traveling deep through the skull. Before the creature could collapse, Shin vanished, leaving only a whisper of his presence behind. Elsewhere, Hisagi, Kesa, and Ojika were fighting a second giant hollow, not a Menos, but one nearly as dangerous. Though not as overwhelming, its spiritual pressure matched the earlier aberrant hollow. Despite fighting together, they struggled. Then Renji, Kira, and Hinamori arrived to help. Damn it, why is it this strong? Hisagi was slammed back by a strike, coughing up blood. This is beyond our level. Ojika shouted. This shouldn't be in the simulation. But that wasn't what Hisagi meant. Shin could kill something like this with a single blow. They were barely holding their ground, despite outnumbering it. Where's Shin? He glanced toward where Shin had been, and saw the Jillian collapse in the distance. Boom. Its enormous body crushed everything beneath it. The explosion of impact silenced the town. Then, a blinding arc of sword pressure soared overhead. Phom. It cleaved through the air, struck the hollow they faced, and passed through cleanly, severing it in half. Yasha Shunku. A voice murmured. The beast was bisected mid-charge. Shin landed before them, blade still drawn. He looked over each face, Hisagi, Kesa, Hinamori, Kira, Renji. Then he clapped a stunned Hisagi on the shoulder. Good. You're all still alive. Chapter 42, You're quite impressive. Aizen, Sosuke and Akamaru watched silently as the surveillance feed replayed the chaos within the training grounds. For several long seconds, neither of them spoke. Eventually, Jin broke the silence. Captain Aizen. This to Kakawa Shin. Hasn't he already exceeded your expectations? With just one strike, he'd effortlessly felled a Jillian-class Menos. They hadn't been present on the field, so they couldn't feel the weight behind that slash. On screen, it had looked like nothing but a clean arc of sword pressure, a cut that seemed almost routine. But that kind of power was far beyond the realm of what a student at the Shino Academy should possess. Aizen murmured, thoughtful, he really was hit by it, wasn't he? He referred to when Shin had been swatted into the ground by the Menos. Judging by where he'd reappeared, it was clear he hadn't dodged. Yet when he stood again, there hadn't been a scratch on him. Not a torn seam. Not even a wrinkle. What, had he taken the time to fix his outfit afterward? Jin narrowed his eyes to slits. Could it be his Zanpakuto's ability? You think he's been hiding its true nature? Aizen said nothing. Jin chuckled. So, Captain. What now? According to their original plan, they were meant to step in during a crisis moment, conveniently saving the students, winning their trust, and gathering intel on promising recruits. But clearly, there was no need for any of that. Aizen stared at Shin's figure on the screen. A beat passed, then he smiled faintly. Jin. Isn't a surprise like this the true delight? Just then, a group of Shinigami burst into the room, horrified by the corpses strewn across the floor. What the hell happened? Anyone still alive? They began examining the area, but not one of them noticed Aizen or Jin standing right there, as if the two weren't even present. We're leaving, Jin. Aizen turned calmly and walked straight through the crowd of Shinigami, utterly invisible. Inside the barrier, with the Jillian and the oversized hollow both eliminated, only the low-level training hollows remained. The students had gathered together, rattled but intact. Upperclassmen stood guard around them. Shin took a slow sip of water. His Denrishinki buzzed in his sleeve. He answered it. This is the barrier core. What's your status? Any irregularities? Situation's stable for now. Shin replied. We encountered a Menos. Training needs to be aborted. Send a recovery team. A pause. Repeat that? We encountered a Jillian-class Menos. Requesting extraction. Another pause. Rescue teams en route. Any casualties? None. And the Menos? Dead. Shin's tone was calm and level. He knew they'd grill him again when the team arrived, so he wasn't in a rush to elaborate. He lowered the communicator and scanned the field. If contact was restored, the curtain was falling on this act. Aizen hadn't appeared. Hinamori approached him, her steps hesitant, eyes still wide. President. What is it? You're really okay? She asked softly. What do you think happened to me? I saw you get hit. By that Menos. To save Kesa, he'd taken the blow directly. Shin smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry. But he wasn't the only one being watched. The other students were staring too. Looking. Whispering. Shin turned to face them and spoke evenly. We ran into a few hollows above training level. No one was harmed. The rescue team's coming. Everything's under control. A few hollows above training level. That was all he said. But everyone had seen it with their own eyes, a Jillian. An entity marked in academy texts with extreme danger. Hollows like that were meant to be fought only by ranked seated officers, and only the upper seats at that. And yet, this man had cleaved one apart in a single swing. They'd always known the student council president was strong. But this strong? Without him, most of them would have died. president, you saved us all. Kira said quietly. Shin replied, I was the squad leader. It's my responsibility. The rescue squad arrived quickly, led, unsurprisingly, by Captain Aizen Sosk of the 5th Division. Aizen was the face of trust, always calm, always kind, always ready to help. What's the situation? Are we too late? He asked as soon as he saw Shin. Shin, maintaining the facade, replied, all's well. No major issues. Aizen breathed a relieved sigh. That's good. Can you walk me through what happened? Don't you already know? Shin thought, amused. But he didn't show it. He recounted the incident, from the first unusual hollow to the arrival of the Jillian and everything in between. Jin stood behind Aizen, watching silently, expression unreadable. Aizen, feigning astonishment, said, You killed the Jillian? By sheer luck. There's no such thing as that kind of luck. Aizen chuckled. Takakawa-kun, you're full of surprises. It's a shame you're Zanpakuto's from the Kaido branch. Otherwise, I'd try to steal you for the 5th. You flatter me, Captain Aizen. Shin said modestly. But about the barrier core. There was a point we completely lost contact. Any idea what happened? Aizen's expression turned grave. Still under investigation. We'll let you know when we find out. Understood. Shin figured the entire barrier core was probably dead. Whatever story got released later would be fiction. He couldn't stop that. At the end, Aizen stepped forward and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Takakawa-kun. You're quite impressive. Shin didn't look at him. There was nothing to see. Aizen would be wearing that usual gentle smile, calm, humble, unreadable. The captain went on to praise Hisagi, Kesa, Hinamori, Kira, and Renji for standing strong and protecting others during the crisis. They said nothing. They all knew, it had been Shin, and Shin alone. The rescue squad began cleaning up the last of the hollows and tending to the wounded. Kesa kept feeling someone watching her. She looked up, Shin. He gave her a faint smile. She thought of the moment he'd thrown her out of harm's way, how it had felt to be saved, like that. The training was officially terminated on the first day. The students were returned to the academy. The wounded were taken to 4th Division. Only once back in Soul's society did everyone truly relax. For many, the day felt like a dream. The kind that starts thrilling, then turns to nightmare. Shin didn't get to rest. After giving his report to the 5th Division, he was summoned to the headmaster's office. Despite the late hour, Principal Shuso Seisabune had rushed to campus in a cold sweat the moment he heard. The entire academy leadership was already aware. Shin. Truly, we owe you everything. Seisabune said sincerely. If not for you, none of those students would have survived. It didn't matter who was responsible, the point was, lives had been on the line. And they had all been class students, the best Soul Society had to offer. I was only doing what I should. It was a line Shin had repeated several times that night. He genuinely hadn't wanted anyone to die under his watch. Among the first years were several student council members. And among the upperclassmen, people he'd fought beside. Seisabune looked at him with a mix of admiration and unease. This boy, he was unlike any student he'd ever seen. The academy had raised geniuses before. It had seen wild, unruly talents too. But rarely both, in one man. Thank the heavens. He was a decent person. Seisabune walked over and patted his shoulder. You saved everyone. In a few days, we'll hold a commendation ceremony in your honor. Please don't. Shin replied instantly. I hate that kind of thing. The headmaster laughed. Then what reward would you like? Shin thought. Nothing comes to mind. Let's say. You owe me. Oh, you? Seisabune blinked. You're asking the academy to be in your debt? You're the one who offered. Shin grinned. Seisabune was speechless for a second, then chuckled. Didn't you just say you were doing what you should? What I do is my business. What the school does is yours. Seisabune couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. All right. We owe you. After leaving the office, Shin didn't head back to the dorms. Instead, he stopped by the student council room. Sat down. Let everything go. His head throbbed, blank and buzzing. Slaying the minnows had been easy, but he'd been on high alert all day. The door creaked open. Kesa entered. You? Shin blinked. Shouldn't you be back in the dorms? Kesa bit her lip. I was walking back and saw the light. Thought maybe you came here. She approached, cautiously. Shin leaned forward, rubbing his temple. You're tired? She asked. A little. He sighed. Then, without warning, she leaned in and gently kissed his forehead. Her cheeks flushed. Does that help? Shin blinked in surprise. Then laughed softly. Where did she pick that up? He wondered. Hinamori, maybe, but Kesa? She was trying to thank him. She didn't know how. That kiss had just happened. He stood and tapped her on the forehead. Look, I get it. But really, just being alive is thanks enough. Now go rest. I'm going to bed too. Okay. Back in the dorms, Hisagi Shuai was still awake. Shin. You're still up? Shin groaned, collapsing into bed. I'm wiped. Shuai said nothing at first, then quietly got up and turned off the lights. Both lay in silence for a while. Each lost in thought. Shin. I've always wondered. Shin looked over at his bed. How did you get so strong? I'm a genius. Shuai chuckled. Even genius has limits. Genius means breaking limits. You look at me with normal eyes, you'll never understand. Shuai exhaled. Maybe. We started at the same time. Same classes. Same materials. I followed your example, read what you read. Practiced what you practiced. But I can't catch up. Your swordsmanship alone has surpassed Nanda-sensei's. Did you really figure it all out on your own? Shin stared at the ceiling. Quiet. Let me tell you a secret. Shuai perked up. What is it? I had a dream. In it, I was a great swordsman, unmatched, unbeatable. Shuai went quiet again. That sounded like a joke. Maybe it was. Shin knew he didn't believe it. Didn't care. It was a long dream. He murmured to himself. He thought of his past life. A dream? Or was this the dream? Shin. Will I ever catch up to you? That's not a question for me. Shin said softly. That's for you to answer. Chapter 43, Anohana. I saw through it. The events that had unfolded during the real-world training exercise spread through the Shino Academy like wildfire the very next day. More than the fact that Ameno's Grand had appeared during a simulated combat mission, it was the rumor of Student Council President Takakawa Shin slaying that Minos with a single blow that caused the biggest stir. It became the subject of awe and admiration across campus. Shin, meanwhile, lived his day as usual, skipping class and staying alone in the Student Council office. His life hadn't changed a bit. That morning, Nanda Hizawa, his class instructor, came by to see him. Clearly still shaken by the previous night, Nanda couldn't hide his amazement. Shin. Maybe skipping class suits you better. Honestly, I have nothing left to teach you. Shin answered him earnestly. Sensei, I owe you more than you think. I wouldn't be where I'm now without your guidance. Nanda let out a hearty laugh. You're the most outstanding student I've ever taught. Once you graduate and join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, I'll be proud to say I was your teacher. After lunch, Hinamori Momo, Kira Izuru, and Abarai Renji all came to visit him, formally expressing their thanks for what he did last night. Kira and Renji, once easygoing and casual with him, now showed a quiet reverence. They barely made eye contact. Hinamori praised him endlessly. She spoke of how the Minos' spiritual pressure had frozen her on the spot, how Shin cut it down with one swing, and, finally, whether he'd be willing to give her some swordsmanship guidance during his free time. At her last request, both Renji and Kira's eyes lit up instantly. If it were just Hinamori, Shin wouldn't have minded. Helping her could boost her affection score. But if he had to train all three, that'd seriously eat into his free time for practice and rest. Still, remembering what these two would eventually become, he paused, then replied, We'll see. If I have the time. Hinamori beamed. Then it's settled, President. I said if I have time. You'll definitely have time. She said with a mischievous smile. That afternoon, with everyone else gone, Shin was alone in the student council office when Shiba Keien arrived. News travels fast, Shin thought, seeing the man walk in. A rare guest, Lieutenant Shiba. Keien entered, giving Shin a scrutinizing once-over, as if re-evaluating him. Clicking his tongue, he muttered, Unreal. You know your name's already circulating through the entire 13th Division of Imperial Guards? Shin chuckled. The Imperial Guards has nothing better to gossip about? It was just a Minos. Keien shook his head. You're still a student, and you took down a Jillian. That's more than worth the buzz. Besides, things were strange last night. Shin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Keien paused, then spoke plainly. The entire barrier core team assigned to your unit, dead. Shin's jaw clenched. Who did it? Preliminary reports point to a 12th Division member. 12th. That threw Shin off. Of course, Aizen would concoct some plausible excuse, but tying it to the 12th Division? That meant throwing Mayuri Kirotsuchi's squad under the bus. The 12th oversaw the Research and Development Institute, and Mayuri, both captain and director, was notorious for treating his subordinates like disposable test subjects. Keien continued, apparently one of Mayuri's men snapped. Couldn't handle the abuse, turned traitor, and lashed out against the Soul Society. Fled last night. Shin. A long silence, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Gaian frowned. What's so funny? Nothing. Gaian stared at him, then asked directly, I watched the footage. The moment you cut down that Menos, was that your Zanpakuto's ability? Shin tilted his head. That? Just sword pressure. Gaian didn't buy it. You sure? Shin casually picked up a pen, gave it a twirl, then swung it in front of him with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh, the air cracked. A semicircular arc of visible sword pressure burst forward from the pen tip. Gaian flinched and ducked as it cut past him. He turned back toward Shin, eyes wide. You couldn't see it in the footage, but standing here, feeling that attack in person, he instinctively sensed danger. This kid. Gaian's gaze flickered. This wasn't the kind of swordsmanship you saw among Soul Reapers. Sure, sword art was a core subject in the academy. But how many could claim real mastery of the blade? For most Shinigami, a sealed Zanpakuto was just a vessel for their speed and strength, nothing more. But in Shin's hands, the sword itself mattered. His attacks were sharp, clean, fundamental, yet devastating. You believe me now? Shin asked, smiling. Gaian stared, then slowly said, with your talent, I doubt you'll stay in the 4th Division forever. Shin smirked. Careful, Lieutenant. What if Captain Anohana hears that? Gaian laughed. She's not the petty type. Besides, if she knew what your sword can really do, I doubt she'd try to keep you there. I don't think there's anything wrong with the 4th. Gaian just said, you'll see for yourself once you're in it. 4th Division Barracks. Kotetsu Izane sat beside Anohana Retsu, watching a replay, the full recording of the incident provided by the 12th Division. It captured everything from the real-world training event. When the footage showed Shin slaying the Menos, Izane stole a glance at her captain. Izane. Yes, Captain. Rewind a little. Anohana's voice was gentle, calm as a still pond. Her eyes remained locked on the screen. Izane hurried to adjust the controls, returning the feed to just before Shin's engagement with the Menos. As the replay of the slash played again, Izane couldn't help but murmur, Captain. His strength is truly incredible. Yes. It is. Anohana replied, her tone so placid it gave away nothing. Then she asked, Izane, did you notice anything? Izane blinked. She wasn't sure what the captain meant. The highlight of the footage was obvious, the slash that killed the Menos. She thought hard. Then a spark of realization hit her. Captain. You don't think that slash was the ability of his Zanpakuto, do you? It wasn't. Anohana said at once, her gaze dark and inscrutable. But many will think so. She added quietly. That was pure swordsmanship. Izane turned, surprised, just as her captain softly chuckled, warm and faint, almost to herself. Good thing I noticed. Chapter 44, The less we meet, the more I miss you. The real culprit behind the incident during the real-world training exercise was ultimately declared to be Sanada Ryoichi, a 12th Division member. It was discovered that he had planted bait to attract hollows inside the training barrier in advance, murdered the members of the Kekkai unit assigned to the area, and then escaped without a trace. As for his motive, it was just as Shiba Keian had told Shin, resentment toward his squad captain's cruelty. With that, the incident was considered settled. For the academy students, it had ended without casualties, but the deaths of many Shinigami still required someone to take the blame. Rumor had it that Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi of the 12th Division was reprimanded, and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had already dispatched operatives to capture Sanada Ryoichi. Shin suspected the man was probably already dead. With time, the memory of it faded from the Academy's collective mind. Perhaps only when someone mentioned Kakawa Shin would that night's events resurface in conversation. Peace returned, and more than half a month passed. That morning, after breakfast, Shin was headed to the student council office to sneak in a nap. He'd always wanted to install a bed there, so he could rest more comfortably between duties. He'd petitioned Kasamioji Kogoro multiple times, but every request had been sternly denied. As he approached the office, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. Someone's been here. That was strange, no one usually came by at this hour except him. When he stepped inside, he saw a petite figure standing in the room. Rukia? President. Rukia's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. She rushed forward. Shin looked her over. She hadn't changed a bit, still in her red and white academy uniform, her short black hair curled up at the ends. Her pale, delicate face was tinged with excitement and color. You're back. It's been a while. He smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. I really missed you while you were gone. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she dropped her gaze. I missed you too, President. And everyone else. Shin sat at his desk. So? How was it in the Kuachiki household? Tell me everything. Rukia looked like she had a lot bottled up. She nodded quickly and began to recount her half-month stay. The day she was taken to the Kuachiki manor, She was immediately housed in a separate residence. For the first 2 days, no one visited her. Not even Byakuya. Besides the servants delivering her meals, she didn't see a soul. Her mind spiraled into worry. She didn't know what to expect, and feared all kinds of grim outcomes. She even regretted accepting the offer to join the Kuachiki family. On the 3rd day, Kuachiki Jinrai, head of the family, finally appeared and formally announced that she would be adopted into the clan as Byakuya's foster sister. The ceremony took place that same day. The venue was grand and solemn. Rukia knew nothing of the customs and was only able to keep up thanks to a maid who whispered instructions at her side. After that, she was moved to new quarters. Multiple servants handled her daily needs. She was given new clothes, supplies, and 4 private tutors, each a seated officer, who taught her sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and kido. The past few weeks were filled with etiquette training, noble philosophy, customs. Some of it made sense to her. Some didn't. For instance, nobles were supposed to greet with formal bows, something she'd practiced many times in her new home. But when the president saw her today, he immediately ruffled her hair. And just like that, all that etiquette flew out the window. His hand felt so reassuring. She had worried whether returning here would make her feel distant from everyone. Life in the Kuachiki family had been exhausting, but she knew it was a privilege most couldn't dream of, and she had no complaints. She tried her best to meet expectations. Just yesterday, she'd mustered the courage to ask Byakuya for permission to return to the academy. To her surprise, her brother agreed. "You've been through a lot in such a short time," Shin said with a sigh. "It's really nothing," Rukia replied sheepishly, scratching her head. "I know all of this is for my benefit, so I can't complain. But I just wanted to come back and see everyone again." "You're right," Shin said, his tone shifting into a playful tease. "But now that you're the noble daughter of the Kuachiki family, is it really proper for you to still be my assistant?" Rukia straightened, quickly saying, "President, I can still do it." Shin stroked his chin. "If I keep bossing you around like before, I wonder if the Kuachiki clan will come after me." That old man from last time didn't seem particularly fond of him. If Shin pushed too far, he half expected to be officially warned to stay away from her. Rukia said seriously, "Everything you ask me to do is training. If the Kuachiki family misunderstands, I'll explain it myself." Shin chuckled and pinched her cheek. Rukia. You're too cute. I was just messing with you." Rukia's face turned even redder. She stepped back slightly. His gestures were a bit too familiar, but she didn't know how to bring it up. How do you even say something like that? If Momo had seen that moment, she'd probably start getting the wrong idea again. Luckily, it was still early morning, Momo wouldn't be stopping by. Rukia had picked this time for that very reason. "It's almost time for class," Shin said, glancing at the clock. "Are you going?" "I'll head out now, then. President, if there's any work today, you can count on me, just like before." As she left the student council office, Rukia felt lighter. Her steps had more bounce. Living in the Kuachiki manor had been suffocating. There was no one to talk to. The servants were polite but distant. Her brother was elusive and cold. Standing in front of Byakuya always made her feel like she was under a glacier. Compared to that, being around the president felt warm. She had missed the academy, Momo, Renji, Kira, Hisagi-senpai, Ksawa-senpai. And especially the president. The longer they were apart, the deeper she had came to miss him. Chapter 45, Do You Like the President? Kuachiki Manor. Returning home after class, Rukia found that Byakuya Kuachiki was also present. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage and went to greet him. Byakuya was now serving as the vice-captain of the 6th Division, managing all division affairs. Kuachiki Jinrai had long intended to pass the role of captain on to him. However, lingering tension between grandfather and grandson, rooted in the matter of Byakuya's late wife, had stalled that transition. But with Rukia's adoption, a part of Byakuya's burden seemed lifted. "Brother." Byakuya was seated in the drawing room, reading. When Rukia knelt formally at the entrance and greeted him, he responded with a cold, indifferent. She remained rigidly poised, then cautiously asked, "Brother, today I was transferred into Class A. Was that your doing?" Byakuya didn't even glance at her. "Such matters are beneath my concern." Rukia stiffened and bowed her head. "Forgive me. That was presumptuous of me." She had underestimated the reach of the Kuachiki name. Her class transfer didn't require the family's interference, the academy faculty would have arranged it of their own accord. But she couldn't have known that. "I'll continue working hard at the academy, to live up to the family's expectations." Only then did Byakuya finally glance her way. "No one expects anything of you. Just don't disgrace the Kuachiki name." "Understood." Rukia hadn't anticipated such coldness. She couldn't read him at all. Why had they brought her into the family? If there's nothing else, you may leave. Yes. She returned to her quarters. Quiet. Empty. Dinner, as always, was eaten alone. The food was far more refined than the academy's, but it tasted of nothing. Is this what life will be like from now on? The next day, 2 servants escorted her back to the academy. They would wait for her at the gate until classes ended. As soon as she entered Class A, many students greeted her, warmly, respectfully, and all addressing her as Kuachiki-san. In Class B, she had been nearly invisible. In Class A, she was a star. Even the teachers treated her differently. She remembered one of them from joint lectures, a man who'd always looked irritable back then. Now he smiled constantly. She knew it wasn't her they saw, it was her surname. Among the academy's students, only Kasamioji Kogoro, the student council vice president, came from a noble family. And even the Kasamioji clan felt distant to most. But the 4 great noble houses. They lived above the clouds. Studying beside a member of the Kuachiki family, even an adopted one, was an honor. Rukia, you're famous now, said Momo, grinning. Rukia looked uncomfortable. I don't really like it. So many eyes on her, it felt suffocating. It was as if she couldn't move without being watched. Momo noticed her discomfort, tilted her head, and suddenly grabbed Rukia's hand. Come on. Where are we going? Class is about to start. We're skipping. Eh? But, if the teacher asks, just say it's student council business. They left the classroom. Just as they reached the doorway, the teacher walked in. Kuachiki-san, Hinamori-san? Where are you two headed? Sorry, Ishihara-sensei. Student council duties. We'll miss class. The teacher smiled at Rukia. No problem. If you fall behind, come ask me later. And just like that, they walked out of the classroom and off campus. Rukia quickly realized Momo had taken her to the student council office. She hadn't really wanted to skip class. With the Kuachiki name, she felt she had to uphold the image of a model student. But when they arrived, the office was empty. President's not here? Momo looked disappointed. Rukia guessed, he's probably off training. Everyone knew Shin rarely showed up to class. Most of his time was spent training. Momo flopped into his usual chair. Rukia watched her, wondering if Momo had dragged her out just to see Shin. Then Momo noticed the Asaki mounted on the wall behind the desk. This is the president's Zanpakuto? She picked it up. He's really careless, leaving it out like this. Rukia replied, it'd be inconvenient to carry it everywhere on campus. Momo nodded, examining the sword. It looked like any standard Asaki, the same as they used in sword art class. She drew the blade. Momo. Rukia frowned. That's not very respectful. Realizing her mistake, Momo quickly sheathed it and put it back. If he's training without his Zanpakuto, then he must be working on Kido, Hikata, or flash steps. Most likely. Momo leaned back in the chair, letting out a relaxed sigh. President's life sure is enviable. Nobody dares discipline him. Rukia said, but he works hard for the school and the council. Momo giggled and turned to stare at her. Her eyes locked on Rukia's face. What? Rukia touched her cheek, unsettled. Is something there? Momo finally looked away, propping her chin on one hand while twirling a pen with the other. Rukia, can I ask you something? Sure. A sudden unease clutched Rukia's chest. Whatever Momo wanted to ask, it would be hard to answer. What is it? Silence. The pen slipped from Momo's fingers and clattered on the desk. She sighed. Never mind. I won't ask. Rukia's eyes trembled. Her lips pressed together. She took a breath. Then. I have a question for you, Momo. Momo looked up. Rukia's hands clenched and released. She hesitated for a moment, then finally said it. Do you like the president? Yes. Momo answered immediately, frank and certain. Everyone probably knows. I've never said it out loud, but it's obvious, right? I've never tried to hide it. And, she continued, the president definitely knows too. She stared directly at Rukia, clearly waiting for a reply. Rukia couldn't find one. Maybe she should ask, do you know Kusawa-senpai likes him too? Aren't you worried about rivals? But Momo's tone told her exactly how she'd respond. Then Momo asked in return, what about you, Rukia? Rukia's breath caught. What do you mean? Momo smiled sweetly. You knew, didn't you? The room fell into an icy silence. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock shattered the tension. Rukia exhaled with relief and turned toward the door. Come in. The door opened. A tall figure in a black Shyakusho stepped inside. Both girls found her familiar, but couldn't immediately recall her name. The badge on her arm caught Momo's eye, A lieutenant's insignia. Excuse me. The woman said gently. I'm here to see Kakawa-kun. It clicked. Kotetsu Izane, vice captain of the 4th Division. Momo remembered her clearly. That statuesque frame was hard to forget. During the cultural festival, she'd stood beside Captain Unohana. You're Vice Captain Kotetsu, right? The president isn't here at the moment. Izane smiled. Ah, I forgot it's class time. Then I'll wait. Please, have a seat. They welcomed her in. Rukia went to pour water, as there was no tea in the office. Thank you. Izane said, her tone soft and gentle despite her height. I remember you too. She said after a moment. You performed at the festival, didn't you? Yes. I'm Hinamori Momo, and this is Kuichiki Rukia. We're both on the student council. Kuichiki. Izane blinked, a bit surprised. She hadn't heard that the Kuichiki family had taken in a new ward. Still, she didn't pry. Aren't you two supposed to be in class? Momo flushed. There were student council matters to handle. She didn't dare admit they were skipping. Izane nodded knowingly. Sounds like a busy council. But don't let it hurt your studies. Understood. They assumed Shin was in class. But Rukia guessed he was off training again. And if he was, there was no telling how long he'd be. She thought of going to fetch him. Meanwhile, Momo asked casually, Vice Captain Kotetsu, what brings you here? Nothing urgent. Izane smiled. I just came to drop off a few books. Books? Yes. I found some texts on Kaido while organizing our archives. The Academy Library likely doesn't have them, so I thought Kakawa-kun might be interested. Momo mused, was the 4th Division always this caring toward future recruits? Or was it because he was him? President will definitely be pleased. She said. I hope so. He seems quite devoted to Kaido. How about you, Momo-san, what do you think of it? Momo's eyes lit up. I'm very interested in Kaido. Izane's opinion of her immediately improved. She responded warmly, then you should consider joining the 4th Division after graduation. We'd be happy to have you. The two fell into a lively conversation about healing arts. Izane patiently answered all Momo's questions, even as Momo clearly lacked the technical depth. Rukia decided it was a good time to slip out and find the president. Just as she reached the door, it swung open. President? Shin stood there, hair damp, not in uniform but in a loose, casual outfit. Rukia? He peered into the room. You guys. Momo tilted her head. President, what happened to you? Rukia, being closest, caught the faint scent of shampoo and body washington. His hair was still wet, he'd just showered. I went to take a bath. Shin said casually. Momo. Rukia. Then Shin looked toward Izane. Vice Captain Kotetsu? What brings you here? Chapter 46, choosing between two girls. I found a few books on Kaido, and I figured you might be interested, so I brought them over for you. Said Kotetsu Izane. Takakawa Shin looked genuinely surprised, then smiled. Vice Captain Kotetsu, that's incredibly thoughtful of you. Did you just get back from training? She asked. After all, she'd heard him mention taking a bath and assumed he'd worked up a sweat during training. Shin shook his head as he entered the office. Nah, I just slept in today. Since the bathhouse was empty, I took a long soak. The three girls, Hinamori and Rukia, both looked him up and down, casual clothes, damp hair. It felt like the president had truly made the academy his personal home. Shin, realizing the situation, glanced at his outfit and offered an apology. Sorry, bit informal today. Vice Captain Kotetsu, please make yourself comfortable. I'll change real quick. He disappeared into the office storage room. The three girls exchanged awkward looks. 2 minutes later, Shin returned in his academy uniform, hair dried and neat. Izane chuckled. You're quite relaxed, Takakawa-kun. Shin glanced at the books she'd brought, flipping through one. They were indeed rare, technical volumes on Kaido he'd never seen in the academy library. Just from a glance, he could tell they were precious. He narrowed his eyes slightly. There was no way she came all this way just to deliver books. These are incredible. You're sure you want me to have them? Izane smiled gently. Books are meant to be read. They've only been collecting dust on my shelf, far better that someone passionate about Kaido put them to use. Shin bowed respectfully. I truly appreciate this, Vice Captain Kotetsu. I'm glad you like them. When you join the 4th Division, we'll be able to explore Kaido together. She added warmly. Shin nodded, then turned to the other two. What about you two? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Hinamori grinned awkwardly. We remembered some unfinished council work, so. Shin raised a brow. Of course they were skipping. And they just so happened to run into Izane. It was no secret, student council work was never allowed to interfere with academics. Except for him, the president, apparently. But Shin didn't expose them in front of Izane. He simply said, "You two should head back. You can finish that after class." "Yes." They both scurried out obediently. Once they were gone, Izane smiled. "They're responsible and diligent. You've got good people in the council." "They are." Shin agreed as he sat across from her. "Either of them could lead the council after I graduate." Izane perked up. "Then when do you plan to graduate?" The academy ran on a 6-year system. Shin was a 5th year, meaning he had 1 year left, but everyone knew that was just a formality. He had already slain a jillion class minnows. Even some seated officers in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards couldn't boast that. "Next year," he answered. There was only 1 academic term per year. Shin meant he'd stay to complete the full 6. His reason? Hinamori and Rukia. Staying close to them meant he could continue gaining rewards from the system. Once he joined a squad, he'd meet new people, sure, but his Shinigami keystone was already bound to Rukia. And he still had plans to deepen that relationship. It was just 1 more year. Izane mused, "But you could graduate now. Why stay? Becoming a full-fledged Shinigami sooner would benefit you more." Shin repeated his usual line. "The student council is still young. If I left after just a year as president, I'd worry about its future. Plus, there are still some ideas I haven't implemented. I think they'd really help the students." "You really are a responsible one," Izane said softly. "And so considerate of others." "You flatter me, Vice Captain." But Izane had another reason for visiting, Anohana. After seeing the footage of Shin cutting down a jillion, Anohana had asked, "Is Takakawa Shin graduating this year?" Her tone implied a desire to recruit him personally. Anohana had never taken such an interest in anyone. Even when members awakened Kaido-type Zanpakuto, she usually offered only a brief word of praise. But perhaps she saw in Shin something truly rare. Shin didn't want to discuss graduation anymore. Instead, he picked up a Kaido text and asked, "Actually, I've had some questions about Kaido lately. If you have time." Izane's eyes lit up. "Of course. I'm in no rush." She genuinely loved Kaido, and anyone else who shared that love naturally earned her affection. In the world of Shinigami, Kaido didn't hold the same prestige as Sword Dart or Kido. Though life-saving, it wasn't what most Shinigami pursued. They wanted power. Shin wasn't just changing the subject. After her guest lecture, he'd spent more time on Kaido and was reaching the limits of what the library could offer. As they spoke, Izane realized just how deep his understanding already was. Her delight grew. Time passed without them noticing. It wasn't until a council member entered the office that they realized it was already lunch. "Oh no, is it that late already?" Izane blinked. Throughout their discussion, Shin had shown no impatience, asked insightful questions, and listened intently. She could feel his thirst for knowledge. Her words had not been wasted. In fact, she was starting to genuinely like this junior. "Time flies." "Thank you again, Vice Captain," Shin said with a smile. "It's lunchtime, may I treat you to a meal at the dining hall?" She shook her head. "I should return. There's still much work at the 4th Division." As she left, she felt an odd reluctance. Looking back at Shin's refined features, she thought perhaps she should visit the academy more often, perhaps guide this remarkable junior more personally. "There's still half a year left," she said. "Plenty of time. But I still think you'd thrive in the 4th Division." "I appreciate the suggestion," he replied lightly. "I'll think about it." Affection level 47. As he walked her to the door and watched her leave, Shin glanced at his system interface, already forming a plan to boost her affection further. Then something else caught his attention. Anohana Retsu, affection level 3. Hadn't it been 2 before? They hadn't seen each other since the cultural festival. He guessed it must have increased after his victory over the Jillian. If even Shiba Keian knew, it made sense that Anohana would too. And Izane coming today, that confirmed it. If he joined the 4th Division after graduation, things might get complicated. TCH, Shin chuckled to himself. He wasn't strong in spiritual pressure or raw power yet, but in pure swordsmanship? He had confidence. "How come the vice captain of the 4th Division came looking for you?" asked Hisagi, who had come in during the tail end. "Just catching up," Shin said casually. "You bastard," Hisagi muttered, his tone tinged with envy. "I'm jealous." Shin laughed and clapped his shoulder. "Then work harder." Truth was, Shin had another reason for not graduating early. Life at the academy was just too comfortable. He'd once told Hisagi, "School is amazing. Being a student is amazing. No pressure, no enemies, no stress, just good friends and simple days." He wanted more of that. And so, life continued in that easy rhythm. Now and then, little disruptions cropped up, disputes between the council and students, especially with Kaizawa, whose no-nonsense style in the disciplinary committee often caused tension. But to Shin, it was all trivial. He'd sometimes meet with Principal Shunso Sasaki, discussing the council's future. Sasaki would remain in office far longer than Shin would stay at the academy. His bonds with Hinamori and Rukia deepened by the day. But affection values grew slower and slower. After 2 months, Rukia barely broke 70. Hinamori still hadn't reached 80. Once, Shin was stroking Rukia's head and Hinamori walked in. He lost a point instantly. Even worse? Rukia didn't gain any. At this level, every single point was hard-earned. He estimated, 50 plus meant close friends. 60 plus was intimate. 70 plus was trusted companions or dear allies. But affection wasn't just friendship. His system only tracked values for women, and that number could contain all sorts of complicated feelings. Katetsu Izane was now at 47. They were good friends. Yet not especially close. Matsumoto Renjaku had over 60, but she wasn't nearly as close as Rukia had been at 60. And she certainly didn't like him. Shin, knowing her character from the original timeline, was sure her heart still belonged to Jin. Her affection likely stemmed from a kind of respect. She never praised him aloud, but clearly recognized his strength. In the end, affection was just a number. It couldn't define a relationship. It didn't mean that reaching a threshold unlocked something. It could mean friendship. Or devotion. And Shin wasn't rushing anything romantic with any of the women on his list, not yet. But that glimmering home run reward, affection 90 and beyond, tempted him. The Shinigami Keystone would also unlock a third reward, and a second binding slot. Still, Rukia and Hinamori were real people. They had hearts. Minds. Feelings. This wasn't some R18 dating sim with a press button to raise affection feature. If he focused too much on one, the other might lose affection. Hinamori's feelings clearly leaned romantic, possessive, even. She wouldn't be happy to share him. And when he got too close to Rukia, she noticed, even if she said nothing. They weren't together, so she had no right to be upset. But still. It stung. Rukia and Hinamori. How should I choose? Getting to 90 would unlock the final reward. Rukia's keystone was bound. But choosing one would make the other difficult. And it wasn't guaranteed that Rukia's affection would even reach 90 quickly. Shin sighed, rubbing his temples. Troublesome.